Just drawing your attention to the match stage here. Tickets are on sale, they're already in by demand. So encourage any member to book tickets as soon as possible not to miss out. Tickets can be purchased via the website or via the ticket office inside the event hall. Also, women to Monday, 18th July, South Africa. Via the Leicestershire website or via the ticket office.
different number on the street. Morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you for this game by BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game. It is a cooler, greyer, but still very dry day here.
Dry,
at
yes.
Grace Road. That's the main thing, isn't it?
Miserable out there, isn't it, really?
So
compared to yesterday,
we have every prospect of a full, if as we say, much cooler day's play. And well, we keep saying this, but a potentially critical session coming up.
Important first hour.
Yeah, if we can get the scoreboard switched on. The manual scoreboard is on, telling us that 36 for 1 is the Derbyshire score, that in reply to Leicestershire's first innings of 213. That after the Foxes won the toss and chose to bat first. They were disappointed, no question about that. Only Sam Evans with 63 past 50. Good bowling from Derbyshire, led by Sam Connors with 4 for 62. And losing only 1 wicket last night, that of Billy Godalming.
I'm disappointed.
That he lost the wicket?
No, that Bjorn Hendricks doesn't still have that haircut.
Sport the...
yeah, it was only pointed out to me this morning, which is that's a splendid haircut, by the way.
Yeah, he went through a period, we should say, of having a sort of dyeing his hair almost white, blonde
he had a hat on
top. Bjorn Hendricks is going to start proceedings from the pavilion end.
Bowling to Shan Masood, who turns it for the first run of the day down to long leg. Derbyshire move on to 37 for 1. But just to see how Shan Masood goes, I've just been talking to a Derbyshire fan downstairs, and he's absolutely right. He's almost got himself out 3 times. Once down the leg side, once with the reverse sweep, and the third time, which was the first time, down at Lords against Middlesex, he walked past a ball that was bowled by Michael Atherton's son. It was his only wicket of the first innings. Bowling is some form of spin.
His dad bowled his leg spin, didn't he, for a while? But whether he
I don't think
does the same?
I think it was off spin. I think it was off spin, but to be able to tell really. As Hendricks bowls to Guest, who turns this one into the leg side. Now we know the outfield's quick, and that's going to race away to the boundary, I fancy, for 4 runs, and it is the first boundary of the day. It is rapid. It hit a couple of bobbles. No, it hit a couple of bobbles and didn't slow down for some reason. It bounced in the air and carried on going at the same pace. So 5 off the first 2 balls. Decent start for Derbyshire. I'm going to have to go.
Very. Date's time already. Every half hour. You'll be used to that if you're a regular listener and watcher on the stream. 41 for 1 Derbyshire. They began the day trailing by 177, 36 for 1 with Masood on 20, Guest on 8. Hendricks charges in and bowls. Guest pushes out towards mid-wicket, and there's going to be another run. So Callum Parkinson picks up at mid-on, and the single is taken. So a very brisk start for Derbyshire. 6 from the first 3 balls of the day. Still awaiting the warming up, perhaps, of the scoreboard. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. Hendricks, 18 on his back, turns, runs in and bowls to Masood. Very straight, and Masood is leaning forward. No big stride, but very solid, everything close together, compact, neat. But then a little indication with his left hand that he thinks there's still a little bit of nibble, as the cricketers call it. Sam Evans said there was a little bit of nibble all day yesterday, a little bit of hope for the bowlers. But Leicestershire need to take advantage while the ball is relatively new. 16 overs old, this is the 17th. In goes Hendricks and bowls on off stump again and again. Masood is very solid. Back foot this time, stays on the crease. leans forward as he plays the defensive shot back down the pitch to Bjorn Hendricks, wearing a large bandage on his right arm, below the elbow. He was hit on the arm, but I thought it was his left hand arm he was hit on when he was batting. Here comes the update. Good morning. First over has just been completed, bowled by Leicestershire's new South African signing Bjorn Hendricks. Derbyshire negotiated it, well, more than safely, to be quite honest. They took 6 runs from it. They've moved on to 42 for 1. Shan Masood with centuries in each of his last 2 games for Derbyshire. He is 21 not out. But Guest, who came out yesterday to replace the Derbyshire skipper, Billy Godleman, when he was dismissed by Hendricks, is on 13 not out. As you see, they need early wickets, the Foxes. It's a cooler, greyer day down here in Aylestone at the Grace Road ground, and the Foxes need to get the ball swinging. At the moment, Derbyshire, in their reply, are 42 for 1. Stumbling over my words there in Aylestone. Will Davis is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. 3 slips in that. Very much an echelon as Davis is into the right-handed Guest, who turns him off his legs out towards, and there's a bit of hesitation for a moment out towards mid-wicket, and eventually it's decided that they both should go, and they both sort of apologise to each other as Messrs Masood and Guest, holding up a hand as they practically crossed to each other, so no blame being attached to either, each taking responsibility. And it was Vian Mulder who picked up at mid-wicket and got his throw in, but there was always a comfortable single there, and it was duly taken. The scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard, is now with us, which is nice. Masood taking his time, marking his guard with great care, diligence and attention. Back to the umpire now, marks his guard, does a little squat, stretches knees and walks around to square leg, gets his feet moving. Davis is coming in now and bowling. Masood is driving in the air but times it nicely. Good diving stop by Mulder away to his left, had extra cover on the bounce. It bounced probably about 3 feet in front of him, but he leant into that one as Shan Masood timed it pretty sweetly, and had it got past the dive of Mulder, that would have been 4 for sure. Was in the air for a while, so a little bit of momentary hope for Davis, if you like, who turns, former Derbyshire player of course, runs in and bowls. Masood is in position very early, just waiting for that one. The pace noticeably down compared to that from Hendricks, who's going up the slope the other end.
Quite breezy as well, isn't it, Richard? I don't know if you mentioned that, with the trees away to the right and at the far end with the blossom on there, moving quite a lot, much more than they did at any point yesterday.
Yeah. Where's it coming from? Looking at the flags, okay, from the sort of northeast. In goes Davis and bowls again. Masood with an awful lot of time. Looked to perhaps shape back in to him a touch, but from Leicestershire's point of view, this is a man who looks in form. And we know he is from his scores, but so much time he has, and Leicestershire already taking out their 3rd slip. Louis Kimber has left 3rd slip and gone in at a shortish mid-wicket. I suppose that drive in the air, I might think the ball is just stopping a little bit. Davis goes round the wicket and bowls. Masood cuts in the air. Good diving stop to his right by Evans. There's a momentary hesitation again between the 2 batters before Guest calls Masood through. He was almost too soon on it again, having to wait for it cut away. And Evans flung himself to his right at backward point to make the stop. Again, it bounced 3 feet maybe in front of him.
It was a good stop, really good stop, diving away to his right, but Brooke Guest clearly thought it was going to beat him because he was nearly with Masood, which forced him to take the single.
Davis in to Guest, very straight, and Davis for a moment thought it was sneaking through onto the pad, but Guest equal to it on the front foot, defended it out into the offside end of the over. A brisk start to proceedings from these two Derbyshire batsmen who began on 36 for 1. 8 from the first 2 overs. Means the score is now 44 for 1.
And it did nod in appreciation there, Brooke Guest, at the delivery, that final delivery of the over from Will Davis. So no consolation to the bowler, I'm sure, but a decent delivery nonetheless to complete the over.
Any joy with the stream? Have you got it up anyway? I can only get yesterday's, but I'll keep trying.
Here comes Hendricks, beginning a new over from the pavilion end. He's defended by... It is defended by Sham Masood. No, I've got yesterday's. Yeah, it seems slightly bizarre. On the NV play, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do let us know if you've managed to get it somehow or other.
They are showing the highlights already, though, because the Brooke Guest 4 runs has already appeared on from earlier on from the first over of the day. So they must be. Yeah. Hendricks over the wicket, left arm, bowls to Masood, who pushes it out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Callum Parkinson. They've still got 3 slips for Hendricks, and that's not a major surprise. He's bowling pretty quickly. There's a third man and a long leg as well. Man at point, he's quite a distance away, the point. Mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. Masood waits, just has his bat parallel to the ground. And Hendricks bowls to him, and he drives it for 4 runs, straight back down the ground. Glorious shot. They always say, I believe, I mean, I've never been able to play that shot, but if you can play that shot like that, it means you're in form. Well, this boy's in form. I call him a boy. He's half my age nearly. He's
32.
Yeah, so it's not far off being half my age, is that, Richard? Sadly. Sadly, if it had been 29 and a half, then he'd have been there. But he's not far away. He's a very, very fine cricketer. And he's moved on to 26 now, 48 for 1 Derbyshire. We're in the 19th over of their reply to 213 as Hendricks is in again, and this one is defended. A little shorter, just dragged his length back there. The previous ball was slightly overpitched and given the treatment just to the on-side of the stumps.
Trying to be brave. They are looking to pitch the ball up and try and get it to swing, and under the bit more cloud today, and perhaps hopefully it will, but it's quite sort of high cloud
and cold, and the wind won't help, will it?
It doesn't feel like necessarily going to improve the bowler's chances of the ball swinging at all.
It doesn't feel
Bits
like a
of blue
swinging
around.
day.
Not much.
Masood waits, and this time he turns it into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, who is Sam Evans.
Guy Davis says Fox's TV is working fine via YouTube rather than NV Play, so that would be the way to go. I'll try and get that up for now.
Where to go matters. Only people who aren't listening will understand that. 48 for 1. Last ball of the Hendricks over. It's his 8th over. 1 for 21 his figures at the moment. And this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Masood. He sets off for a single that's not there. And is quite correctly sent back by Brooke Guest, and then holds up a thumb in acknowledgement that it was the right decision, because there was never a single there. All's well that ends well, though, for Sham Masood and Brooke Guest. 48 for 1 at the end of the over. What was he thinking?
There have been 3 sort of little incidents like that, and each time he's raised a hand. He's a very polite young man, isn't he? He apologises. The first one, when there was real hesitation, they both were apologising to each other as they went past each other.
Well, they have batted together this season,
very well mannered,
but not for long, because it's always been Billy Godleman who's been out first.
Who doesn't tend to apologise for anything.
No, not normally. And then obviously Brooke Guest has always come in at 3, and he's generally been the next man. Well, he has. He's always been the next man out as well.
Davis is in from the Bennett end and bowls. Guest is leaning forward, nice high left elbow, defending the ball out into the offside. Hendricks picks up. Good morning to Matthew Hutchinson, who's watching from Adelaide. Go the Foxes. Wow. Khan Abdullah, another 100 coming from Masood. He says it's a statement rather than a question.
Yeah, just a matter of fact. Yeah. Just a matter of fact. Well, he's only got 1 so far this season.
He might run himself out, but otherwise... That's the only way he looks like getting out. And Davis is in, bowls. Guest defends again, back down the pitch to the former Derbyshire seamer.
It's quite a big innings for Guest, this, having not scored too many runs so far this season, but he's being backed as the number 3, which, as I said yesterday, successive coaches have thought he will make a number 3, so just needs to score some runs. We know he can, clearly. We've seen him do it.
Davis is in, bowls outside off stump. There seemed to be a little bit of movement in the air, more or less after it had been allowed to travel past the off stump by Guest, who wanders off towards the square leg umpire. Long sleeved Derbyshire shirt for Guest, and no doubt something warm underneath. Masood favouring the short sleeved shirt, but with a sleeveless sweater on over the top. Davis turns, runs down the slope and bowls outside off stump, and again Guest just lets it go through, and he's almost walking towards umpire Bainton before the ball is in the gloves of Harry Swindles. Kimber back in for Guest, i.e. a third slip. Azad, Ackerman, Kimber. There is he says, looking around to see if there is a third man. Actually, I can't see there is. I don't think there is. There's a deep backward square. Sam Evans is down there, just in case he mishooks, perhaps. Davis in, bowls. That's a straighter delivery. Might have just shaped back in, touch to Guest, and a bit of a thick inside edge as it looked to defend that one. Saw the ball squirt out towards Vian Mulder, who's at mid-wicket.
He's a little excitable, isn't he, Will Davis? Always was. Thought he was going to get a wicket there. I've got to do my next teaching Ian Sky cricket terms at 11:30. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with today.
Coming to the end of his 7th over of the innings now, Davis, who is in, and bowl stays on the back foot. Again, it just might have come back in towards him a fraction off the pitch. No great movement so far for either Hendricks or Davis. End of the over, 48 for 1. Shan Masood 26, playing himself carefully back in. One absolute Rolls Royce of an on drive this morning. Glorious shot. And that would still be going had it not been interrupted at one feels by the advertising hoardings. And Guest doing a good job. He's getting some overs into the bowlers, but also into the ball. That's the main thing as far as Derbyshire are concerned. 20 overs have now been bowled in the innings, and they're 48 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with the way the first 15 minutes have gone. Now it's on to the next 15 and see how they can continue to move closer to Leicestershire's 213. Bjorn Hendricks in again from the pavilion and driven very pleasantly, and there's a bit of a chase on here for Parkinson. It's a good tumbling stop from Parky. Might have done himself a mischief there, but they know how to roll these days, don't they?
I think you have to if you field here. It's
very hard out there, so he's put his hand in his pockets. He's got the hand warmers in there.
You'd soon lose the skin on your elbows. You feel, if you're not careful.
49 for 1. The score moves on to Masood up to 27, 20 overnight. He was. Guest has moved from 8 to 14. But they got one out yesterday after Derbyshire batted for 16 overs last night. Put 36 runs on the board. Round the wicket comes Hendricks to Guest, who just dabs this backward of square on the offside. Don't think we saw him go. Did we see him go round the wicket yesterday? I'm not sure we did. Anyway, he's doing it now. He probably did. Had a lot on my mind yesterday.
Don't remember him doing it.
No. I've just spotted that they've removed that Leicestershire won the toss and decided to bat with a capital B, and now Derbyshire trail with a capital T by 164.
Good info. That's
much more. Yeah, absolutely. That's vital for me. Hendricks bowls, defended by Guest. Back to the bowler.
Will, I'm sure, evolve the
That's good.
The new layout
Absolutely, it's
people
good.
pass on what they like and don't like, and yeah. Feeling was that the clock in green could be a bit bigger or a different colour. It's not necessarily that easy to pick up, but yeah, getting used to it.
Guest waits, and Hendricks' next delivery is pushed into the offside. They go for the quick single, and it's there. And one thing that Masood has done, along with whoever he's been batting with, is taken the quick singles and kept ticking the scoreboard over. There's the half century up for Derbyshire. 50 for 1. Guest moves on to 15. Very important that as well for the batsman, not to get stuck at one end so a bowler can do you over, as it were. With it being left hand and right hand as well, these two, it means that Hendricks has got to adjust his line, or whoever's bowling at the time as well. He's bowling to the left-handed Shan Masood now over the wicket, bowls to him, and he guides it into the point region, where it's fielded by George Rhodes, and there's no run.
At Fletch Sport on Twitter, at Foxes Cricket 22 finds us. Either of those.
Very disappointing on my behalf that I didn't notice that you'd left Twitter. So,
an illustration of my lack of impact at the best of times.
Yeah, wow. Here is Hendricks. In again to Masood, who turns it into the leg side. This time it goes straight to the man at mid-wicket, who fumbles it rather, Sam Evans, but picks it up at the second attempt. There is no run. And it's the end of the over, the 21st over of Derbyshire's innings. First innings, 2 from it, 50 for 1. Masood has 27 and Guest has 15. It's interesting that they've put Shan Masood up there on the scoreboard, because if you look at some websites for records and stuff, he's S.M. Khan. His full name Shan Masood Khan. Everybody knows him as Shan Masood, and everybody calls him Masood, but anyway. Given names and family names and area names and that kind of thing. He signed quite late-ish. Yeah, might not be in there.
Davis, goes in and bowls to Guest, who defends on off stump, leaning forward. Not quite with the elegance of Shan Masood, but equally effective in its own way. Pushes it out into the offside. He is, yeah. Shan Masood Khan, born in Kuwait. Actually, not Pakistan. The 32-year-old, it says here, is familiar with life in the UK, having lived a stone's throw from Lord's in his teenage years, later studied economics at Durham University, and I believe had a brief spell at Stanford School, just not far from here.
Yes, indeed.
Davis is in Fuller this time, and leaning forward, again, a bit inside edgy from Guest as he defends, and conveniently, for our benefit, just indicates that still a little bit of movement there off the pitch, perhaps. Mike Gibson on the feed. Could be a long day in the field for LCCC, exclamation mark. Could be.
Masood had a little spell studying through Loughborough University as well. I don't think he ever went there, but he was part of a course from there.
Davis in, bowls, Fuller, inside edge onto the pad, drops down at the feet of Guest, and he glances down again. It came back in to him, and for a second, half a second, he thought might be starting to trickle back, but didn't really. But beaten in a way, in that it came back, didn't hit the middle of the bat, inside edge and pad, kept it out. That was the main thing. 50 for 1.
I think he also, his family fled Kuwait when it was invaded during the Gulf War.
Okay.
They went to Pakistan.
Davis is in, bowls, turned out towards wide mid on, and the call is a good one, an immediate one for the single, comfortably made. Ed Barnes had a bit of ground to move to his right at mid on, and so the single comfortably completed. Guest on to 16, 51 for 1. Told the NV play stream is now cool as well, as in up and running. And that's the one with highlights, so that's a useful one. Round the wicket goes Davis and bowls to Masood, who leans forward, elegantly strokes the ball out towards Barnes, but more or less straight to him at mid-off, so no chance of a single on that occasion. Yeah, we are
Excellent.
up and running on all streams now. Well, it's the same stream, but through its various outlets, also on the club websites, I believe.
Can't get away from it, even if you try.
Davis 2 finishes over. Comes in and bowls. Masood is steering it out off the back foot, again waiting for it. It was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, but very, very good eye, and the ball didn't do too much. He steered it out square, but Evans was able to move just to his left at backward point to make the stop. End of the over, 51 for 1. No real alarms this morning, other than in, as I said, the hesitation in the running for Shan Masood and Brooke Guest.
Yeah, no, they'll be very pleased with the way things have gone so far. Just but a different spectator, Derbyshire support down there, said, you weren't at Lord's, were you? I said, no, I was definitely at Lord's. Well, you weren't on the stream, so just be careful. Be careful of imposters. Here is Buren Hendricks around the wicket, bowling to Brooke Guest, who drives it up to Callum Parkinson at mid-on, and there's no run. There is a way you can link them together. Very complicated, I'm sure, but it can be done.
Morning to Mike, who's here. A bit different to yesterday, he says. He's staying out of the wind at ground level. The first hour will define the rest of the game. Question mark, he says. Maybe if Masood and Guest get through it, well, Derbyshire will be very much in control.
Guest waits now and drives again to Callum Parkinson at mid-on. And again, there's no run. I don't think they're quite as noisy this morning, the Leicestershire players, as they were last night when they were really, really desperate to get some wickets. They're relatively desperate to get wickets now, I know, but they were very loud yesterday. It'll take long for the noise to abate. It's on 16, and he guides this next one. It's a push off the back foot out towards the sort of extra cover region. It's a chase for Will Davis, and they're going to come back for 3 runs. It's a nice shot off the back foot, that, from Brooke Guest. He moves on to 19, 54 for 1.
It's not pretty, but it's effective, isn't it? It presents an interesting contrast.
Well, I think whoever he bats with isn't going to look particularly pretty.
True, compared to him.
Yeah. And the fact that he's left-handed as well. I mean, he could be right-handed and probably not look as beautiful as he does, but being a left-hander too, it's just astonishing.
Elegance personified, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. He's on 27 now. It's Hendricks over the wicket, bowls to him, and he clips that one into pretty much the same areas. But so this one turns into mid-wicket to the left-hander. Again, a chase for Davis. They're only going to get 2 runs on this occasion. He didn't hit it quite as well, ironically. But he does move on to 29. It's 56 for 1.
A few hands on heads out there among the Leicestershire fielders who had thought it had nipped through.
It was a full delivery, fuller than the one that Guest played off the back foot. But he dealt with it comfortably enough in the end, did Shan Masood. These two have put on 39 now for the second wicket. As Hendricks is in again, and off the back foot he just smashes it into the floor. It bounces high and up into the air and into the covers where Louis Kimber does the fielding.
Evening to Fango down in Melbourne. Good evening, Richard and Fletch. Brackett's my favourite away commentator.
No, stop it.
From a very cold and wet Melbourne. Today's a very big day for the Foxes season. If we can't stay in this game today, it's really going to set us back in the pack. He watched much of Masood bat last week as the Durham stream had many issues, it really did. And his innings against Sussex was absolutely brilliant.
Good pitch though. Hendricks bowls and Masood defends. The final ball of the South Africans over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Hendricks figures now either side of the lengthy break from the close of play to the start of play. 56 for 1 Derbyshire. Shan Masood has 29. Brooke Guest has 19.
finishes. Let's hope we dismiss him early. Well, hasn't happened in the first approaching half hour as Fletch hops next door to give listeners to BBC Radio Derby the good news from their point of view in that respect. Davis, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13, will continue. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Guest, who is leaning forward, pushing out to Hendricks in the covers. Tinny sound of ball on bat. Indication that it's not off the middle at the moment. But keeping it out. Bang bang here, lads. Not sure who that one was. It's usually Callum, but I'm not sure it was on that occasion. Davis in bowls. Guest is driving pleasantly. Hendricks puts down 2 hands to his right and manages to get enough on it just to stop it. Was travelling, and he's shaking his right hand now, leaning down with his hands on his knees. He's okay though. Wasn't the cleanest piece of fielding you've ever seen, but it was effective. Davis, a very straight run, is into Guest, back foot this time, forces out into the offside. Again Hendricks fields, this time he does field cleanly as it bounces up kindly off the square on that side. 56 for 1 remains the score. Morning to Brunty, who's aiming to come along to Gracelands later today with the lads, to wit Bertie, Freddie and Norman. Norman, something of a talisman for the Foxes. He took a wicket with the first ball he saw this season, so may well need him. Davis is in, bowls, cut away for 4. Poor ball from Will Davis, width, and Guest tucked in. No wide third man. Third man wouldn't have got anywhere near it. Hit the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. Guest takes 4. Moves on to 23. 60 for 1. Derbyshire start improves exponentially. The 1 wicket to fall yesterday. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Billy Godleman caught by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off Hendricks. In goes Davis, bowls full, looking to drive on the front foot. Guest, an on drive, gets it a little bit too wide, goes more or less straight to mid on, where Eddie Barnes picks up. 1 ball left in the over for Davis, be his 9th. None for 17 at the moment. Here comes the update. Yeah, the Foxes need early wickets. They haven't got them, and yes, they have, as Davis picks up the first wicket of the day. Just as you come to me, you heard the appeal for leg before wicket, and Brooke Guest has gone leg before for 23 of 45 balls. They needed that wicket badly because Guest and Masood were batting pretty comfortably. 60 for 2 then is the score. Remember, Leicestershire dismissed in their first innings for 213. If they can get Shan Masood, very much a man in form, on 29 at the moment, they'll feel they really are back in the game. But an important early breakthrough, and Derbyshire as a consequence are 60 for 2. Well, that was a perfect piece of timing for BBC Radio Leicester. It came back in, and let's have a look at the replay. My first thought was, oh, they've shown the replay of the ball before, so the stream will have to readjust. My first thought was there a question of height? Let's have a look and see. Certainly it came back in. Back pad, I think, and unfortunately the camera that was being used was the one down at fine leg, so it wasn't a close-up from behind the bowler, which it should have been, and that's why it always needs to be from there, from behind the bowler for each delivery. So I can't quite tell you, but as I say, it did seem to come back in. He was on the front foot, and I think it hit on the back pad. It was above the knee roll, and that was the only question for me. But umpire Pratt, who's always thought about it hard, given a few decisions from that Bennett end, thought about it a long time. Davis was certain, as you would expect, and he got his rewards. Wayne Madsen comes out to replace Brooke Guest. Since joining Derbyshire in 2009, Madsen has played 10 times here at Grace Road, and he's passed 50 on 6 occasions. He has scored 758 runs on this ground at an average of 58. That's before we start on the runs he's scored against Leicestershire at Derby. So certainly well over 1,000 for Madsen. They would love to get this partnership broken early, that is for sure. Hendricks has been replaced by Ed Barnes. Bowled just the 2 overs yesterday. Barnes, he's going to start off bowling to Masood. He comes in from the pavilion end, round the wicket, bowls full, clipped towards mid-wicket. Doesn't quite time it, but that in a way helps Shan Masood, because Davis has to move quite a long way to get to the ball, and the call is an immediate one. Masood takes 1, moves on to 30, 61 for 2. Fango suggests we give Madsen 75 and call it even. Offer him 75 and see if he takes it. Well, as I say, he's averaging 58 on this ground, so perhaps he wouldn't even take that. Barnes back over the wicket to Madsen. In bowls. Madsen is very careful, bat and pad close together as he leans forward, blocks it out towards mid-off. Hendricks walks in from extra cover and picks up. Madsen, slightly crab-like almost in his stance and style. Everything's quite close together. And whatever he does, it's compact. Bobs at the knees, slightly open stance as Barnes is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump, swings round, pivots round, pulls the bat away. Let's have a look at the replay, see if we can get Guest. Here we go. Might just have been, it was close to being outside the line when it hit him. Another look at that one. It was a close one. Barnes is in and bowls. Madsen is cutting for 4. Well, Barnes hasn't bowled that much against Madsen, although obviously when his time at Derby he might have bowled against him in the nets, but goodness me, you don't bowl there. Madsen, eyes lit up, I'm sure, when he saw that wide one, and crashed it away through the offside. So that's his first boundary. Nice way to get off the mark.
Not a bad first shot, was it really?
It wasn't.
In anger.
Just looking at the replay, looks a bit outside the line when it hit him. I don't know if you've seen it.
I hadn't. He looked disappointed, didn't he, Brooke Guest? But
you can see 2 stumps behind him as Barnes goes in, and that one is defended off stump.
Behind his legs.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. He doesn't look happy, does he? But he did well not to show dissent. Well done, Brooke.
No.
I think that must be really difficult. It would be difficult for somebody like me. Blimey.
They needed it, Leicestershire, badly. If they'll feel if they can break this partnership early, they're still very much in it. Barnes is into Madsen, who is defending. Good line and length delivery. A stentorian bellow of no from the former Derbyshire skipper, who I've just been telling the listeners, Fletch averages 58 on this ground, and since he's scored 758 runs at an average of 58, having passed 50 6 times against Leicestershire. Just here,
yes,
that is.
Yeah.
Add in his runs at Derby, and obviously he's probably something like 1,500 runs against the Foxes.
Well, he and Wayne, Madsen and Shan Masood took the score from 91 for 2 to 383 for 3 against Sussex.
This is where we settle back then.
So, feet up, everybody. There's Will Davis continuing from the Bennett end. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Shan Masood, and he drives him for 4 runs out to the covers. You can't bowl there to Shan Masood. Beautiful shot, so elegant. Moves to 34, 69 for 2 now. That was beautiful. And I think he'd be quite pleased that Buren Hendricks has gone now, because with the greatest of respect, nobody else is of that pace. Oh no. Is he? I don't think anybody. I mean, Mulder's a really canny operator, clearly, but he's not at the pace of his compatriot, is he? So.
Morning to Mick Wood, who sent us a lovely picture. He's got the stream up on his telly. He's listening to us. He's got his newspaper. He's got his Mr. Lazy coffee cup.
I thought that was my mug then for a minute. This next one is inside half of the bat, up to mid-on from Masood. No run.
And morning also to Martin Barry. Hello, Martin. He says he's making his county over 50s debut next week.
Oh, excellent.
Some expert batting advice from your combox is most welcome.
You're not going to get any from me.
I was going to say,
I don't know what you're going to get. Expert batting advice.
You're leaning on a broken reed if you're looking to us, Martin.
I could never bat. Davis in again, and Masood again pushes this up to a wideish mid-on. Colin Parkinson, who is always in that kind of area, does the fielding.
80 for 4. Whose shot was that? Harry Swindles' suggestion, I think, there.
Yeah.
Well, you never know.
Well, you don't really, do you? There have been 80 for 4, I'm sure, this season. Generally, Masood's still been there at that point. 69 for 2 they are now. Will Davis has lost his run. He just runs through the crease and the umpire signals dead ball. Shane's listening in Pittsburgh as well. Morning, Shane.
Oh, hello, Shane.
He's a
steel worker.
He's a proper, yes, absolutely. He's a proper converts cricketer. I had a brief chat with him last night. He's got absolutely no idea what's going on. I said, well, join the club. Because quite frankly, neither have I. Davis is in again, and Masood turns this into the leg side, out towards the square leg boundary. There is a man out there, so it's only going to be a single to Masood, who moves on to 35, 70 for 2.
Fango thinks Leicestershire should offer Madsen 75 and call it even. See if he accepts it.
He might do, actually. He
do you
might
reckon?
do. Yeah. He got his first century of the season last week against Sussex, having got his first century of the season in the last game of last season at home against Sussex. So his last 2 centuries have come against in successive games against Sussex. But he also got a half century down at Lord's in the second innings. So he is showing a bit of form, early season form, the veteran, who's out of contract at the end of the season. And he waits for this one and just pushes it out into the offside.
Talking about good suntans, Wayne has one. I noticed last night, so presumably had part of his winter in his homeland.
Yeah, well, yeah, he may have done it. I don't know for certain, but he may have done. I know he's going to be the recipient of a degree, an honorary degree from the University of Derby.
Am I right in thinking he got some sort of citizenship award as well from the city? But I may be wrong. I thought I read something that could have been that, the honorary degree.
I don't know about that.
He deserves it.
The last ball of the Davis over, he goes back into his crease as Madsen pushes it up to mid-on. 70 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen 4. Masood at 35. Jonathan Baker did a quick interview with him when it was announced that he got this honorary degree, and he asked him what it meant. Was he allowed to take his sheep across a bridge? And Wayne said he didn't really know what it was about. He hadn't been told an awful lot. He just knew it was for services to Derbyshire cricket and for trying to increase participation in sport throughout Derbyshire, which he's very, very keen on.
What is the degree in?
I'll look it up.
Is it a BA or BSc? Or
no, I think
he can put it after his name.
I think it's just made up.
Ed Barnes in sunshine now at the Uptonsteel County Ground, goes round the wicket to Masood. He over pitches on leg stump and he's worked through mid wicket. Davis goes sprinting athletically after the ball, puts in the slide, throws, but Shan Masood sees that he's throwing as he sort of turns really, so he can't get too much power into the throw. Calls for the third and makes it comfortably. He moves on to 38, 73 for 2. Good morning. Springsteen, who's in rugby, was here yesterday. These two could bat all day and most of tomorrow.
Well,
he says rather pessimistically, but
his degree is an honorary master of the university. That's what it is.
So it's a master's degree, master of the, I thought you were going to say universe.
Yes. Yes.
In goes Barnes and bowls, and the honorary master of the University of Derby turns it out towards mid-wicket where Louis Kimber is the fielder.
Yeah, for his achievements in English cricket and his work to promote participation in sport in Derbyshire. That's what he got it for, Wayne Madsen. He's going to receive it on the Buxton campus.
He gets a gown and a mortarboard to wear, and also, so he'll look the part.
Look very scholarly, won't he?
Barnes is in and bowling outside off stump, just worked by Wayne Madsen out towards backward point. Then he holds up his bat to Masood, saying no chance of a single. Again, he too indicates us just a little bit of something there. The wind gets up.
These two
whisking the clouds across.
Knew each other before Masood came to this country because they were in the same Multan Sultans squad in the Pakistan Super League. Wayne didn't play an awful lot of games, but they were in the same squad together.
Barnes is in, bowls fullish. He's careful, Madsen. He checks the on drive rather, plays it firmly through mid-on and down towards Parkinson, who's a sort of yard or two deeper than he might normally be at mid-on, and makes the stop. But still early days. He's only faced 10 deliveries, hit one scoring shot, a cracking cutaway for 4. Barnes, black-heeled, very dark-coloured heeled cricket boots, goes in and bowls to Madsen, who looks to turn him off his legs, takes his top hand off the bat as he does so, rather shovels it away. Let's see what the signal is. Might have been a bit of inside edge onto the pad. Yes, it was. It ran away towards square leg. Madsen picks up a couple, moves on to 6, 75 for 2. Brunty's on his way in his, quote, clapped out 1996 camper van.
Excellent, should hear it coming then.
Yeah, Fango says Wayne Madsen will sort of rival Chris Gale as the universe boss then, isn't he?
Yes,
In a way.
That's exactly right.
Master of the universe boss. In goes Barnes and bowls, good delivery on off stump. Universe boss Madsen just defends that one off. Off stump out towards Davis at wide mid-off. End of Barnes' 4th over, none for 17. Doesn't look at the moment too much of a threat.
I'm going to see a change at the Bennett end because somebody's removing his sweater, and it looks to me as it's Vian Mulder. Is it?
I would guess it is because he's
Yeah.
going to. Yes, it is.
It is.
Might
Good.
have a long spell today, Vian. Get ready.
Thank goodness.
Settle
I guessed
down.
that one right. Yes. Yeah, get into a routine here.
Steady 10, please. 2 for 18 from 10.
I'm going to ask you, when you watch when you watch Ed Barnes walk back to his mark, he reminds me of some characters from Monty Python, and I'll show you a picture of them after you've seen him walk back next time when he walks back to his mark. I think you'll enjoy it. I'm not sure he will. Here is Mulder then, around the wicket, bowling to Shan Masood. Full delivery, might even have been a full toss, and it's flicked away for 4 runs down to a deep backward square leg or a square long leg. Take your pick. In front of the meat anyway. Very much a loose net from the South African, I would suggest. Masood moves to 42.79 for 2 Derbyshire.
2 fielders down there, maybe 40 yards apart. No chance whatsoever.
No.
Bisected them perfectly.
I think it probably was a full toss by the time the bat struck the ball. That's what it felt like to me anyway from here. He has got his back to us, although I can't see his bat. It's the ball I struggle with. This one's turned into the leg side. I'm not sure what that was off. I think it might have been off a thigh pad. They've gone through for a single to move up to 80 Derbyshire, and there is the signal for leg by from umpire Pratt. Umpire Neil Baines going from square leg to square leg, bless him. Like something off Potty Time. Michael Bentine's Potty Time. Used to love that programme after school. Back in the day, 80 for 2. Madsen on 6. Waits now as Mulder bowls to him. It's on his legs and he turns it into the leg side. There's quite an acrobatic piece of fielding there from Will Davis, which is probably entirely unnecessary, as he slid on his front, stopped the ball before it was allowed to reach Ed Barnes. I think if he hadn't have slid, it would have reached Ed Barnes at about the time that it reached Will Davis. But there we go, 80 for 2. Always good to see effort in the field. Sun breaking through the cloud now.
Roger says, does this mean we can start calling Madsen Skeletor?
Oh, this one is bat and pad together. Mulder must have thought he was about to sneak that ball through. I don't know what Skeletor is. Well, I do. He's on that advert for one of the car insurance things, isn't he?
Is it something to do with Masters of the Universe?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up and see what the Skeletor is.
Got some movement there. He nipped it back in a little bit to Madsen.
Skeletor is a fictional character, the main antagonist of the Masters of the Universe franchise.
He's the enemy, I suppose.
He's the arch enemy of He-Man, as Mulder Bowl strikes the... Does that strike the pad, or did he miss it completely and it went through to the wicketkeeper? It went through to the wicketkeeper. That's beaten him.
That was a good delivery.
It was a good delivery. He's very much a leg before wicket candidate in recent times, Wayne Madsen. Squared up by that one. $80 for 2 it remains, and Madsen is still out there. He's on 6. Let's deploy next, then Matty McKiernan, as Madsen waits and defends this one up to mid-off. There's no run. That's the end of the over. How did that happen? Madsen has 6, Shan Masood has 42, Derbyshire are 80 for 2, which means they trail by 133. Having started the day on 36, it means they've added some runs today.
There was definitely something there for Mulder, though. Just enough.
So watch him walking back to his mark there. Ed Barnes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking at his...
Does he not walk like...
shirt.
He walks like a Gumby, doesn't he? The Monty Python Gumby family, they're recurring characters in the Monty Python series. Very, very good. I'd urge you to get the box set.
Round the wicket goes Barnes and bowls to Masood, who leans forward, sells Madsen something of a dummy by taking an extra step or two and then apologises to him, because Madsen responded by taking a step or two and then had to quickly retreat. It was going straight to mid-wicket, picked up by Louis Kimber there, just the 2 slips now. Bright sunshine across the ground, and it looks like it might be with us for a while. I might have to switch off the heater in here.
It is warm in here now, isn't it?
I switched on this morning.
Lovely.
And also got padded gilet on. In goes Barnes and bowls. He hits him on the back pad. No! Now that was not a question of height. Did it hit him outside the line? He was walking in. He's examining his bat. The suggestion therefore that it might have been an inside edge, but goodness me, that must have been close. We will have a a careful look at the replay. He's gone round the wicket, it swung in a bit, and immediately umpire Bainton said no.
It looked close, didn't it, from here? It looked close
My
from here.
word. It can only have been an inside edge that saved him, I think. Poor old Eddie Barnes, no luck. Little tickle. Got one through the Masood defence. He is in again and bowling, playing slightly across the line as he pushes that another full delivery out towards mid-wicket. Kimber falls to his right and feels that could have been a big moment in the game.
Well, he's yet to be dismissed for less than a half century since arriving at Derbyshire. I think he got less than 50 against the students at Oxford, but it wasn't first class, so we don't count it. He got something like 40 off 30 balls and thought he'd had enough, I think.
Barnes bowls. He's leaning forward, pushing out to mid-on. If he hits, it's going to be close. No, he didn't hit. Davis picked up. He went straight to him. He's not a great runner. He's quite quick between the wickets, but he's not a great caller. Perhaps that's the right word. And it startled Madsen head off to the other end. Davis was concentrating on throwing at the stumps at the bowler's end. The throw missed. It would have required a decision. I think he probably made his ground, actually, because, as I say, he's quite quick between the wickets. But it was the call of a slightly... Well, he wasn't fully at ease facing Barnes over those last three balls, I think, and he wanted to get down the other end. Picks up one, moves on to 43. Barnes back over the wicket to Madsen, full again, driven. Davis fields, just slightly falling to his left at mid, off to the right-hander. There's no run. Bjorn Hendricks thinks he's seen something. He's run across from cover to speak to Barnes, gives him a pat on the back of encouragement, perhaps. This has been a good over from Barnes, though. He's asked a couple of questions in it and can probably consider himself a little bit unlucky not to have picked up what would be probably his best first-class wicket, one of his top ones anyway. In he goes and bowls. Held that back a little bit on driven, but it bounces nicely for Parkinson to run across from mid-on and make the stop. End of the over. Madsen 6 off 18. Masood 43 off 75. 81 for 2, but the Leicestershire seamers Barnes and Mulder keeping these two honest at the moment. There's a little bit of nibble there, as Sam Evans told us yesterday. Probably you were told as well by Sam Connors.
No, he said they'd bowled brilliantly on a flat deck. I think no, he didn't. No, he didn't. I wouldn't want to put words into Sam's mouth. He did think that the bowlers had bowled really well there, which I think they did. I just noticed that Jonathan Doidge is now doing a video on Twitter, so that's two of our colleagues I've got to ignore every morning now. 81 for 2. Masood on strike as Mulder around the wicket bowls to him, and he just guides it out into the offside. To Will Davis.
He's done it for a while, I think.
Has he?
He did it last year.
I don't think there's any future in that kind of nonsense, if I'm honest.
No, unless you're very good looking or something.
Well, nobody wants to see my face, do they? I haven't got anything interesting to say anyway. Not that Doidge or Martin have, but...
Much as I like my colleagues, they're not... I've got faces made for radio. I remember Ipswich Town used to have a picture in their press room in the loo of the Ipswich commentator.
Harsh. Mulder bowls to Masood, who just carves this away for 4 runs out to the point boundary. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Moves to 47 and within 3 of a 4th successive score of 50 or more in his first 4 innings. David Griffin, help me. It has happened before, I'm sure, for Derbyshire.
It's the backlift as well. That's sort of a elegance. The back almost prescribes sort of 360 degrees by the time he's through the shot with the backlift and the follow through, and it's... Oh, that was gloriously hit. Timing, exquisite.
85 for 2. Derbyshire now trailing by just 128. As Mulder is in, and Masood just dabs it out into the offside. They go through for a What started out to be a sharp single, but was fairly comfortable in the end. It went to the right of Will Davis, who's at extra cover. And Masood moves to 48 now, 88 for 2. It'd be very handy in the next 4 minutes for Shan Masood to get these 2 runs. That would be a very nice narrative for the midday news. He's in again, Mulder, and balls to Madsen. Even with Mulder, whoever's batting at the other end to Masood looks a little rushed, and he did look a little rushed there. Wayne Madsen turned that one into the leg side. Happy to get his bat down on it. He'd be happy that the sun's out as well, I'm sure. Wayne Madsen, a bit of sun on his back. Batsmen always enjoy that. 1 or 2 down on the boundaries edges. Then no, everybody's in the pavilion from a Derbyshire point of view. Madsen waits, 2 slips, crouch down, and he leans a long way forward to push this one up to mid-off. It's fielded by Callum Parkinson. And there's no run. So they started the day on 36, they've moved on to 88, that's 52 by my calculations.
Got the run rate up to 3 and over, so runs have come.
Very noisy driver. As Mulder bowls to Madsen, he sort of turns his bat as he tries to guide it. I think he was really trying to guide it down to third man if he possibly could, but didn't manage to turn his bat far enough, and it was fielded by the man at backward point. So he remains on 6. He does have an awful lot of what a lot of traditionalists would call one-day shots in his repertoire. Wayne Madsen doesn't mind not going to do that against Mulder, clearly, but he didn't mind a reverse sweep in red ball cricket. He waits for Mulder to bowl, and on one leg drives up to mid-on, where it goes straight to Ed Barnes, who holds on to the ball because he's going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 88 for 2 then, Derbyshire, as we approach the end of the first hour of today's play. Shan Masood is 2 away from a half century. He's on 48, where Madsen has 6.
All of which means Derbyshire trail by 125 runs now, with those 8 first innings wickets in hand. Building towards a good position, but it isn't necessarily easy out there. Leicestershire bowling reasonably well, reasonably straight. They're getting a little bit of movement, and Barnes, as I say, was a little bit unlucky with that leg before shout. Round the wicket he comes again to Shan Masood and bowls. It's a little bit short. Masood on his back foot works it out towards wide long leg. It's a bit of a long run around there for Sam Evans. Throws in, but that is 2, and that is 50 for Shan Masood. Another 50 for the Pakistan international player. Looking every inch, that international player. His 50 has come off 79 deliveries, and it includes 6 fours. Barnes is in to him again, bowls, and it bounces up. He's appealing for leg before again, but that was less convincing than before. Barnes was sure. It did swing back in, but he was sort of on the walk forward a little bit, and it sounded a little bit woody. Davis goes and has a word with umpire Bainton, who maybe says why. What it was missing, let's have a look. Yeah, just didn't look quite as convincing as the previous shout. Maybe just going down, maybe a bit high. Hard to be sure. Barnes is in. He is forward this time. Shan Masood defends on off stump, back down the pitch to Barnes, but Barnes is causing him problems at the moment. Bowling well. He's really getting up here now. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester as Barnes is in and bowls. Masood is driving for 4. Not sure he got all of that. It was along the ground all the way. It was behind point down to the wide third man boundary. No chance for Rhodes. So he picks up 4, moves on to 54. He was reaching for it a little bit. By his very, very high standards, wasn't quite convincing. 94 for 2. Barnes bemoans his ill fortune. Here comes the update. The latest is that Derbyshire have moved on to 94 for 2, Leicestershire's first innings score of 213. Remember, so they're now only 119 behind with 8 wickets in hand. Shan Masood, a century and a 50 in his previous innings, has passed 50 again. He's on 54, not out of 82 deliveries. Survived what must have been a very, very close leg before shout in the previous over from Ed Barnes, who is troubling the batsman. Wayne Madsen is with him. He averages 58 on this ground against Leicestershire, so the Fox is hoping to get him early. He is on 6 not out. If they can pick up another wicket or 2 before lunch, they'll feel they're still well in this game. Derbyshire 94 for 2. Barnes turns, runs in and bowls full, but it's drifting on towards leg stump and it's clipped away for 4. There was nothing uncertain about that one from Masood. Looking for the in-swinger, it was very full on leg stump and clipped away, waited for it, let the ball come onto the bat and clipped it away behind square, and it runs down to the Melton Building Society family stand for 4, a good 90 yards away by the time Evans picks it up. Masood on to 58 off 84, 98 for 2. Approaching halfway towards Leicestershire's first innings score. Davis and Ackerman have a word. Barnes looks a little deflated by that, as understandably he might. Went for 2 4s in the over, but I'm sure he's pretty convinced he had Masood leg before. In comes Mulder and bowls, looking to cut him away, and is cutting him away, and might go all the way for 4. Madsen in the end. Yep, they can't chase it down. Don't think he quite middled it. Sounded a bit odd off the bat, hit it hard down into the ground, but as ever, if you can beat the infield here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, you've got every chance of it running away. And again, it didn't seem to lose any pace at all. It gathered it, if any, as it ran away to the Uptonsteel stand for 4. So the runs coming quickly in the last couple of overs. 102 for 2. Now Derbyshire. Madsen into double figures on 10. Mulder, none for 23 off his 5.1 overs, is in and bowls, and Madsen is driving, and Hendricks can't get there. It bounces past his reaching left hand on this hard outfield, and it runs away to the electronic scoreboard for 4. So Madsen, following the example of Masood, has picked up 2 4s in the over already. He moves on to 16, and all of a sudden the runs flowing rapidly. Madsen on to 16 off 24 balls, just over pitched there. Mulder was driven away. Hendricks dived to his left, but it was bouncing so horribly. Bounced over his reaching left hand, and no chance thereafter. 108 for 2. Now over halfway towards Leicestershire's first innings score.
I think Masood's now up to 450 runs for the season.
They've moved it back down to 106 for 2. Oh. As in goes Mulder, and it's defended this time by Wayne Madsen. The scorers now control the scoreboard, apparently, so it's sort of linked to their screens,
so
which is why just sometimes
bob on.
Sometimes there's a momentary error. Kind of Parkinson's swinging his arms a little bit in the covers. Might just get a chance. Mulder is in, back foot defensive force from Madsen, out to Hendricks at mid-off, and there's no run. Was there no ball there? Because there must have been at least 4 balls in the over. Must have been, because the first 2 went 0 for 4. It's showing 31.3.
Yeah, I'm confused myself. I think everybody's
Yeah,
confused.
now it's gone on to 31.4. The scorers catching up with themselves. Thank you. Mulder is in, bowls. Madsen defends on the back foot, straight ball. Back down the pitch on the onside. No run. The bench is fairly well populated again. Out of the wind down there, perhaps.
I know David Griffin was coming down here to take his pictures today. Said it was a bit more sheltered down here than anywhere else in the ground. So
Spent the winter getting some splendid shots. His bent for ornithology is impressive at the moment. In goes Mulder and bowls down the leg side. Oh, spilled. Looked like it was a little bit of an edge. Swindles dive to his left, and there are an awful lot of hands on heads out there. Ackerman and Mulder among them, and I think we have to assume he might just have got a little nibble on that one. And Swindles dived to his left, got two hands to it, could not hang on.
well, he was given the runs.
There we go. Confirmation.
He's been given the run.
14, Madsen dropped down the leg side. By wicket-keeping standards, you have to say that probably should have been taken.
It all seemed to be in slow motion, didn't it? It wasn't the quickest delivery you've ever seen. Madsen got quite a bit of it, and couldn't hold on, Harry Swindles. So Madsen gets a life. He's going to be on strike now for the start of the new Ed Barnes over. Barnes' first delivery is guided into the offside. There's going to be a run there. Are they going to come back for a second? Well, Madsen quite fancies it, but Shan Masood doesn't. Will Davies had already caught up with the ball, picked it up and turned round. So he was probably absolutely correct.
Every chance is going to be vital, isn't it? Especially towards the top of the order. And Madsen's been a thorn in Leicestershire's side throughout his career.
Everything adds up to you've got to take Wayne Madsen, doesn't it, for Leicestershire? That's the thing. But Derbyshire more than halfway to the Leicestershire total. It's Wayne Madsen. And he'd only made 14 runs at the time. Masood defends this next delivery from Ed Barnes back towards him. Barnes tries to get a left hand on it and direct the ball towards the stumps because he thought that Wayne Madsen might have been out of his ground, but he couldn't get there anyway. Now Barnes gets some instructions from Colin Ackerman, who walked alongside him as he walked back to his mark. Ackerman goes back into the extra cover region. I'm sure it was bowl him a short one. I wouldn't. Barnes is in, doesn't. Bowles pitches one up and it comes off an inside edge out into the leg side. They've run one. They're going to come back for the second. Madsen might have to get a hurry on, but the ball goes to the other end, and Masood was there comfortably anyway. He moves on to 60, 110. 4-2.
There was a chance went down at Durham in similar circumstances. Can't afford it, Leicestershire. They're a side that self-evidently are going to have to work hard to create chances, and having done so, you're going to have to take them if we're going to create fewer chances than some sides.
It's the one thing that you can make a difference with, no matter how good a cricketer you are anyway, is the fielding, isn't it? As Barnes is in, and that one is clipped into the leg side very nicely, but it's only going to be a single because he's straight to the man out there at square leg, who is Louis Kimber, a tall figure. He throws the ball back. Masood moves on to 61. Madsen has 16. 61, only his third best score of the four that he's got so far this season. Even watching Wayne Madsen when I first started, and Billy Godleman and Lewis Rees and Leicester Ploy, when they were all in good form scoring runs, there was never anything like this. Madsen's on 16. Barnes bowls to me, leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Swindles, who's almost certainly still thinking about that drop, you would have thought. Proud his mind for a while. Every time Madsen scores a run, it'll just hurt a little bit more. Poor old Ed Barnes. I assume his shoulders have slumped.
Well, that was off Mulder, but...
Oh yes, of course it was.
But Barnes will
But Barnes
was deflated by the LBW shouts being
yes,
turned down.
That's
I think,
right.
a bit.
That's right. Well, he's in again now, and this one is defended into the onside. Ackerman picks up mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 61 to Masood, 16 to Madsen, 111 for 2 Derbyshire, trailing by 102.
It is key because it looks like the pitch is going to play the sort of same way throughout, really. It hasn't. It's a good cricket wicket, really. There's a little bit there for the bowlers, and any sort of lead, let alone a big one, life is going to be very difficult if Leicestershire are, 100 behind on first innings, something like that, one feels.
We haven't had a day off yet.
No.
We thought we were going to get one in the last match, but we didn't. When 16 wickets fell on day 2. Only 3 more wickets fell after that.
Just the one slip now for Mulder bowling to Shan Masood. Azad standing at first. Ackerman has gone out to mid-on, so they're looking to contain the left-hander as Mulder goes in and bowls to him, and it goes straight to Ackerman at mid-on. Played firmly, bunted back down the pitch on the onside by Shan Masood. 61 off 88. He scored quickly this morning.
He doesn't hang around, does he?
20 off 41. Now 61 off 88. .41 off 47 balls then so far today from Masood. As Mulder is in and bowls to him, he's forward defensive, leaning forward. Doesn't get to the pitch of it. He doesn't mind it. The ball is in the air for a very short moment when it leaves his bat. Because it's usually travelling pretty quickly when it does.
Nick Buxton says if Masood carries on at this rate, he's going to overtake Michael Divenuto as my favourite overseas player ever. It wasn't long ago, he says, that an opener getting into double figures got them the freedom of the city of Derby. Yeah, it is remarkable.
Mulder in, bowls, drops a little bit shorter, he waits for it, dabs it down towards gully, doesn't quite time it or place it as he would have liked to, so it bounces quite nicely towards Davis, who's at a sort of backward point, wide gully position, and he makes the stop.
The problem is, of course, that we will get to speak to him almost every match, and slowly but surely I'm running out of things to ask him. Because he bats in pretty much the same way all the time. It's much easier to ask other batsmen about him.
Mulder is in, bowls, he's pushing across the line slightly and pushing it out wide of mid-on stroke mid-wicket. Between the two, it's Ackerman who gets there first and throws the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Masood had made his ground. Let's just look like they think they can get him leg before the ball that's coming in, and are bowling accordingly. They need one to probably straighten a little bit.
Yet to be leg before wicket, caught twice and stumped once.
Mulder over the wicket to the right-handed Madsen, who is defending on the back foot, back past the bowler. Parkinson runs across from the covers and picks up, and there's no run. Quite pleasant now.
It is, isn't it?
With the sun not consistently out, but plenty of blue sky around, although the wind remains strong and coolish. Mulder is in, bowls, squares up Madsen a little bit, but bat in front of Paddy, gets the bat behind it, head right over the ball, almost crouching as he plays the shot. End of the over. I think Derbyshire will be delighted to have lost just guessed this morning. You're going from 36 for 1 to 112 for 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because it's just a little bit of nibble there, really. Leicestershire needed 2 or 3, really, this morning, I think. They needed Derbyshire to be 4 down at lunch, and at the moment, just the 1.
Well, yesterday Derbyshire got 4 in the morning, didn't they? And then by tea, they got another 3 in the afternoon. Wrapped it up. and then lost one themselves by the close. So as days go, that was pretty much spot on. As Barnes begins a new over, it's played into the ground, possibly into his foot by Shan Masood. The ball rolls out into the offside, and there's no run. A lot of club cricketers will be getting ready for their first games tomorrow, won't they, of the new season. Good luck to everybody who's playing. Looks like it's going to be good weather, which is always slightly irritating when you've had a couple of really nice weekends before the season starts, and then of course it always rains on the opening day. I think everybody's going to get away with it this week, which is good. Barnes around the wicket, balls. That's turned into the leg side by Masood. Just to the right of Will Davis. And as a result, they managed to pick up a single. Buren Hendricks does the fielding at mid-on. I'd like to stand next to Buren Hendricks. He's a big man, isn't he?
He'd block the wind.
Yes, he would. He's
good conversation, though, as
well.
He's a very
good lad.
Interesting man and pleasant man.
He's a unit. Keeping himself loose for whenever Colin Ackerman calls on him next. Barnes bowls to Madsen, who gets hurried by that one and struck as he falls over. Whereabouts was he struck? Inside of the back leg, possibly. He's not showing any pain. That's what you're always taught. Masood spots the fact that he might be in a little bit of trouble, so he goes down to have a chat with him just to make sure he doesn't dwell on it for too long, or isn't forced to get into a position to play the next delivery too quickly. Barnes has bowled all right here. He's bowled the odd poor ball, but bowlers do generally. They get hit for boundaries, but he's bowled pretty well. He's in again from the pavilion end and bowls to Madsen, who gets the inside half of the bat on that defensive shot out into the offside towards Davis at cover.
I feel he's making sort of steady progress. Barnes got into the side at last season and has held his place, helped by his batting, actually. It's sort of got him the nod once or twice, probably ahead of...
Always useful,
isn't it? 50-50, but his bowling, obviously, is why he's in the side, and there are signs of, as I say, steady improvement.
His next delivery to Madsen, he's pushed out into the offside again, and once more it's Will Davis who does the fielding nicely, bending down, picks up with his right hand. Just saw... you mentioned it once, but just saw Parkinson at the corner of my eye, windmilling his arms. He'll fancy a go before lunch. I'd be surprised if we didn't see him before lunch. He's going to get some drift on this breeze, which is slightly stronger than a breeze. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. There he is again.
Yeah, 35 overs with this ball now.
113 for 2. Barnes in, and that one is pushed out into the offside. No. So there's Madsen. And that's because a run, well, there wasn't one there. 113 for 2 at the end of the over. Madsen 16, Masood 63. Derbyshire trail by exactly 100 now. And as Richard said, we'll be very pleased indeed with the way the first hour and 20 minutes or so have gone here at Grace Road this morning.
Because the runs have come at a decent rate. Lost just the one wicket. Masood checks his guard with umpire Pratt. Will still, of course, be Vian Mulder. He's going to come around the wicket and bowls. Comes back in a touch. He leans forward and just turns his wrists on that defensive shot. Masood pushing the ball out towards mid-wicket.
I went for the normal sized pizza last night. The same shop. Very good value, but the 14-inch, which I hadn't realised was going to be 14 inches, was quite frankly far too big, really. I ate it all, but...
I was going to say, did you not keep a bit for...
I didn't feel particularly well after I'd finished it. Like Mr. Creosote from the Meaning of Life.
Mulder is in, bowls, and it's worked away again off middle and leg by Masood, pushing it out towards wider mid-wicket. This time Parkinson has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, and it's a comfortable single. He looks at the blade of his bat a little, not critically, but quizzically. Masood there, happy enough with it, rehearses the shot and has a little chat to umpire Pratt. Mulder back over the wicket to the right-handed Madsen. Of course, bright sunshine as he comes in and bowls. Madsen is crab-like as he advances and then pushes at the delivery forward. Out towards Parkinson in the covers. A little bit of ground to make up to the ball, but it travelled fairly slowly, so did so with no chance of a quick single.
Adam New's been in touch via Twitter, says, unfortunately I've been dragged down to the fair at Mark Eaton Park in Derby, so missing out on the morning of watching Shan Masood bat. I've told the family they owe me something special in compensation.
Mulder is in, hurries Madsen again, but always, as always, he gets something behind it and indicates that it's coming back in, that there's still a little bit of movement off the seam, and there may be throughout. Masood's waving at the pavilion. What would he like? He'd like a drink, judging by that action. 114 for 2.
It's warm. It is quite. It's warm in the sun. Obviously, the sun's at its strongest fairly soon, isn't it?
Mulder is in, bowls. Madsen is forward on middle and off, pushing the ball out again to Parkinson at extra cover. He's kind of stopped windmilling his arm, so it may have been a hint rather than a reaction to having been told he's going to get a chance.
Lewis Rees on drinks duty. He's got a pair of gloves as well for Masood, I think. Just the one pair, so only one of the batsmen needs new gloves.
Mulder in to finish his over. Bowls, and Madsen is pushing again. He's shuffling forward and trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Pushes it out in front of point, but you heard the no-no from Madsen as it was picked up by George Rhodes at point. Both batsmen head towards Lewis Rees, who walks on with a drink for both. 114 for 2 then from 36 for 1 at the start of play. Couldn't really have gone too much better as far as Derbyshire are concerned, but it is still difficult. It's not easy out there for the batsmen, and that emphasises what a good start this has been for the visitors. They trail by just 99 now with 8 wickets in hand.
Nottinghamshire stay in the wilderness of the second division. Well, 120 for 1, trailing Durham by 110 at Chester Street. They're on top in that match, but a clatter of wickets. We're all Durham, aren't we, really? Middlesex are 233 for 7 and lead Glamorgan by 111 at Sophia Gardens, and Worcestershire are batting on. They're 408 for 7 now at New Road against Sussex, who last week conceded more than 500 runs in the first innings at the county ground, and now it's 408 for 7 at New Road. I think their bowlers will be absolutely shattered. New over begins, and it's Buren Hendricks who's back over the wicket to Masood, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run.
That was a better spell than the figures suggest for Barnes. He was a little bit unlucky on a couple of occasions.
Yes, I thought he bowled nicely. There was just a flurry, and he was only half of that flurry, but where there was something like 4 boundaries in very quick succession, which moved the score along really quickly.
Yeah, it was a 6-over spell.
Hendricks bowls, and that's cut away. That might no, it won't go all the way for 4 because the man comes over. It will go for 4. Oh dear, oh dear. The man down at third man slid around the boundary. Looked like he'd got there. Did get there, really. Got a fair bit of the ball, but it was going at such a speed that it bounced out of his hand and over the boundary, which is a little disappointing for Hendricks. 118 for 2.
It is Barnes down there.
Oh, was it? I didn't want to name him. I wasn't entirely sure who it was.
Horrible though when it's sort of bouncing towards you like that at a rate of knots. He did
it's probably the shortest part of from the bat to the boundary as well, where he's standing. It was struck hard by Masood, who's on 68 now, and now he's on 72 because he's just played a really nice shot off the back foot out to the cover boundary for 4. And as we've seen before, one boundary brings a second. And Masood's moved into the 70s now. He's on 72 from 98 deliveries. Derbyshire 122 for 2, trailing by 91.
So he's actually scoring, let's see, 98 minus 41 is
57.
57, and he's got 52. this morning, so he's almost a runner ball. These are brutal runs, really, on a pitch that's giving the bowlers a little bit of assistance.
That's something that Mickey Arthur said about him on Sundays. This next one is driven, but straight to the man at mid-off, Callum Parkinson. He said the one thing that impressed him above all else is the amount of runs that he does pick up. If there's a chance to take a run, he will take it every single time. And that has been very much a hallmark. As I say, the first 50 at Lord's took him 100 balls on his debut. And by the time he was out on 91, it was 150 balls. And since then, he's pretty much travelled at that kind of pace. He's waiting now on 72, and Hendricks bowls to mid defends. And he's called Wayne Madsen through for a quick single. He's going to get there as well. There was a dive in an attempt to pick up the ball and shovel it towards the stumps by Will Davis, but he didn't collect it, and in the end it was comfortable. But I think Wayne Madsen might have been startled initially by the call of yes.
I guess they'll get used to it, the Derbyshire batters, expecting to run or to be called for a few quick ones, but scoring at this pace really hurts teams, doesn't it, as well? Gives your captain so many options.
1, 2, 3 for 2. Around the wicket comes Hendricks, and it's defended by Madsen. It's the final ball of the Hendricks over. He's now bowled 11 and taken 1 for 37. A couple of maidens in there as well. Madsen has 16. Masood has 73. Derbyshire 1, 2, 3 for 2, trailing by 90.
Helmet's coming out. Bowley's bringing out the helmet, so it looks like we are now going to see Callum Parkinson. The helmet coming out obviously for wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. Fletch pops next door. So there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester before too long. Callum Parkinson going to have his first bowl of the innings. Was left out against Durham last week. Did play in the first game against Worcestershire here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 1 for 141 of 31 overs. He wasn't the only one to suffer, but at the hands of Worcestershire, but suffer he did. So he'll be very keen to get into this Derbyshire lineup if he can. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Masood. He's got a slip. Ackerman is still setting his field though. He's at a short, straight mid-wicket. He has a deep backward point. The man on the 45 behind square, as he goes in, tosses it up, and it's pushed firmly back to him by Masood. Gave it plenty of air there, Callum Parkinson. Almost got to it on the full Masood. Got to the pitch of the ball, but just drove it firmly back down the pitch. Parkinson is in. Bowls onto the legs of Masood, just worked out towards mid-wicket wide of George Rhodes, who scrambles round, picks up and throws, but a very comfortable single by Masood's standards moves him on to 74. Brings Madsen down on strike to face the left arm spinner for the first time. Necessitates a few changes to the field. Update coming very shortly for BBC Radio Leicester as Parkinson is in. Bowles tosses it right up, full toss that is just paddled around the corner, and that might run away for 4. Can Evans get there? He can get there. Didn't quite get all of it, so Madsen has to settle for 2. Here comes the update. Fox is struggling a little bit. They haven't bowled badly, but they've only picked up the 1 wicket so far this morning, that of Brooke Guest, who went leg before wicket to Will Davis for 23. Derbyshire 60 for 2 at that stage. They've moved on to 126 for 2. Shan Masood on the back of a half-century and century in his previous 2 innings for Derbyshire. He's 74, not out, survived a very good leg before shout off Ed Barnes when he was on just 50. Wayne Madsen, who averages 58 on this ground against Leicestershire, he is is on 18. He was dropped down the leg side on just 4 by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Vian Mulder. So in a way, the Foxes have got them only themselves to blame. If they can pick up a wicket or two before lunch, however, they'll feel they're still in the game. But at the moment, Derbyshire making solid progress. They're 127 for 2. As Parkinson bowls and pushed out into the offside by Masood. Madsen moved on to 19, did pick up a single when I was doing that update. Parkinson is in and bowls very full. Masood waits for it but plays it firmly back down the pitch to the left arm spinner. End of his first over. 4 from it. No obvious signs of turn. 127 for 2, so 91 added. And there is still half an hour to go before lunch. Lovely down here now. If you get out of the wind and sit in the sun, you can really enjoy yourself down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. If sunbathing is your thing, of course. It might not be. Watching cricket in the sun is always rather nicer, though. Hendricks round the wicket from the pavilion end to Madsen. Bowls. Madsen is forward, on driving, doesn't middle it quite. Comes off the inside part of the bat, runs down the pitch on the onside. Parkinson picks up at mid-on. There's no run. Wind. Hope it's not too noisy. Let me know if it is in the effects mic, and I will turn it down a little bit. Trees stirring the new leaves of the lime trees down Milligan Road. Hendricks is in, full, driving out into the offside this time, Madsen, but again doesn't quite get all of it, and it runs straight out towards mid-off. There's no run. Looks like Ben Mike is out there, 12th man. Somebody has popped off, perhaps for a comfort break.
That was far to go as us, did they?
127 for 2. Hendricks is in, much straighter. Madsen lurking in his crease, defends on the back foot, getting everything behind the ball as he pushes it out into the offside. Just 86 behind now, Derbyshire. First innings, 8 wickets still in hand. Hendricks sort of walks into his run and then kicks up his heels and bowls, foolish, and looking to drive Madsen past Hendricks. But you heard him call wait. He thought for a minute there might be a run in it, but Mike got across from mid-off and made this stop.
Fat Boy Slim's just like the tweet I've been mentioning. I don't think it's the Fat Boy Slim. This one's from Manchester. Or Islamabad. Depending on which bit of his bio you believe.
Hendricks in, bowls, line and length. Madsen solidly forward, pushing it out to Mike. No run, just the one slip now, Azad. Hendricks bowling to Madsen. 39 overs almost bowled with this ball. We've shown what a difference it makes when it does go softer, the movement. And obviously the seam is reduced. Hendricks is in and bowls, crashing off drive, half stop, diving across to his right in the covers. Means that it's slowed down, but although Barnes is cross with himself for not stopping it cleanly, he probably saved 3 runs there. Mike ran round behind him and picked it up as it ran about 10 yards behind him, but had he not got a hand to it, that would have been crossing the ropes of the extra cover boundary for 4. So Madsen keeps the strike, moves on to 20, end of the over, 128 for 2. Masood 74.
I I think we'd have been happy with that stop, wouldn't we? That half stop there from...
I would have considered my job to have been
yes, well and truly done.
Did my best.
It was an excellent effort. Madsen on strike then as Callum Parkinson bowls around the wicket, and that one's left alone outside the off. We pushed that one through at some pace. Left arm spinner. 20 from 51 deliveries, Wayne Madsen this morning, following the departure of Brooke Guest for 23. Next delivery is just guided out off the back foot into the off side. Madsen, a decent player of spin over the years. A decent player of Leicestershire's bowlers, if what Richard was telling us earlier is anything to go by. Callum Parkinson loses his run up now.
Maybe the wind. Yeah, the stats would back me up.
Oh yes.
It's not just an impression.
No.
Although the impression is I've been watching him for many hours.
This next delivery is driven, and he's going to get a single here as it beats the man in at extra cover, who is Colin Ackerman, and goes all the way up to a deep mid-off or a long off out in the far distance. And as a result, they're going to strengthen. Actually, no, that was it. They took a run, so it's not as a result of that last shot. They're just changing the field for Masood. They've got a man in quite close on the drive on the onside for Shan Masood. So he drives it straight back to Callum Parkinson. Full delivery. Just got the end of the bat on it to push it back towards the bowler. Doesn't take long to get through his overs. He's in again now, and that one is defended by Masood very watchfully. He'll have spotted it's 12:38. So he's not going to get to three figures before lunch now. You wouldn't have thought. Unless he goes mad. So we won't want to give it away here. 74 not out. Parkinson bowls to him, and it's turned into the leg side. And there is no run at the end of Parkinson's second over. He's conceded just 5 runs. Masood on 74, Madsen on 21. Derbyshire 129 for 2 now, trailing by 84. We deploy McKinnon, Dahl and Thompson of the people who can definitely bat. We saw Nick Potts hit the only 6 of the Derbyshire innings against Sussex. He made 9 from 9 balls. Hit a 6 over the members' pavilion, which was a pretty decent shot. And then Sam Connors and Saranga Lakmal will scrap for the right not to come in at number 10.
Bjorn Hendricks, 12 overs in the innings, 1 for 38. Will continue from the pavilion end around the wicket to Madsen, and he stopped in the act of running up, and Masood sort of apologises to him. I don't know whether he and umpire Bainton were having a chat or something, or words were said, but either way it disturbed Bjorn Hendricks. He decided not to deliver the ball. He's in and bowling. A flashing attempt at a drive comes off a thick inside edge from Madsen. It wasn't there really to be driven. Certainly wasn't at the pitch of it. And it ran out towards mid-wicket when he was aiming through wide extra cover.
Yes, I was looking, trying to see where the ball had gone into the offside there. Certainly where he wanted it to go.
It's been a sort of battling in it. Well, they're always battling from Wayne Madsen. He's had to work really hard for his 21 from 54 balls as Hendricks in to him, bowls, and he's going to pick up big runs there as he steers it away, doesn't try and hit it too hard through Point, who goes running back from backward Point. I think that's Kimber out there. Yes, it is. Gets his throw away. Big tall man. Madsen picks up 3, moves on to 24. Swindles. Parkinson, often the 2 loudest in the side in terms of encouragement.
He's given up on his 83 for 4 though, whatever it was he was shouting before.
Yeah, it'll be 140 for 4 at the next shout. I would say. In goes Hendricks and bowls and worked off his legs very calmly by Masood, who does pretty much everything pretty calmly. Unhurried is how you might describe him as a batter, whether attacking or defending. Picks up 1, moves on to 75. And 3 for 2.
Yes, I'm fairly certain he doesn't sweat. He doesn't appear to. They're taking the ball to the umpire now. This ball, I mean, really, it's not the right shape. It's bits falling off it. It'll never go through those calipers, and it won't. They're going to change the ball.
That was an immediate decision.
There wasn't it just, yeah. So it's clearly a long way out of shape.
Umpire Bainton, yeah, didn't even look close to getting through the hoop, or you call them calipers.
I don't know if that's the right word, really. Is that the right word, a caliper?
It's a frame, isn't it, with a sort of circle in it.
Yeah,
that they
it has to
pass
get
the ball
through, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
What's the right word for one of those?
It's like a calibration tool, isn't it? But the balls have been brought out by Will Davis. He's brought the attaché case of balls out.
I just think Leicester should keep them in that. It looks like the sort of nuclear code box, doesn't it, or something like
very
that.
Nice,
but
no. Pratt's come across to give umpire Bainton a hand as he tries to pick a ball. It can't be that easy.
No, one that needs to be 40 overs old, approximately 40.3 precisely.
No, it's closed on his fingers. The attaché case. They've got, yeah, that one will do that. We'll make
Looks
sure.
quite shiny, isn't it? Looking at the sun reflecting off its shined surface at 40 overs should be a bit shiny.
Well, Buren Hendricks just looked at it there and sort of went, not sure about it, didn't he? It was almost a look of disdain when he was given the new, the changed ball. It's not a new ball, obviously.
Well, they're not used to this, Hendricks and Mulder. They're used to balls lasting, I suppose, and having to be.
It's made of concrete.
Yeah. This is a very different thing. Well, it's pretty similar, actually, but it has slightly different properties. Hendricks is in. He bowls full and a solid, firm drive out to mid-off from Madsen. Ball sounds a little bit different. They do sometimes, but again, he might not quite have come out of the middle. Everybody's looking at it a little critically. Davis and Parkinson, mid-off, mid-on. Now Davis tosses the ball to Hendricks, who doesn't seem too bothered about anything very much. Just turns, transfers the ball into his left hand, runs in and bowls, forced out off the back foot into the offside, behind point, but more or less straight to Kimber by Madsen. That sounded a bit better. But it went straight to the fielder.
A lot of roadworks in Leicester city centre, I noticed. Dear, oh dear.
And as you drive up this way as well, near the football ground, in goes Hendricks and bowls a little bit of lift, and it flew over about fourth slip, sort of wide-ish gully, bounced a long way short of third man, but disconcerted Madsen, sort of played it quite well. It rose up on him. His bat, that said, was very far from being vertical. He was almost getting on the back foot, looking to cut it away. Took a thick top edge. But that ball, different properties, a little bit of extra bounce. Madsen picks up one, gets away with it in a way, 134 for 2.
It does. It was too close to him to cut it, wasn't it? And I think it just got a bit big on him, and he was fortunate he didn't just edge it straight through to the keeper or the solitary slip. Callum Parkinson, there was 15 minutes of the session to go, in from the Bennett end, bowls to Madsen, who pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Stick the cap on and Go for a sit outside at lunch, I think. Catch up with a few people as Parkinson around the wicket, balls to Madsen, who just guides it into the offside, and they go through for a quick single, despite the fact that Louis Kimber was quickly onto the ball. He didn't throw it in the end. Madsen moves on to 26, 135 for 2. I don't normally suffer from cramp. I'm very fortunate, but last night...
Oh, did you suffer?
Oh, my right calf. I woke up with it clearly cramping, and I was limping around the hotel room. It was a bit embarrassing, really. I'm glad there was nobody. Well, I'm not glad there was nobody else there, but I was glad there was nobody else there. This one's turned into the leg side by Masood to Kimber, who's at just slightly backward square leg, and it still hurts now.
Might just, be a bit bruised if it cramped. It can leave it nasty.
But don't normally suffer from it. Next delivery is defended by Masood.
It's all that running you do.
I know. It's all these stairs I've been climbing to get up
here. There's that.
That might well have done me.
40 steps.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Blimey. Parkinson in, turned into the leg side by Masood. It does go to Kimber again to his right. He can't pick up cleanly though. Masood scampers through for another single. He moves to 76, 136 for 2 now. So they've added 100 this morning so far.
The loss of 1 wicket, and if you had offered Derbyshire that, I think they would have taken it for sure.
No question. Parkinson to Madsen, who pushes out 2. I think that's Ackerman. And the covers, it's the end of the over, 136 for 2. Parkinson now bowled 3 overs for 7. Masood has 76. Madsen has 26. Yeah, I don't think there's any question that Derbyshire would have taken that.
Especially if Masood was going to be not out at lunch, as looks to be possible. Vian Mulder is going to replace Bjorn Hendricks. He's going to have a go for the first time in his Leicestershire career from the pavilion end. Be interesting to see what he makes of the slope up to the square.
It's familiar. It's becoming a very familiar waddle. He moves from side to side as he walks. Yeah, if Derbyshire are batting at the close and they carry on at the current rate, they'll have a lead of 130, 140. I mean, that's a considerable lead, isn't it?
It is, when the pitch is offering a little bit to the bowlers.
But then again, we thought that last week when Derbyshire had a lead of 331.
That wasn't a bad lead, first innings lead.
Not bad first innings lead in which you failed to win the match. At least they didn't lose.
Mulder around the wicket to Masood, who's looking to flick down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. It is taken by Swindles, diving away to his right. He does tend to be a little affected when something doesn't go right. He becomes noticeably quieter, understandably, I suppose, in a way. He's still a young man, still to a certain extent learning, well, definitely learning his profession and improving, but he will feel, and in the circumstances, he's let down his teammates. Be trying to reassure him as Mulder is in and bowls again down the leg side. Shorter ball goes past the hip of Masood as he tries to flick it away. And again, a comfortable take really for Swindles, around about waist high. Didn't have to dive. $100 for 1 in the morning session. Derbyshire at the moment. Masood 56 of those runs. Mulder is in, bowls straighter this time. Meets a very vertical bat, very nice straight bat from Shan Masood. Plays it firmly out into the offside. No run, slightly not fair haired, but light brown hair. Vian Mulder. An oddly sort of tentative walk, as we've already described. Slightly bow-legged, but when he gets into his stride, looks every inch the athlete. In he goes and bowls, and Masood covers up on the back foot again as the ball comes back in towards him from around the wicket, pushes it down the pitch on the onside. Davis fields. No run. How long until lunch? Now, about 9 minutes, so maybe, certainly 2, possibly 3 more overs. Parkinson will bowl one of them, so it should be 3, you would hope. Mulder is in and bowls. Masood solid in defence again. Out to Davis. Again, obviously, there's no run. Mid off or mid on.
Yeah, it's important these two try and stay there until the interval so that they can get going again in the afternoon session. It was 292 they put on last week for the 3rd wicket.
Mulder to finish his over, his 9th, is in, and again turning his wrists on that one. Fuller delivery, but going in towards Midland leg and pushed out towards mid-wicket by Shan Masood, where Ed Barnes is the fielder end of the over. 136 for 2. Masood 76, Madsen 26. Came together when Brooke Guest was given out leg before wicket to Will Davis for 23 with a score on 60. Well over an hour ago now. An hour and 20 minutes ago. So an excellent partnership between these two. It's now worth 76 runs.
How's the tapas place?
Yeah, how was that tapas place? Here is here's Callum Parkinson from the Bennett end, bowls to Madsen, who goes back into his crease and forces it out towards the covers, where it's fielded there by Buren Hendricks.
A couple of tapas places I can think of in Leicester.
Yeah, never been in one. I don't share food. 137 for 2.
You can get your own.
Can you? It's a bit rude that though, isn't it, in a tapas bar? Masood on strike. He's got 76 and he defends this next delivery from Parkinson up to Ackerman. Was it Ackerman?
Azad is at ball in
Oh,
hand
beg
at
your
the
pardon.
moment.
It is Azad, you're right. I saw the 4 and guessed the rest. Ackerman's at slip. Parkinson bowls. Bottom of the bat. Driven. He picks up a single as Masood to move to 77. On 38 for 2, the lead down to 75 now. Madsen on 27.
Azad comes scampering around to the 45.
Halfway through this Parkinson over as he bowls to Madsen, who drives it beyond the tumbling attempt to stop it from Parkinson on the offside of straight. It goes through for a comfortable single. 141 for 2. Just taking it nice and easy until the interval now, these two Derbyshire batsmen, nothing silly. Parkinson's in again, and that one is turned into the leg side, in between the two men close in on the leg side. So it goes all the way out to Hendricks, and Masood picks up another one. Moves to 78, 140 for 280, the partnership between these two from 120 balls. Good strike rate.
Absolutely.
Really good strike rate from these two. As Parkinson in to complete his over, it's driven into the ground and just beyond the dive of, I think, that isn't Colin Ackerman. It's still not Ackerman.
It's George Rhodes.
George Rhodes. Thank you. I'll get there on about 5 o'clock on Sunday.
If we're still here.
If we're still here. 141 we will be. 141 for 2. Masood has 78. Madsen has 29 at the end of that over from Parkinson. There'll certainly be time for one more over from the pavilion end, and if they look sharp, might be time for another one from the Bennett end as well.
They milked that over with, from Leicestershire's point of view, a really concerning degree of comfort, didn't they? Masood and Madsen picking off the singles, didn't take any risks, yet still scored 4 runs from the, 5 runs was it from the over,
5 in the end,
141
yeah.
for 2.
Yeah.
So plenty for Leicestershire to think about. If they can just pick up one before the interval, will lift the Foxes going into the break. Madsen counts the fielders, use up a couple of minutes, but a couple of seconds. As over the wicket to him goes Vian Mulder on the back foot. He just drops it out towards point. There is no one there. Barnes has to run up from cover to field. Point Kimber is back at a deepish backward, well, deep backward point. So again, a single easily and comfortably taken by Madsen, who's moved into the 30s now and starting to bat it with an assurance with which Leicestershire supporters are familiar. We've been through the stats. Round the wicket goes Mulder and bowls, worked off his Midland leg by Masood, again with real certainty, and the ball isn't doing what it was for the first hour and a half for sure of this session, but that's been the way of it, hasn't it? This now is a ball that is approximately, because it was changed at 40 overs, just over 44 overs old, but that's sort of, this is the time at which they start to go soft, these Duke balls, and the seam becomes less pronounced and batting becomes a somewhat easier prospect. Mulder is in, bowls outside off stump, the outswinger, but started wide, went wider. Madsen had nothing to do with it. Speaking of going soft, I've got a bar of chocolate there. You haven't left it in the sun, have you? Well, it's in the sun now. I don't think it's going to be a bit of a mess. You've got a pool of chocolate there. Oh, no. Oh, dear. We're popping next door in a moment to update. Yes, that's true. I'll move it. I'll pour it somewhere else. Mulder is in again outside off stump. Again the outswing, not taken cleanly by Swindles, falling across first slip as it bounced just before him. Second time, and he only trickles a yard or two behind him. Towards the helmet, actually. We had a helmet hit in the last match up at Durham. It wasn't so far from being hit there, but Azad intercepted before it could get there. How many balls left? 2. We should get another over from Parkinson. We should. Leicestershire will want to because, well, obviously they want to take a wicket, but as in goes Mulder and bowls, worked off his legs by Madsen out towards deep backward square. Parkinson runs in and fields, gets his throwaway single taken. They don't want to get too far behind on over 8. It's only -1 at the moment, but they'd be 66 if they get in one more. So they'd only be 2 behind, wouldn't they? What it should be. Should be 64. Yeah. So that's not too bad. They can make it up, can't they? Especially with Parkinson, and I would think Ackerman will bowl himself this afternoon as well. Mulder is in to finish his over around the wicket, and as is becoming increasingly familiar, Masood just works him away off Midland leg down towards backward square and takes 1. Last 3 overs have looked pretty straightforward. Neil Bangson's looking at his watch. Just going to let them bowl another one. Got to be umpire Pratt getting 2 behind the stumps. Yes, good. 1 more. I know it's technically mine, but... Do you need to pop next door? Well, I'll do a couple. Okay. I like to pull my weight if I possibly can. Parkinson then's going to be bowling to Shan Masood. He's on 80. Pakistan batsman. He's in now, and I don't think we're going to see much different to that for the rest of the over as he defends it up to man at mid-on. And there's no run. He could rattle through this over quite quickly, could Parkinson, who's in again. And Masood gets a leading edge as he tries to defend it straight back to the bowler. It goes out into the offside. Davis does the fielding. There he is again. Lancastrian. That one is guided out into the offside by Masood. They've run 1. They're going to come back for a second. No, they're not. Shan Masood says, hang on a minute. 3 balls from lunch. You stay there. 146 for 2. Masood moves on to 81. Parkinson around the wicket to Madsen, who drives it back past him out towards long off, takes one, something he did 3 times in the previous Parkinson over. Moves on to 32, 147 for 2. Parkinson back over the wicket to Masood, who is forward, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out towards mid-off. Davis runs across from cover to field. 1 ball to go in the session, which has belonged very much to Derbyshire. Parkinson, the sun glinting off his fair hair, is in. There's appeal for leg before. As he leant forward, he was a long way forward. He holds the pose. Umpire Pratt turns the appeal down. Just perhaps a hint of desperation about it. And that is lunch. Derbyshire will take lunch in a position of not complete control, because it only needs 2 or 3 quick wickets. And they still have plenty to do, but they are in a wonderfully strong position. They are taking lunch on 147 for 2. They trail by just 66 runs with 8 first innings wickets in hand. Shan Masood is on 81 off 127 balls. Wayne Madsen is on 32 off 69. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, and then we'll all have some lunch. Derbyshire, as I say, will enjoy it. Players have just left the field. Very much Derbyshire's morning, I'm afraid. They've moved on from their overnight score of 36 for 1 to 147 for 2. The only wicket to fall, that of Brooke Guest, who was leg before wicket to Will Davis for 23. Made the score 60 for 2. Shan Masood, the Pakistan international opener, he has moved on from 20 to 81 not out. Survived a very good leg before shout off Ed Barnes when he was on 50. And Wayne Madsen, who's been a thorn in Leicestershire's side throughout his career, averages 58 on this ground. Well, he is 32 not out, but he was dropped on 4 down the leg side by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Vian Mulder. So the Foxes an awful lot of work to do to get back into the game. Derbyshire still trail on first innings by 66 runs, but with 8 wickets in hand, they'll anticipate overhauling Leicestershire's first innings score of 213 pretty soon after lunch. They're 147 for 2.
conservatorship, yeah. These look quite decent. What a little bit on ceiling, Brent, but these look good.
Oh, how you doing? You okay? Nice to see you. Right. See you in a bit.
Capable of getting 70 this season when he's playing for us. You see the dismissal in that game where that guy was mad like time? That was an absolute shock. This guy, he made that 20 games. He was averaging 20 before. Well, apart from the fact it was outside the line, it was high. sorry, yours is not read mine up.
Good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. And I'm pleased to be able to tell you that after a cloudy, cool morning, it's a glorious afternoon down here in South Leicester at the moment. Especially if you're out of the wind, it's just beautiful. And at Derbyshire will be enjoying the sunshine and the position they are in, because they are about to resume on 147 for 2 in their first innings, replying to Leicestershire's 213. They are therefore only 66 behind, with those 8 first innings wickets intact, one of which belongs to Shan Masood, who is on 81 off 127 balls. And is breaking records, as you will hear shortly, joining the record breakers. And Wayne Madsen, who has broken so many records against Leicestershire, were very bored of it and be grateful if he'd go and do something else for once. He's on 32 off 69 balls. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby.
Well, 32 is very apposite for Wayne Madsen, because that's how many centuries he's got for Derbyshire. He's got 33 in total.
Against Leicestershire?
No, in total.
It feels that way.
He got 30. He got his 32nd against Sussex last week. Shan Masood will be at the non-strikers end for this first over, being bowled by Ed Barnes. Has now equalled the record for number of scores of 50 or more at the start of his Derbyshire career. That is 4, of course. He joins Simon Katic, Kim Barnett, Shivnaran Chanderpaul and Matt Critchley, who all got 4 half centuries or better in their opening 4 matches. Here is Ed Barnes then, bowling from the pavilion end to Wayne Madsen, who cracks this one into the offside, and I mean cracks it. It was a strange looking shot. He was trying to cut it, but he got too much of it, I think. As a result, it just went out into the offside, where it was fielded by Bjorn Mulder. And there is, or was, no run, but a great position for Derbyshire to be in. 147 for 2. Masood 19 away from recording back-to-back centuries. Having started his Derbyshire career with back-to-back half centuries, and Barnes bowls to Madsen, and that one just hits him high up on the bat as he pushed forward. He got a long way forward, used his feet. He's now looking at his bat, but that was probably off the splice into the ground, out into the onside.
Being watched by his family.
Indeed, yes. His wife and daughters are here. His daughters were feeding Brunty's dogs, enjoying themselves. Very pleasant day to watch the cricket down in front of this pavilion. It's quite sheltered as Barnes bowls, and Madsen pushes it out into the offside off the back foot. No run. It's fielded there by George Rhodes. Sticks overload with Shan Masood. Should he carry on batting and get to 3 figures? It might be a slight delay, because he'll have to photograph the moment as well.
Is it fair to say that this is the most testing pitch he's faced in his brief Derbyshire?
Yeah, potentially. It's turned into the leg side. So, well, the one at Derby wasn't testing in any manner of means. Although, having said that, Lewis recently is deployed, were both out for single figures. Not many other players were out.
I mean, it's by no means a bad pitch.
No.
Here.
No.
But
The one at Lords was pretty decent. Derbyshire needed about 4 runs and over to win that game, and by the time they got to tea, they still only needed 4.5 runs and over, but Tom Helm got 3 quick wickets and they shut up shop and survived very comfortably in the end. As Barnes is in again, and that was cut away off the back foot. There is going to be runs here. There'll be at least 2 of them. I think just 2 of them possibly, as it's been caught by Kimber. Potentially. No, not Kimber at all. It's Mulder. What are you talking about? He's quite tall though. And they do get back for 3, in fact. Kimber. Absolute fool. Where is Kimber? Can't see any taller
he's
people.
At point at the moment, just backward of point.
Oh, so he was running for the ball along with Mulder. You can see why I was confused.
Backward point, as in to the left-hander.
Oh, right, so he's nowhere near the ball.
No.
He looks a bit shorter than he did before lunch. Madsen's moved on to 35. The 150's up for Derbyshire. I always think 150's something and nothing, aren't they, really? As Barnes bowls to Masood, whose first delivery after lunch is defended out into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of the Barnes over. He's bowled 9 overs for 36 now. He's bowled better than that. Bless him, Ed. But he hasn't got any reward. Masood has 81, Madsen has 35, and Derbyshire are 150 for 263 behind.
And sweaters being shed by Callum Parkinson. He's swapping, excuse me, sweaters.
Has he gone sleeveless?
12th man. He wants.
He's gone sleeveless, hasn't he?
No, he's gone long sleeved from sleeveless. The wind out there.
He thought he was being brave by going out in a sleeveless one. You wouldn't think he was from the north, would you? Been down here too long.
Perhaps he was hoping to continue his pre-lunch spell, a little burst of 3 overs, but they milked it away quite comfortably, didn't they? These two, Masood and Madsen. So Ackerman, Leicestershire have gone back to seam from both ends. Ackerman himself is at a very straight, short, mid-on, as in goes Davis and bowls on the legs to Madsen, who very calmly turns it off to backward square. Could be thought about a second, as Evans had to make ground to get to the ball, but wisely and correctly decided not to take on Evans' arm, and it was a decent throw.
There's one for you. Have you had that press release yet?
Well, we thought he'd get a big appointment for Wasim Khan. I thought he might get the Yorkshire job, funnily enough, because that sort of seemed to be made for him. However, he has been appointed ICC General Manager of Cricket, the former Leicestershire Chief Executive, former Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board, Leicestershire and a chance to shine. He takes over from Jeff Allardyce, of whom I've never heard, who spent 8 years in the role.
Oh, excellent. Made his mark.
Round the wicket goes Davis, and a big, most untypical sort of, well, you must almost call it a swipe. It was so far away from him, he was reaching for it, and it all got rather ugly, and I think he sort of got a bottom edge that bounced down towards Harry Swindles. And Shan Masood sort of, that was shocking, actually.
He ended up playing it one-handed outside the off-stump. It was so far away, he couldn't reach it. Yeah.
Davis is in again and bowls, and Masood is correct this time in defence as it comes back in towards him. Played it back down the pitch on the onside. Ackerman, who's just moved across to that shortish straight mid-on, makes the stop. So Wasim Khan, so he'll be based in Dubai, won't he, I suppose, where they live, and well, good luck to him. I'm sure there'll be plenty for him to enjoy out there. Davis is in and bowls, worked off his legs by Masood, down to long leg. George Rhodes is down there in front of the meet and the members' seats between the meet and the pavilion. Picks up 1, moves on to 82. Davis, the only wicket taker this morning. Sorry, today. So obviously, so far, got awarded a leg before decision against Brooke Guest. So, having looked at the replay a few times, might consider himself a fraction unfortunate. Must have been close to being outside the off stump. Davis is in to Madsen, who it chips in the air just short of mid-on. Davis, who fell to the left, he couldn't get his right hand out across. It maybe did stop a little bit, but that's why you would have thought Ackerman put himself there. The odd one may just be stopping a bit. He played in front of the body, popped it up a long way, but popped it up very straight, and Ackerman couldn't get across to his left, and poor Davis sort of collapsed on his haunches a yard or so away to the other side, unable to change direction. Cruel, tormenting the bowler, who goes in and bowls to Madsen again, bat in front of pad as he pushes that one away off stump off into the offside. So, well, almost 2 very strange wickets in that over, but not going Leicestershire's way. Masood's way wasn't really. It was just a strange, very strange, Masood-like shot that could have gone anywhere. And then and that one from Madsen. They survive, 152 for 2.
Yeah, it shows you that no matter how Alan Thompson before the 3 medium paces as this next delivery from Barnes is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. Madsen on strike, so Leicestershire fans shouldn't give up hope yet. Although I'm nowhere near as nervous as I have been in previous years when Derbyshire have been batting, for a very, very good reason. You do fear he'll get picked up, not play in the Royal London, because he'll get picked up for the other competition in August. As Barnes bowls outside the off stump, and it's let go by Wayne Madsen, who is already in that, playing up in Manchester.
How much white ball cricket has Shan Masood played? Just the 5 one-day internationals. Plenty, obviously, 97 List A games.
He's just had a terrific PSL.
Okay.
I think he was the 2nd or 3rd leading run scorer in that, which troubles me, because they want him to have a good blast as well. This one is guided by Madsen on his toes down towards 3rd man for a single. He's to 37.
Can the 100 teams pick up late signings?
I believe so. I think they're only allowed they're allowed to pick up players from the blast, but I still think that they have to stick with the overseas quotas. But I don't know what those quotas are, because quite frankly I've never checked. Maintained my proud record throughout the whole of last summer of never watching one, which I was very, very, very pleased with. By the time that comes around, the football season started as well, so hopefully it won't get much publicity, because the football season starts on the 30th of July. As Barnes is in, and that one is defended by Masood. It's the end of Barnes' 9th over, the 49th bowled by Leicestershire. Masood has 87, Madsen 37, 158 for 2.
And that's because of the World Cup, isn't it?
In Qatar, yeah.
Qatar.
Don't. Would we like to? No, absolutely. Absolute nonsense.
100 partnership is almost achieved. 98 these two have put on. Hugely, one suspects, valuable runs.
Be their 2nd in a row as well.
Contrasting styles, but they complement each other clearly. Ackerman still at that straight mid-on position, not so very far from the return crease as Davis goes in, cut hard, but didn't quite get it all. Madsen, and in the end Rhodes at backward point able to make the stop reasonably comfortably, actually. Madsen looks disconcerted rather, as though he expected that one to go crashing into the advertising hoardings, a yard or two either side, and it certainly would have done, but straight to Rhodes it went.
I thought he was going to get more runs there when it left the bat.
Davis is in, bowls, drops a little bit short, and up on his toes Madsen, taking his bottom hand off the bat as he managed to get on top of the ball, get on top of the bounce, and again play it out to Rhodes rather differently to the previous delivery. Beautiful blue skies around the ground now, a little bit cloud in the very far distance down to the south, chased across the skies, but looking behind over Leicester to the north, perfectly blue skies as Davis is in, bowls onto the legs of Madsen, who plays it out in front of square on the leg side out towards Evans, who is the sweeper on the leg side about 10 yards inside the ropes. And Brunty has appeared. Bless his heart.
Just a quick one. If anybody listens to us while they're doing the stream is now behind the commentary apparently, which is irritating one or two Derbyshire folks, certainly Chris and Drew.
So do we need to wait for about 20 seconds?
That's exactly what Drew was suggesting. He says, can you slow down your own verbal delivery a tad?
In goes Davis round the wicket to Masood, who drives pleasantly. Isn't going to pick up more than one because he hasn't got it past Kimber at mid-off. He tumbles, the tall young Louis Kimber, to his right and makes the stop, but that brings up the 160, and that is the century partnership between Shan Masood, 88, Wayne Madsen, 38, and together They are steering Derbyshire into a very strong position, potentially, in this game. They're still 53 behind, and all sorts of things can happen in the space of adding another 53, but Masood playing beautifully again. Davis over the wicket, bowls to Madsen. A little bit of movement, and Madsen has to cover up on the front foot, bat in front of pad. Then he sort of steps back into his crease and looks suspiciously down the pitch.
It's very kind of Martin. I was more concerned about the dogs than the fact that he brought us a couple of bits of cake. They look splendid. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. That's the kind of Leicestershire hospitality I was
that
expecting.
Looks very lovely and homemade as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Davis is in and bowls, and back foot defensive shot from Wayne Madsen, who again peers back down at the pitch, having taken his bottom hand off the bat as though expecting the ball just to get a little bit big on him. It didn't really, and he was comfortable enough, but looked back down the pitch and then wanders down and touches gloves with Shan Masood. I think he's beyond the stage of asking Masood how he makes it all look so easy and elegant. I think Wayne has got his own methods. They work for him, and why on earth would he want to change them
Well,
now?
yes, it's been successful, hasn't it, for an awful long time. Chris says it's now been fixed, the issue of the sound and vision, so that's good news.
Indeed.
Is Ed Barnes again from the pavilion end, bowling to Shan Masood, who rather awkwardly pulls that into the ground, into the leg side. Not one of his more pleasant shots, but almost like he bailed out, really. There was a man out in the deep. It's George Rhodes out on the mid-wicket boundary, square leg boundary, really. I'm not sure anybody can hit the ball that far. He's virtually in a different postcode out there. It's remarkable how far away from the middle he is. Everybody must look tiny. As Barnes is in again, and Masood turns this into the leg side, but straight to Mulder, who's fielding closer in at mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket. Again, there's no run.
It looks to me like the guys saving one have all got in quite close on the basis that occasionally the ball is stopping and
just
both
get a leading edge
have just hit it in the air for a few feet. So mid-wicket, backward square, they're almost catching positions now. They've got in really close.
Barnes again around the wicket, bowls to Masood, who drives it up towards mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. It's Hendricks who shied at the stumps there, but they got through for the single comfortably enough in the end. Don't torment me with cake, Richard. Don't torment me with those beautiful. Don't know what it is. Very nice. Apricot. I think they're apricots, are they? Walnut, apricot and walnut. I'm going. Actually, what I'm actually going to do is do this delivery and go next door.
To take a piece with you.
No.
And then you'll be able to report.
That'll be nice for tea. Barnes in again. Bowls to Madsen this time, who just dabs it down into the offside now. Then Masood was slightly late taking off there, but by the time the fielder got round, because he's right-handed and the ball was to his left and threatened to shy at the stumps, the batsman had got home. 162 for 2.
I love the way whichever Derbyshire batter is batting with Masood always apologises as though it's automatically their fault. They don't want they can't believe Masood has done anything wrong. They don't want to upset him. I don't think he's upsettable. He's on 89 not out. Madsen is on 39. The wind again stirs the trees behind the electronic scoreboard as Barnes, staying round the wicket, goes in to Masood. Good line and length delivery on off stump. The Pakistan international opener sort of walks into his defensive push, out into the offside it goes. Ackerman is the fielder, Leicestershire's captain, pondering his options. Hasn't bowled himself yet. Masood is a left-hander, but hasn't been too much turnaround. Should be some footholds, something to bowl into. A little bit of rough created by Hendricks as Barnes is in. Good line and length again, pushed by Masood out just slightly wide of Hendricks at mid-off, and he uses the momentum of the forward push to maintain his run and transfer it into a single. He moves into the 90s again. 90 off 140, 163 for 2. Derbyshire trail now by just 50 runs. Good crowd when we walked down a lunch in front of the pavilion. Plenty of people basking in the sun out of the wind. Beautiful if you're down there. A good smattering of people now in the Uptonsteel stand, the popular seats between the electronic scoreboard and the meet. Round the wicket comes Will Davies. Bowls clipped through mid-wicket by Masood. That's going to run away for 4. It was in the air for a few feet, but it was wide and short of Ackerman, who stands legs akimbo, watching as the ball runs over the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard. You can see what they're trying to achieve, Leicestershire. They've got the fielders in position for the ball hit in the air, but at the moment Masood's just not hitting it in the air close enough to them. He's got himself at short mid-wicket and another catcher at mid-wicket. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. 167 for 2 now, Derbyshire. They trail by just 46 still, with 8 second innings wickets in hand. 1 wicket picked up by Leicestershire today, that of Brooke Guest, leg before wicket to Will Davies for 23 this morning. The score was just 60 at that stage, so Masood, who is on 94 not out, looking for what would be his second century in his last 3 innings for Derbyshire, and Wayne Madsen, who scored I think 758 runs on this ground against Leicestershire over the last 9 or so years. He is on 39 not out. The Foxes have been close on a few occasions, but the ball is getting old now and they are in a bit of strife. Derbyshire trail by 46, and if they get 100 ahead, they're going to be in a very strong position come the end of play today. Derbyshire now 168 for 2. As Masood picks up another run with a firm push out towards mid-off. And unless it's absolutely straight to the fielder, essentially he's looking to take a single pretty much every time he really connects at the moment. Shan Masood, his 95 has come off 143 balls, so he's faced 102 balls today for his 75 runs, and a strike rate of 75+% is fantastic. In goes Davies, bowls to Madsen, who's tucked up a little bit, seems back in, and then he pushes it out to mid-wicket, and then his back leg goes high up into the air, balances like the statue of Eros in Piccadilly Circus, with his right ankle high up in the air.
He's naked, isn't he?
I don't know.
Is he not?
Probably. Now I think about it, but it's just the way the ankle goes up at the back.
He's not naked, Wayne Madsen.
Not Madsen, no. It's another ball that comes in towards middle and leg, and just momentarily Davies thinks it might have squeezed through. It didn't. I've got a note that Madsen was on... Oh, it is 14. He's perfectly correct, because I said he was on 4, but I couldn't read my own. I didn't realise I'd got a 1 in front of the 4. He was on 14. Dropped. Mr. Gibbs said he was on 14, not 4, when he was dropped down the leg side.
He was.
But you're perfectly correct, sir. As Davies is turned into the leg side by Madsen, worked out to Barnes at mid-wicket, and there is no run. The end of the over. Davies is 13th, 1 for 31. His figures, 168 for 2. And Leicestershire look as though they're kind of wondering where the next wicket's going to come from. It shouldn't be like this, you can see them thinking, because there's a little bit there for them. But these two have batted pretty darned well in their own different ways.
Here, Ross, the god of passion and fertility, and his 2 chief associates were Pothos and Himeros, who are longing and desire, educate, entertain, and the other one.
You knew this.
Hmm?
You knew this.
Yeah. Like well, Google knew it. Barnes bowls to Shan Masood, who's on 95, pushes it up towards mid-off, where Buren Hendricks does the fielding. And there's no run. It's already alongside Katic, Barnett, Chanderpaul and Critchley. You just wonder, I don't have the information to hand, but David Griffin will undoubtedly let me know, or let everybody know, or his Twitter account, whether either of those two got hundreds, or successive hundreds, or 200s, as this next one is clipped up towards Will Davies at mid-on. A full-length delivery from Barnes. And he had to sort of dig out a little bit there, did Shan Masood. Worcestershire batting on 4-7-6 for 9. Glamorgan against Middlesex. Well, Middlesex are well on top now. They're 280 for 8. They were level with 6 down, Middlesex. They now lead by 158. Glamorgan struggling a touch. And Durham playing Nottinghamshire, still here in the wilderness of the second division, as Barnes goes around the wicket and bowls to Masood, who again clips it up to mid-on, where Davis does the fielding. Durham just starting to fight back a little bit, but Nottinghamshire 176 for 3. Trail Durham by 54 up at Chester Street. Well, I bet it's glorious.
I shall tune in when Derbyshire play Nottinghamshire just to hear how many times you say wilderness.
Every hour.
I shall make a note of it.
Every hour. I am determined to say it every single hour after he wrote that nonsense. I'll get one in early, just so that he knows I read it. There's Barnes bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Masood. Just a single though. He was to 96. They might have got 2. There was a bit of a fumble out there by George Rhodes.
Worcestershire piling on the runs against Sussex again. Donavera, who made 100 here in the first game.
I'll say Sussex conceded 500 runs in the only innings last week, and could well do the same this week, although they are 9 down, Worcestershire on 477. There's Barnes again, in from the pavilion, and bowls a full-length delivery to Madsen, who just jams his bat down on it and guides it very nicely to the backward point boundary for 4, all the way along the floor. That was almost hockey-like from Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
Those very, very strong wrists of his.
Clever shot.
Yeah, he moves on to 43, and Derbyshire to 173 for 2 now.
There's a few hands on hips out there. Hands in pockets.
Well, I know you've been here before with Leicestershire. I've certainly been here before with Derbyshire, and it's a horrible feeling, but I'd offer you all my sympathy, obviously. But then I just shrug my shoulders and say, well, there you go. Because what we watched last year was woeful. The exact antithesis of this, as Madsen turns this next delivery from Barnes down towards long leg for a single. He moves on to 44. Derbyshire to 174 for 2. He also pinches the strike, but Masood just 4 away from another century. Derbyshire trailing now by 39 runs.
53 overs bowled, so the ball just where the batsmen want it to be, really. Certainly the movement is a lot less than it was in the first 90 minutes. Callum Parkinson is being brought back on by Colin Ackerman. Bowled just the 5 overs this morning for 14 runs. He should have a little bit of rough to bowl into from Hendricks over the wicket to the left-handers and the right-handers as well. He's tended to come round to the right-handers, but there might be a little bit something there, but the pitch, as you said, Flex, looks pretty unmarked.
Yeah.
Parkinson is in to Madsen, who is very careful as he leans forward into that, gets to the pitch of it and plays it firmly back up the pitch towards Callum Parkinson, very much in defence. Parkinson is in and bowls. He goes back and turns it off about middle and leg towards deep-ish mid-wicket. Evans has a bit of running to do to get to the ball, but he does sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. Masood will check his guard with umpire Pratt, because as a new bowler he's fine with it, doesn't need to remark anything. Parkinson's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. on 96.
One blow away, but not that blow, because he's defended it out into the offside. And there is no run.
Just realised, 96.
Yes, that was Adrian Harmswood last week. We had one batsman on 96 and one on 196, so I just left the box. I just left him to it. Sood waits and turns this into the leg side for a single. Madsen has to duck as the ball is thrown in right-handed by George Rhodes. And never in any danger of being hit, I don't think, but he made sure he got nice and low. Masood moves to 97. Madsen is on 45.
In goes Parkinson, bowls. Madsen covers up carefully, suspiciously. Rehearses the shot, having pushed it out into the covers. Rhodes picks up, single taken. Not taken, I should say. Concentrate. 37 behind, that's all. That's not many now.
No.
Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short. No turn for him. Madsen can go back on his stumps and just punch it carefully out through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off. Single to be taken there every time, if the length is a fraction short, as it was on that occasion. So Madsen on to 46, keeps the strike.
When Madsen last week, when he got to 50, it was the 100th time he'd reached 50 or more in his career in a first-class match.
Against Leicestershire?
No. And that's in 202
Okay.
That's in 202 matches, and he's reached 50 100 times, which I think is pretty decent strike
It's
rate.
impressively consistent work on his part.
He's also got 223 catches prior to this match, so 224 now. Change of bowling at the pavilion end.
He got 2 catches.
Did he get 2? Dropped one as well. Davis into Madsen, short delivery, punched out into the offside, backward of square. The man at backward point didn't get there, so as a result it's rolling towards the boundary. It's not going to get all the way. They will come back for 3 though, as it's fielded down there in the far distance by Sam Evans. And Madsen moves to 49, 180 for 2.
I thought that might have been an all-run 4, as he had to pick himself up again, but it stopped around 10 yards inside the rope. And it's
We've seen one already this season, and I can't remember where it was now. I imagine it was at Derby rather than at Lords. The playing area at Derby, very much like the one here in Leicester, is much larger than the playing area in North London. Masood on 97 then. Davis around the wicket, bowls from, and he tries to pull this one away. Doesn't make contact. If he'd have got anything on that, it would have gone down to fine leg for a boundary. It didn't, sadly, and as a result he remains on 97. Not far from 8,500 first class runs either in his career now, Sham Masood. Davis into him, and he turns this into the leg side, but there is a man down there at long leg or fine leg, so he just picks up a single, moves on to 98, 181 for 2. He's got 490 runs this season. Sham Masood was the leading run scorer in the county championship going into this match. He's currently averaging 163 with a strike rate of just below 70. Madness. He's got more 4s than the rest of the team put together. As Davis is in and bowls to Madsen outside the off stump, Madsen leaves alone. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but it looks like it from here. 20. No, not quite. I've just added up all those other numbers. They don't quite add up to the 56 boundaries that he's got. Mind you, he's been out there longer than anybody else, of course.
He's got power to add in this innings, so he could yet overhaul that.
Well, yeah, there is every opportunity, or every chance rather, as in goes Will Davis once again. Over the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who cuts this one away, and it's half stopped again by the man at backward point, who Sam Evans, and it's a half century for Wayne Madsen. Another half century for Wayne Madsen. They complete 3 runs, and he just lifts his bat towards the pavilion and then to the spectators all around the ground who were applauding him. 98 deliveries Wayne Madsen has faced. He's hit 4 fours, and he's now moved on to 52 not out, with Derbyshire trailing by 29.
So he's played 11 times at Grace Road and passed 50 on 7 in 7 of those games.
In how many games?
This is his 11th at Grace Road.
Davis into bowl to Masood, who clips this into the leg side. This might be it for Shan Masood. He's run 1, he's coming back for the second, and that is it. It's another century for Shan Masood. He's been absolutely magnificent so far this season for Derbyshire. He raises his bat. He's got 2 half centuries at Lords, a double century against Sussex, and now a century against Leicestershire. From 152 deliveries with 12 fours, Masood marches on. 186 for 2, Derbyshire trail by 27.
What a partnership this is becoming. 126 it is worth, and as Fletcher said, it's coming in good time, courtesy of the runs that have flowed from Masood's bat. His temperament is such that you suspect, well, we know he can bat all day, and, but he's just giving the impression that he's just starting out there. Parkinson is in to Madsen, who rather slaps his drive back down, or attempted drive back down into the ground, and it bounces up for Parkinson, who just takes it and walks back to his mark. He's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. Hendricks is starting to warm up down at long off. Madsen again is driving much more firmly this time. It bounces down, but again Parkinson takes it on the bounce. Yeah. 11 matches, and 7 of them he's passed 50 at least once at Grace Road. Madsen turns that one from Parkinson around the corner. Azad, who hasn't featured heavily in the game as a fielder so far, makes the stop on the 45, backward of square, obviously. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short. There's a little bit of bounce though, little bit, not much, but enough just to discomfit Madsen a little bit, as he shows in rehearsing the shot that it had just popped a little bit. He got on top of it and cut it down to backward point, but I had to check the shot, so it went straight to Rhodes. Parkinson is in, driven in the air, but it on the bounce to George Rhodes. For a second I thought it might have gone directly towards Rhodes. It wasn't, it was hit hard down into the ground. It's bouncing high at the moment, showing how hard the ground is. Parkinson is in, forward goes Madsen, getting to the pitch of it. A decent over from Callum Parkinson, his 7th, and then for 17 his figures, and both batsmen head for Harry Kane, the Derbyshire 12th man, because they have earned a drink.
He's still got his Derbyshire gilet on. I'm not sure he needs it, but he seems to like it. Harry Kane.
Pats both on the back.
He's loving it though, because he had throwdowns from Billy Godwin the other day in practice, and he's in the nets and practicing with all these batsmen who are in tip-top form. I know it means he's probably not going to get in the side any time soon, but just to be able to pick the brains of Wayne Madsen and Shan Masood and Billy Godwin with all his first-class runs as well. Leicestershire had a terrific winter in South Africa, hasn't managed to bring that form to the Championship just yet, but surely it's only a matter of time. And if he doesn't do it with the red ball, he'll certainly do it in the T20, you would expect. As a young batsman, it must be a very good place to be at the moment in Derbyshire. Will Davis from the pavilion end, bowling to Shan Masood, who drives it, and he gets a touch on it, does Will Davis. Now then, there was almost a bit of a mix-up there, because it almost got hit in the head as well, Will Davis, with the ball that was thrown in by Ed Barnes. I think he's okay. Yeah, that's the first thing we need to ascertain, and he is okay. He's got back up off the floor, but the ball was driven. He got his hand to it. It didn't hit the stumps. They set off for a single. Masood stopped halfway and went back. Madsen came back to the non-striker's end. There was a throw from Barnes that hit the floor and scudded along the floor and must have been inches away from crashing into Will Davis. Unfortunately, it did miss him. And the upshot is it was a dot ball, which is all it'll say in the scorebook. 186 for 2. Davis around the wicket, turns it into the leg side, and it bounces just shy of that man who's been placed specifically for that shot, back of the square on the 45. So Masood will just have to make a mental note of that, I think, because it was in the air when it left the bat and remained in the air for a little bit of time. Fortunately, it hit the ground before it reached the fielder. Derbyshire trailing by 27. Jan Mulder just stretching his hamstrings out as Davis bowls, and that one is pushed up towards Ed Barnes at mid-on by Masood, and there's no run. Still very windy here at Grace Road.
Yes.
It's very pleasant down in front of the...
It's really nice.
Yeah, and out in front, just the benches in front of the pavilion are well occupied, and there's just a little bit out of the wind down there as Davis is in again, and Masood turns it into the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. I fancy the ball is racing away. There is a fielder going round, but he can't quite get. That was a terrific effort in the end by that fielder. All the way down in the distance, who Richard is. Sam Evans. It's a terrific effort by Evans, but it felt like it was 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. It was moving.
Just doesn't slow down on this outfield.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't.
He whistles over it.
Evans put the slide in, his cap came off, and he got a hand to the ball, but it was not enough of a hand to prevent it from crossing the boundary rope. The permanent structure, the temporary permanent structure at the far end, the roof of which reflects the sunlight, is very irritating now because of the wind as well as Davis bowls. That was cracked away for 4 more by Masood. Well, that was dismissive. It was a short ball outside the off stump, and he just hammered it to the cover boundary. And he now moves on to 112, 198. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 108, 194 for 2. It was so dismissive that I think the 4 was already on the board before the ball hit the rope.
It was almost off the front foot as well.
Remarkable.
So
he's just got his eye in again. Shan Masood, 108 from 157. And this one is turned into the leg side, and this time pretty much straight to Sam Evans, which is good news for him because he was breathing heavily from that run around the boundary. Picks up a single, pinches the strike to Masood. He moves to 109. Madsen on 52. 197 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 18.
You kind of feel watching him at the moment that there's no reason why he can't go and get another double 100, really. He's so much in control now. The ball still just 57, works it out to mid-wicket. Barnes scrambles to his right, gets there, but Madsen knew there was always going to be a single and called Masood through. He moves on to 53. Derbyshire trail now by just 14 runs as the first batting point for the visitors is very much within reach now. Parkinson over the wicket to Masood. A little flick across the line, turns it out towards mid-wicket. Rhodes comes in and field, and there's no run. Azad is still in at slip as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Almost yorks himself slightly there. Masood, as he stepped towards that one, had to just adjust and rather jam it out on the onside. Bounces up towards Azad. Parkinson is in, just drifts onto leg stump, and it's clipped down to long leg for 4. Once it beats the infield, there is no long leg, no chance of the fielder chasing it down. Masood picks up 4, moves on to 116, and that is the Derbyshire 200. 203 for 2. They trail now by just 10. And they are in complete control now of the game. 8 wickets in hand, just 10 behind. And we'll anticipate perhaps even batting only once in this game now. You never know what might happen. Ackerman is turning to his compatriot now. Davis was treated very roughly in that last couple of overs by Masood, so it's going to be Vian Mulder. 10 overs, none for 34. Did create a chance in that Madsen edged down the leg side on 14. The catch not taken by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. So yet to pick up his first wicket for the Foxes. Mulder is in and bowls, forced away off the back foot by Madsen for a couple. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, they haven't yet managed to do so, I'm afraid. In fact, the second day is turning into a day that is almost as bad. They took one wicket this morning, but only one. Derbyshire resumed on 36 for 1, 147 for 2 at lunch. They're now 205 for 2. Shan Masood has made yet another century, the Pakistan international opener signed by Derbyshire. Oh, and he has a swing and a miss at that one. He is on 116 not out. Wayne Madsen, who in 11 matches at Grace Road over the years has passed 50 on 7 of them. Well, he's 55 not out. 205 for 2 means they now trail Leicestershire by just 8 runs, with all 8 first innings wickets still intact. Leicestershire in trouble. Mulder turns, runs in and bowls. Back foot firm push by... Oh, and Leicestershire are going to concede. Overthrows? No, they're not. They very nearly did. Ackerman's throw wasn't a good one to Swindles. And then he apologises, having indicated to Swindles he should have run up to the stumps. Swindles was kind of on his way and then had to swerve to try and get to the ball that was thrown by Ackerman. The ball bounced in front of Swindles, who couldn't take it cleanly, but Azad got behind him and just managed to prevent any overthrows. Mulder is in again to Madsen. Bowls. Madsen leaves outside off stump. Wasn't so far from off stump. Good leave by Wayne Madsen. Just going through a slightly frantic period almost, Wayne Madsen. He's just happens to batsmen sometimes when they've been a long time. They have little periods, not when they kind of lose concentration per se, but they just lose a little bit of rhythm and have to work their way back into it. In goes Mulder. Bowl slightly short of a length. Madsen happier with that one. Stands up tall and plays it firmly out into the offside. Will Davis is the fielder. 205 for 2. Licks his fingers. Mulder turns. It's quite a long run for a bowler of his pace. Well, shuffles in and bowls, pulled for 4. And that was dismissive from Madsen. It wasn't so very short, but it was just short enough. He stayed on the back foot, little short-armed pull through mid-wicket. You heard the ball thump into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. None of the fielders moved, and Leicestershire are very much up against it now. 209 for 2. Madsen on to 59. Masood has 116. Derbyshire trail by just 4 now. Just 4 on first innings. They are going to have a hefty first innings lead. As Fletcher's pointed out, they had a first innings lead of over 300 in the game last week against Sussex. And Leicestershire will be determined not to bat as badly. I don't know if they did bat particularly badly. A few wickets. And we're down to the batsman as much as the bowler. Derbyshire did bowl very well though yesterday, and these two batsmen are sort of reaping the rewards, really emphasising it as Parkinson goes in, bowls to Masood, who works it back down the pitch on the onside. They're just backing up the good work of the bowlers, letting the bowlers put their feet up most of today, perhaps. Come back tomorrow. Parkinson is in. Masood is studied in defence. Van Gogh down in Melbourne, not overly impressed with Mulder with the ball. Madsen is down on one knee at the non-striker's end at the moment, just stretching his hamstrings as Parkinson goes into Masood. Line length, no turn really. Masood is forward, pushing the ball back up to the Boltonian, the young Boltonian. None for 25 at the moment as he is in and bowls. Clipped, but without any really aggressive intent by Masood out towards mid-wicket. Azad falls across to his left to field. He's at a shortish, straightish mid-wicket, almost mid-on really. Level with the crease as in goes Parkinson, bowls, and Azad steps forward and picks it up as Masood just stretches forward and defends, closes the bat face on it. 2:35, so friends of Grace Road will be purveying their fine array of cakes as ever in the meet at the moment. In goes Parkinson and forward defensive. Not getting to the pitch of the ball, Masood, but no real turn, so he's able to just block it back down the pitch. And there is no run. So I'm told that they no longer do the specialised cake, sort of relating to the visiting county, but there is still an excellent array, chocolate and coffee and I'm sure Victoria sponges and other works to be had in the meet right now. Mulder continues from the pavilion end, is in and bowls, and it's leaning forward. Madsen pushing it out towards point. You heard the wait as he saw that Rhodes was getting across to field. He holds up his bat towards his teammate. Wait. 209 for 2. Mulder turns, is in and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of shape away from Madsen, who let it go through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. I'm sure he feels bad enough already, Swindles, about putting Madsen down when he was on 14. Down the leg side, but not too far down the leg side, got two hands to it as he dived across and out it came. Wind is getting stronger, if anything, as Mulder is in and bowled. Just perhaps held that back a little bit, and Madsen was getting into position to drive. He had to adjust and just block it out into the offside, and well, I don't think you needed the effects mic to hear the call of no then, as he saw that it was going towards Davis in the covers. Leicestershire need a few overs, where a couple of maidens or one at the very most from the over, just to get some control back on the scoreboard, because they've scored quickly post lunch. Mulder is in. Madsen is looking to drive, but was a bit straight and ended up steering it out to Davis at extra cover. Swindles like that. You heard the well bowled call. Ackerman polishes the ball on the sleeves. He's got a long sleeved Leicestershire shirt on. Pulled the cuff down and gave it a good polish. before throwing it back to Mulder, who is in. Oh, beautiful delivery that bounces and leaves Madsen and does not take the edge. Super delivery from Vian Mulder. It was too good for Madsen, who wanders down and prods at the pitch, but it kind of came out of nowhere, really. Maybe a little bit of extra effort from Mulder. It just bounced and left Wayne Madsen, and I thought for a second it had flicked the edge of the bat. It didn't. A rare moment with the bowler on top. Mulder is in again, a little bit short this time, off the back foot, cracked into the covers. Davis got two hands to it. Mulder unimpressed that it burst through the hands, and it's Barnes who chases after the ball, loses his cap because he's running directly into the wind. Indeed, as does Swindles, and the cap is saved for him by Masood as the wind gets ever stronger, Fletch.
Yes, I've just been, the bail blew off, didn't it, while I was next door? I noticed it was put back on by the umpire, Aaron Neil Bainton.
Well, they're both hanging onto their hats at the moment.
Yeah, we had a lot of that at Lord's. Wind being a problem
around.
and hats flying off and all sorts of things. I was slightly longer than I'd planned to be there, and I apologise for that. We're leaving you by yourself for this long, but they played a song before coming to me, which was perfectly fine and it made sense.
Was it a good one?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm afraid not. Yes, what's the partnership now? 152.
Plenty.
152, and they trail by 1 run now, Derbyshire. So in this over, bowled by Callum Parkinson, they ought to take the lead. It is getting up though, that wind, isn't it?
Too windy to play.
Yeah.
But it's certainly blown the clouds away, hasn't it?
Hasn't it just? It was very, very gloomy first thing this morning, which is why I'm in my longer trousers. There is Parkinson then from the Bennett end, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who drives into the offside. It's stopped neatly by the man close in on the offside, George Rhodes, and there's no run. Just the one slip, as there has been for some while, in fact, and Madsen gets a long way forward to defend this next delivery from Parkinson. Back towards him. No further stat update from David Griffin as the bail blows off and the hat comes off George Rhodes' head. And
heavy bails, where are they?
Heavy hats,
They
though,
still-
as well.
they
It's going to
still a
need heavy hats, aren't they? Or a stronger elastic. I don't know. I don't know how these things work. I think, yeah, what were they made of? They had a name, didn't they? This next delivery is not just heavy. Pushed into the offside. They were made of a certain kind of wood that was.
It was like mahogany. It wasn't
Yes, it
mahogany.
wasn't, but it was like, no.
They'd have probably been pinched or something. But,
Yeah.
it was something like that.
Turned into candlesticks.
Tweet us, let us know what are heavy bales, what kind of wood, what's the heaviest wood.
When gets up, Parkinson comes in and bowls, and Madsen drives, and that's a good stop by Will Davis, diving to his right. Madsen wants a single, it's not there. Shan Masood sends him back. Good effort from Will Davis after so long in the field. It feels a lot longer than it actually is. It is only 61 overs and 4 balls, but it feels longer than that, and it probably feels longer than that for the Leicestershire players, having claimed just a couple of wickets. As Parkinson bowls, that one is driven. There will be a single this time, as it's picked up by Buren Hendricks, who I want to speak to you about, because he hasn't bowled this afternoon.
Not this afternoon, no.
Why would you not bowl your quickest, nastiest South African?
Maybe just holding him back for the new ball. I don't know.
Another 18
bowled.
overs to go.
He's bowled plenty. They're just thinking, what's the point? I
Nothing in
suspect.
comparison to Saranga Lakmal.
No.
Perhaps he's suffering from jet lag or something. The time difference between South Africa and Great Britain is about an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing.
Scores
barely a
level.
difference.
Yeah, barely a difference. Just the temperature and the wind. Scores level as Parkinson bowls to Masood, who defends it back to him. And now all sorts of fielders are waving
Semaphore
frantically at the pavilion for something or other. That was the last ball of the over. 213 for 2, Masood 116, Madsen 63.
Will Davis is going off, so he's scraped his
when he
his
did that
existing scrape. He had to have his arm sort of patched up a little bit at Durham, and I suspect he's taken another layer off.
It was a good start,
off
wasn't
the
it?
scab.
But yeah, that's
I think
never.
the scab has come off.
Never a good thing.
And it's all bloody and horrible. Yes, monkey's blood. You question that, yes? You weren't sure about that.
I was just leaving.
On
I was leaving the box when you
Mm.
mentioned it. I assume it's the strawberry stuff that they put on ice cream, is it?
Yeah, indeed.
And people
that's what
from
Martin
people from Hartlepool
Martin
have
called
got
it.
a real affinity with monkeys because they hanged one once.
Yes, Angus.
For being
He
a
became
spy.
mad, didn't he, in the end as well?
Well, he did.
A version thereof.
Yeah, they thought he was a French spy. Dear, oh dear.
Vian Mulder.
Different times.
Is it me or thee?
That's you.
It's me. Vian Mulder is in from the pavilion end and bowls, hurries, Madsen. But he's on the back foot behind it, pushing to mid-on, and there is no run. No, I bet Martin an ice cream towards the end of the day that Durham would have at least 2 overs with the new ball, just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd won my bet when Scott Borthwick ran to the box of new balls, but as he came back on with one, Chris Rushworth marched across to him, only 2 wickets having fallen throughout the day, as Mulder goes in and bowls on off stump, dropped out into the offside, calls for the quick single, and the throw comes in from Louis Kimber. He misses. All the throws today have missed, haven't they? To the batsman's end, the striker's end. Masood had made his ground anyway, and Derbyshire a little round of applause because they lead now. They are 1 run ahead. But Chris Rushworth basically shook his head, said, "I'm not. No, it's pointless.
You got us into
is
this
too
mess.
flat.
Yeah.
We're not going to." But no, I mean it was 5:10. It was sort of 5:15 on the last day. Something like 16 or 15 overs might have remained to be bowled. Only 2 wickets had fallen.
Very much a lack of
I'm
commitment
not
from
going to
the
start again.
Durham bowlers.
But it did mean that I owe Martin an ice cream with monkey blood, which is what he called the raspberry syrup that, as you say, goes on it.
His dad would have explained it to you anyway, from the back of the box with his dog.
Round the wicket goes Mulder and bowls, and a rare play and a miss from Masood. It bounced again before it got to Swindles, who didn't take the ball cleanly. He didn't edge it, but it was a slightly, by his standards, careless sort of waft. Drive waft, got nowhere near the pitch of the ball, outside off stump, didn't connect. Is that his dad with the little terrier who's up in the press box for the most part? Oh, didn't realise.
Joined in a discussion. I used the word advisedly that myself and Martin were having once.
In goes Mulder and bowls onto off stump. Masood has to treat the delivery with respect. Does, plays it out into the offside. No run.
It's about the Durham floodlights. Martin was talking nonsense,
Surely not.
saying that they were they'd been
Can't believe
given
it.
special dispensation by the ECB to carry on playing when the lights took over because they were so good.
Mulder is in, and Masood is leaning forward into the defensive shot again on off stump. Azad running in picks up from cover, and there's no run. That is not correct then, presumably.
Well,
That
now
sounds
clearly,
very odd.
they're not even the best lights in the country because David Griffin, who has to use lights at night matches, said the lights at Headingley for a start are better. So I wasn't going to win the argument because Mr. Rushworth Senior started joining in from the back.
You don't win arguments. In goes. Oh, Mulder, there's appeal for leg before going down. I suspect Mulder turned and he saw that umpire Bainton was already marching towards him with his sweater, and hands go down on knees in disappointment. Umpire Bainton needs a lot of convincing, and he wasn't convinced. Indeed, he was certain that that was not going to go on and hit the stumps, and he marched towards... You know your fate quickly with umpire Bainton, don't you?
Oh,
He's-
yeah.
he shakes his head.
No, you're all right, mate.
Doesn't think about it.
Yeah, that discussion was in the early days of me and Martin. We're much closer these days. Much closer. Well, we tolerate each other much better.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to going up to Durham because we go up there in June. It'll be glorious. I think it's June, July. Obviously not August because they don't play red ball cricket in August in this country. Parkinson begins a new over, and that's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for a single. Madsen moves on to 65, 215 for 2. Speaking of Durham, they're now level. Nottinghamshire 230 for 3. Scores level at Chester Street. That doesn't sound like particularly good for Durham. Durham are going to let everybody down.
Pretty similar position, isn't it, to here?
Not far different. Parkinson bowls, clipped into the leg side by Masood. No run. Middlesex are batting on. They now lead Glamorgan by 202. They were level with 6 down. Glamorgan 122 all out. Middlesex at 1 point, 122 for 6. They're now 324 for 8. Parkinson in again. That one's clipped into the leg side. There's a man sweeping out on the mid-wicket boundary. There's a rapturous applause for that. I've no idea why. Because it's not a landmark for anybody. Unless, I'll have a look in a moment, but unless Worcestershire made 491, so Sussex didn't suffer the ignominy of successive first innings totals against in excess of 500. Parkinson ran the wicket balls to Madsen, who drives it, but doesn't really time that one up to mid-on. And there's no run. Sussex are already 19 for 1 though in their reply. Sham Masood 117 not out. Wayne Madsen on 65. Masood now has more than 500 runs for the season, as this one is a very expansive shot from Wayne Madsen. He sort of cuts it on a with a sort of drive kind of feel about it, but it goes out to the point boundary in between the two players who are fielding in the vicinity to the boundary for 4.
Sort of slap drive.
It was a strange old shot, wasn't it? Really, it wasn't one out of the coaching manual.
It's effective though.
Very.
He's on top of the bounce and picking the gap, and he's approaching his well, he's past his average on this ground just. We were ready to offer him 75 if Fango was to be believed.
And this next one is driven up towards long off, where Hendricks is fielding. Must be getting bored out there by now, I would have thought. He's moved on to 70 now, Wayne Madsen 221.
We'll have a chat to John Mallet, the photographer.
Well, I don't really understand. I mean, I hear what you say about the new ball, but the new ball is still 16 overs away, and at lunch it was considerably further away than that. But we haven't seen him all, unless they're just it's a workload thing, and he's warming up now. Look, he's stretching
kicking his legs,
stretching his hamstrings. What, did he bowl about 10 overs altogether?
The bowling figures. Let's have a look. 13 overs for Hendricks, 15 for Davis, 13 for Mulder, 12 for Barnes. It's Mulder who's in and bowling onto the legs of Wayne Madsen. Played firmly, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Parkinson makes the stop and there's no run. So he's done his share, so to speak. And I guess as he continues, as you say, to stretch, that they'll have to be a little careful, Leicestershire. He's going to have to bowl many more overs potentially over the next few weeks.
That's life of a bowler in the county championship, isn't it? Really, you're looking at bowling 30-40 overs a game.
Mulder is in, and another lovely delivery that bounces and just leaves Madsen, who went for the drive and was beaten all ends up. He whacks his pad in self-admonition. That's twice in 3 overs. Mulder's found a good one, drawn. That was a slightly wider, but he's just getting it to, I don't know whether to bounce and skid up a little bit off the surface. Madsen survives on 70. Mulder bowls straighter, fuller, pushed out towards mid-off by Madsen on the run, and then he runs back on himself, runs almost in a circle as he sees it going straight to mid-off, and you heard the no, but Masood was going nowhere.
Two people listening in two very different places. Dan's listening in Barbados on a beach. That sounds nice.
Mulder in, bowls down the leg side, helped on its way for 4. Just neatly clipped away by Wayne Madsen as comfortably as you like down to fine leg. No chance for Hendricks to get around from long leg to cut the ball off. 474 to Madsen, 225 for 2.
And Colin Kniveton, who lives on the Isle of Man, does come over whenever he can, but won't be over for a wee while, because there's a picture of him lying in a hospital bed, which that was the first thing that I saw, and I was slightly concerned, but he's listening while recovering from this morning's knee replacement surgery, he says.
I hope it went well, Colin. You're up and around soon as in goes Mulder. Again, it's onto the legs of Wayne Madsen.
That's
Worked
gone.
out to mid-wicket, and Parkinson cannot chase it down. He was giving it everything, but the ball just stayed that awkward 2 or 3 feet away from him and just never slowed down. Across the ropes, picks up 4 consecutive, not quite consecutive boundaries, 2 in 3 balls for Wayne Madsen, who, having been a little bit tied down, well, Mulder's beaten him a couple of times, but he's also picked him off a few times as well. They were consecutive.
Yeah, you were right.
The old scoreboard used to have.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
In goes Mulder, bowls, and just reaching for that one a little bit. Thick inside edge from Madsen. He's looking to push it out into the offside. It ran out towards Ackerman at mid-on, and slightly downcast, Brian Mulder takes his sweater and cap from umpire Bainton and walks off. Still wicketless in his first match for the Foxes. None for 52 from 14 for him. 229 for 2. The Derbyshire lead is already 16. Well, 47 overs to go. If they were to continue to score at 3.5 runs and over, then they're going to be the best part of 160, 170 ahead by the close of play.
Yeah.
Which is a nice position to be in.
Not bad. Masood drives the ball straight back to Callum Parkinson as he begins a new over from the Bennett end.
Although, as you say, they were 300 odd ahead.
331 in
Sussex.
against Sussex. They batted first in that match and dismissed Sussex very cheaply. They batted awfully. Awfully. This next delivery is driven. It's a full delivery into the hands of the man at that fairly straight mid-on. 229 for 2. Parkinson back to the top of his mark. Fairly straight run. And Masood drives it down the ground. It will be cut off by Hendricks. And they're only going to get a single for that, which is slightly disappointing for such a nice shot, an elegant shot. Masood moves to 118, 230 for 2. I'd be fairly certain, I'm going to put this out there early, as Parkinson comes in again to bowl away, and Madsen pushes it up to Hendricks again. I mean, this is similar to that over just before lunch, that when they just milked Parkinson for singles.
Well, there's a single every time to mid-off, isn't there? But
it's a sound of exasperation from my right as Parkinson bowls. That one is off an edge. The drive from Masood. It's a bit of a misfield, and they do actually take a single for the misfield by Sam Evans, and he's thrown it, and they're going to get an overthrow as well. Now, it hit the stumps at the far end, and it's ricocheted away.
Hit the stumps, and that's when the one time they get the overthrow.
I think it should be dead ball, personally. I think that should be a law that's changed, because it doesn't reward the hitting of the stumps at all, does it? In fact,
penalises it.
Penalises, absolutely. But I'd be fairly certain that no Derbyshire batsman has scored successive double centuries. I'm only guessing, but I don't think it's well. If anybody knows that it's happened, then let me know. Parkinson round the wicket, balls to Madsen, who has a big swish at that one. Has he got an under edge on it? It's going to roll down towards a very fine third man for 4 runs, and the answer is yes. Very much an under edge. And Madsen, was it Masood? It was Masood, wasn't it? Yeah. I beg your pardon, it was Shan Masood. He moves on to 124. A little bit lucky there. Madsen has 79, Derbyshire 237 for 2, leading by 24.
Do you have to say that's a chance? It wasn't really, was it? I
think it hit the floor quite quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure
really,
how.
Really
quickly after it had taken the bottom edge, but no real chance of Swindle's somehow getting his gloves underneath that. So the break's going Derbyshire's way at the moment, but they've earned them for sure. And the partnership approaching 200 in itself as Mulder goes in and bowls outside off stump, bounces for a second time before being taken pretty much on the half volley by Swindles. Allowed to go through by Wayne Madsen on 79.
Derbyshire's social media team using an awful lot of flames in their tweets at the moment.
Fair enough.
Good to see.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm running out of questions for Shan Masood though.
Wayne might be.
I've spoken to Wayne after his century last week.
Mulder is in and bowls outside off stump, slapped away for 4. No, not for 4, because Evans is going to get across from that. Thought he had a bit further to go there, Sam Evans, who's the sweeper out in the offside. He's in front of point, and he managed to get across and cut off the ball at a deep extra cover before it went over the ropes. And in the end, because it got there quite quickly, Madsen just had to settle for 1, but he's into the 80s now. 238.42. It's 3 o'clock. Dave's going to pop next door. Mulder goes round the wicket to Shan Masood and bowls. He's forward, thick inside part of the bat, defending the ball out to Will Davis, who's at mid wicket. Where's the wicket coming from? Leicestershire asking themselves. Although Callum Parkinson, come on lads, bang bang here. But the body language doesn't suggest a team that is completely convinced that that might happen. In goes Mulder, forward goes Masood, not getting to the pitch of it as he plays it firmly out to mid-off. Azad out there is the fielder. I beg your pardon, it's Ackerman. Where's Hassan? He's next to him at extra cover. Mulder bowls, drops a little bit short, it bounces up into the thigh pad of Shan Masood as he tries to turn it into the leg side, bounces out into the offside. And there's no run. He's got 1 or 2 just to lift slightly unexpectedly. Beyond Mulder. Still 13 overs after this one. Until the new ball there. Mulder in, bowls. Masood has to be careful as he steps forward and defends that one off stump out into the offside. Picked up by Azad, who then turns and throws the ball to Callum Parkinson because it's going to be Parkinson's turn to bowl again from the Bennett end. 25 the lead now. Need to get the batting points while they can, Derbyshire, but as I say, the run rate has increased steadily throughout the day. It's up at 3.6 for the innings as a whole. Now, at the start of the day, 36 for 1 from about 16 overs, I think it was. 238 for 2 now. 238 for 2 now at Derbyshire. Leicestershire toiling in the glorious sunshine down here at Grace Road. Shan Masood has already passed 100. He's 124, not out to go with his 200 earlier this season against Sussex. Wayne Madsen, who always scores runs against Leicestershire. In fact, he has now got over 900 runs here at Grace Road alone before we even count the runs he's scored against the Foxes in Derby. He is 81 not out. They came together when the score was on 60. Seems a long time ago this morning. It's now 240 for 2. They lead by 27, Derbyshire, with an awful lot of power to add. Masood onto 1 1-2-5. Madsen now back on strike, the right-hander, as Parkinson is in. Bowls 2 and he just pushes through the vacant mid-off area. Down to long off and walks the single. Moves on to 82. Continues. He does more than accumulate, Wayne Madsen, really. He too has picked up his scoring rate, which was at about 50% for much of the earlier part of his innings, as that one is clipped through mid-wicket by Masood. Mid-wicket dives over the ball, rather tumbles over the ball. I think it's Rhodes out there, picks himself up, bounces up. But Hendricks had to cover behind him, and Masood was content with one anyway. Probably would have got one as things were. Parkinson unimpressed, goes in and bowls. Madsen gets one that's sort of floated up on towards middle and leg and clips it away through square leg out towards Evans, who is the sweeper on the leg side. Another single taken. Madsen on to 83.
I love it when you say power to add.
Very much so. 8 wickets in hand as Parkinson is in, tosses it up, is driven by Masood out towards mid-off. Kimber makes the stop but falls over as he does so. Was hit with some power and he had a bit of ground to make up to his right, so always was going to be one. And one is duly taken. And now finally Ackerman starts to swing his arms. They could do with a few overs from the captain, and it looks like they are going to get a few. You never quite know. He's got an odd knack of picking up wickets, as you know from his T20 record, Ackerman. But he's very, very, seems to me, unwilling to bowl himself. That was was that a plaintive toot of the vuvuzela?
I think it was, yeah.
Taken away in the wind.
But they're over to our right, aren't they, which is where the wind is going. New over from Mulder. First delivery, turn into the leg side by Shah Masood. No run. He's world record holder, isn't he, Ackerman?
He is.
Yeah.
Only man to take 7 wickets in a T20s. 4 over.
Remarkable.
Spell.
I fancy a few world records for this man this summer.
Well,
on TV against Northamptonshire. Good luck the Northants attack. Here comes Mulder again around the wicket. That's the umpire now. That one is driven down the ground for 4 runs. Glorious, glorious shot from Shah Masood. Moves to the 130s. 131. He's on 248. That was his 17th 4. I think he had 22 4s in his double 100 from memory. I should never do things from memory, really. So he'd never scored at 200 before last week. 199 was his high score. He hit 24 4s in actual fact last week. So far he's hit 17 today as Mulder bowls to him and beats him. There's a big appeal and the umpire Neil Bainton says not out. Definitely beat him though with a bit of extra bounce. There is just the odd one that bounces a bit more than the batsman's expecting. Whether it's deviating off the pitch at all, I wouldn't like to say, but it went through with a fair old lick and it was taken just above his, or in front of his face, by Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper.
There's been a noise of some kind. This is why I guess they went up, but who knows what it was. Feet, bat against pad.
We don't know if Masood's a walker because each time he's been out it's been very obvious. He's on 131. Mulder bowls, that's turned to the leg side. Should do what they're doing in the IPL now, just retire, because we're not injured for any future matches, so it's a very unpleasant thing that's crept into the IPL.
Do they?
Oh yeah, it's happened 3 times I think now, certainly twice, where a batsman who isn't scoring quick enough retires himself so somebody else can come in and have a go.
What, does he pretend he's injured, or does he
Just
literally
retires,
just walk off?
just retires. Yeah, just walks off. I've never seen it because I don't watch the IPL and I can't be doing with it, but Mulder bowls and that one is off a thick inside edge down towards backward square leg. They're going to come back for the second. The throw's coming in, but it's coming in from an awful long way away. I mean, an awful long way away. Is that George Rhodes down there? 250's up for Derbyshire. I can't tell.
I think so, yes.
He's too far away for me to even begin to guess who it was, really. I just saw some numbers, very small numbers on his back. They're the normal size, but he must be 150 yards away there. 250 up, 250 for 2, lead 37. That lead always grows really quickly as well, doesn't it? So it takes a while to get up to parity, and then all of a sudden off the opposition team shoots, and this next one keeps low. Or at least Masood made it look like he kept low. Certainly went under his bat. And with the lead of 37, Derbyshire won't mind that too much. 250 for 2 at the end of the over. Masood 133, Madsen 83. Did it keep low?
A little bit.
He gave the impression, didn't he, from the previous one, the one before last,
exactly,
that actually bounced more than he was expecting.
They'd like, I suspect now, for there to be a little bit of variable bounce developing. Derbyshire, because they're going to have a substantial first innings lead, whatever the situation. And if there is a little bit extra for their bowlers in terms of the pitch, then they would welcome it. Ackerman is bringing himself on from the Bennett end, directing traffic out there. The over 8, despite the overs bowled by Parkinson, has slipped to -2. 43 remain today. It is 3:10, but Ackerman bringing himself on. He usually whistles through his overs. Should speed
in fairness,
things up.
they're not far behind, are they? So that's 11 overs till tea, which is officially in half an hour.
Yeah.
I think they've done all right.
Expected to be about 15 or even 20 minutes late, unless Ackerman keeps himself on. He's still yet to start this over. He's still looking around him. No close fielders with the exception of Azad, who's at a short-ish, straightish mid-on. He goes in and bowls. Oh, it was edged by Wayne Madsen through what would have been second slip. It's running down towards the third man boundary, and it makes it all the way. Ackerman raises his eyes to the heavens. He did rather prod at that one. Madsen got a thick edge, and it was in the air. Would have been a perfect catch. First slip might have got there, sticking out a right hand. Second slip certainly would have been ideal for him. Nobody there.
Get a slip in.
Madsen on to 87.
Might be better than that man at straight mid-on.
Ackerman is in. Madsen is forward, pushing it back up the pitch towards Azad, who formed the long barrier, only to see his captain hop across and field it himself. Ackerman is in, slapped away through the covers by Wayne Madsen. Didn't time it though. And Will Davis, who's out there on the cover boundary, runs in and fields. Madsen takes a single, moves on to 88. 255 for 2. The lead over 40 now. Ackerman's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Shan Masood, which entails a few field changes.
I think I've thought of a question.
Decided to bring in Hendricks, just about halfway, no, all the way from long on to mid on. Goes in and bowls. Masood is forward, pushing the ball back down the pitch on the onside. Ackerman picks up, and because Masood had taken a step or two down the pitch, flicks the ball back towards Harry Swindles. In goes Ackerman, short down the leg side, pulled around the corner with a minimum of fuss. Just okay, I'll pop it over there, then down to wide long leg for 4. Rank bad ball from Ackerman, but the unfussiness with which it was put away and the utter certainty was
staggering.
A little depressing as far as Leicestershire are concerned, I'm sure. Slip has gone in now. Azad for the left-hander on the basis Ackerman might turn it away. Goes in and bowls. He's forward, pushing out towards mid-wicket. Parkinson runs in to try and pick up the ball. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. The quick single is successfully taken. 260 for 2, Masood 138, and that is the 200 partnership between these two. Wayne Madsen has 88, Sean Masood has 138, and they've batted not completely without alarm, but almost entirely without alarm, in very contrasting styles, but as I say, they've already proved extremely complementary earlier this season and are doing so again here.
We'll set David Griffin a task if he doesn't come up with it himself by the close of play today. The last time batsmen shared in double century partnerships in successive matches, because they put on 292 against Sussex last week and they put on 200 here at Grace Road today, and it has been today, as Hendricks, is it Hendricks? It is Hendricks, begins a new over. I wonder where he'd been, and the first ball he bowls, perhaps that's why he hasn't been bowling, is banged in short and it's just chopped away by Shan Masood for 4 down to the backward point boundary. He moves to 142, 264 for 2. He almost caught me out.
Look at their run rate now, 3.8, almost approaching 4.
And it was that kind of rate last week.
At the start of the day.
Hello to Andy Mitchell. It was 248 for 2 in Charleston in the United States when he took the photograph and tweeted it to us. 264 for 2 now. Hendricks bowls way wide of the off stump. Masood had a little go at it, ended up playing another one of those one-handed shots of his, where the bottom hand comes off the bat, and then he looks very quizzically at the pitch, and Wayne Madsen comes down to have a little look as well, and he said when it hits that spot there, it just takes off. We've seen that 2 or 3 times. First time this afternoon from Hendricks, because it's the first time we've seen him. His next delivery is chopped away down to backward point, and it races so quickly that Will Davis is no more than 15 yards away from the ball, where the ball crosses the boundary rope. Got nowhere near it, absolutely nowhere near it. And Shan Masood moves to 146 off 200 deliveries. That's a strike rate, by my reckoning, of 73.
It's butchery, but it's kind of delicate butchery. It's almost dissection, isn't it?
He doesn't bludgeon the ball, does he? He just sort of guides it into the areas where he wants it to go. Stephen's offering me both batsmen at the same time. That'd be interesting. I'll have a think about that. Hendricks is in again and bowls, and that one is, of course, neither of them, if they're not out. This one is pushed out into, no, I'm joking, pushed into the offside by Masood, who moves on to 147, 269 for 2. The lead is up to 56 now.
Derbyshire supporters must be enjoying this.
Oh, I believe they are. I believe
can
they
blame
are.
them.
Well, we've had some lean years. I say we, I'm not a Derbyshire supporter, as everybody knows, and as somebody pointed out, it was a disgrace that the BBC local radio man didn't support the county. 269 for 2. Around the wicket comes Hendricks to the right-handed Wayne Madsen. He just tucks it into the leg side for a comfortable single. Soft ball. Later in the day, he's removed his sweater now. He means business, does Buren Hendricks, but he didn't look massively happy to me. He's walking very purposefully back to his mark, as though he's and I don't think bowling mad is necessarily a good idea for a lot of people, because if you bowl mad, you try to bowl quicker, you lose your line, you lose your length, and you're bowling to a batsman who's on 147 not out, and he bowls a full length delivery that was a really good delivery, fair play to him. It's tucked into the leg side by Shan Masood. He doesn't get a run for it, so Madsen will be on strike at the start of the next over. He's on 89, Masood 147. Derbyshire 270 for 2, leading by 57. And Paris says this boy loves to bat. How refreshing for Derbyshire to have a class act like him. Don't want to jinx it, but this season looks very promising. Well, if it all falls down now, Ant, that's entirely at your feet. You tweeted it, not me. But I think you might be right. I predicted they'd finish second in the... Chris says 100 for Ben Slater. Good to see Knott's youth development programme reaping its rewards. Very good, Chris.
And indeed, Leicestershire, he had a couple of games with us at the start of the pandemic year. Made 100.
Got his high score again for Leicestershire, didn't he?
Ackerman is in. Back goes Madsen. Pokes it rather out towards extra cover. Masood, for a minute, thinks that Madsen might be about to call him through. Doesn't. Ackerman is in. Back and cutting is Wayne Madsen, but only as far as Ed Barnes, who's at backward point. Rehearses the shot. Ackerman is in. A bit more air this time, pushed by Madsen out into the gap between Barnes and Hendricks, out towards Davis, who's had that scrape on his elbow, re-bandaged. He's out on the point boundary at the moment, cover boundary, or now deep square boundary, because it's the left-hander Masood who's on strike. Long leg goes into place as well. Ackerman around the wicket. Bowls. Masood is clipping out towards mid-wicket, gets it past Hendricks, is reaching, but not very athletically reaching right hand. And Parkinson covers behind the big South African. One is taken. Masood onto 148. Madsen on 90. Ackerman in to him, slightly leg side. I think he was getting in position just to sort of try and ramp it away, but it was a bit straighter than he thought it was going to be, and looking to sort of close his back, tickle it away down the fine leg to the fine leg boundary. Ackerman is in, a bit straighter, worked out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run, but as I said, Ackerman getting through his overs, improving the over rate. 40 remain. It is 20 minutes until tea should be taken, so 8 overs until tea will be taken. So it will certainly be late.
At the current rate, they're looking at 200 by lead by the close.
272 for 2. The lead is 59. Masood, almost 150.
Greg Watts asks a question I can't answer. Why double centuries recorded in the stats as only single centuries? It's a good question, but I have no idea. Hendricks bowls to Shan Masood, who just crashes this one out to the cover boundary and picks up a single.
It's warm in here, isn't it?
It is quite warm. Yes. Matter of fact, it's very warm. 273 for 2. Hendricks is in again. Balls to Madsen, who gets rather tucked up by that one. The ball almost dribbles onto our stump, but misses it somehow. No idea how. And that's part of that. You earn your luck, I suppose, because that was very fortunate for Wayne Madsen on 90. I'm sure he's got plenty of 90s, but what he wants is his 33rd Derbyshire century. I'm sure it's already on his mind. He knows his stats, does Mads. He's got 33 in total, 32 of them for Derbyshire. And in comes Hendricks, and that one is cut away violently by Wayne Madsen. Has that got the legs to go for 4? I think it might do. There's 2 fielders converging on it. No, it doesn't. They're going to come back for 3 though. Masood very quickly runs the first 2. Madsen was to 93. Evans again. Oh dear. He's going to be exhausted. He'll need a cup of tea, won't he?
Well, they wear these GPS equipped sort of vests, don't they? It'd be interesting to see how many distance he has run in this innings. I'll have to ask if that stat is available.
You would say so, wouldn't you? You would say so.
He's done plenty.
I was going to put a face to the name. That's Shane. Having a cup of coffee at 272 for 2. He says it's now 276 for 2. This one is guided by Masood down to 3rd man. and it's his 150. He waves his bat. He never removes his helmet when he reaches a landmark. Shan Masood never removes it. But he gets to 150 from 205 deliveries. He's hit 24s. There are no columns for 150 though. I'm not sure why that should be either. You have them for 50 but not for 150.
Strike rate 73.
Almost swallowed something there that I shouldn't have done. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Wayne Madsen to go through to the keeper. Strike rate, what did he say? Strike rate
73.
Yeah.
Of the two, actually, Madsen's first class strike rate is average. Sorry, is the higher at 39. Masood's 37, but improving rapidly this season.
Yes, it's not doing himself any harm, is he, at the moment? Shan Masood, 150 not out. Madsen leaves this one alone outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 277 for 2. The lead is 64 now to Derbyshire, with 7 overs to go until the tea interval. I'm just looking to see how many runs he's got this season now, Shan Masood, and the answer is 542. Wayne Madsen has gone up to 292, which would be a fairly decent return. Masood's average in the championship, 180.6.
Can he get it up over 200?
This is the only not out innings.
Ackerman around the wicket, and he's going to pick up another run there as he stretches forward. Runs out towards square leg. Hendricks, who now has a fair idea of what the county championship is all about, reaches forward and picks up a single taken. Over the wicket goes Ackerman, and again Hendricks is called into action, has to run to his left, and again the single is taken. As easy as you like.
But there is still the odd ball doing something, isn't there? It's remarkable, really.
Even at 73.2 overs. So the new ball, which will be taken, they might wait until after tea, mightn't they? As in goes Ackerman and bowls. Masood defends very correctly. Out to the offside.
I wouldn't wait, would you? I wouldn't wait. Let's get at him.
I just think they might need a break,
breather,
really, and to talk about and think about it, and it's only going to be an over or so. Ackerman is in. Masood pushes out into the offside. He calls for the quick single, but as ever, when both batsmen go straight away, there's almost always a run. And Evans was quickly onto the ball, running in from cover, but the single was easily taken to 80. For 2, the lead 67. Masood 152. Ackerman is ready to go. Gets a. Don't think that Madsen will go for the big hit, but I don't know whether you want to see him just in case. He's on 94.
I'd be staggered if he did.
I would be a bit. So we'll trust our judgment as Ackerman bowls, and it's defended back down the pitch to him.
Even the straight boundary is a long way away, isn't it? He's certainly not going to go square, and if he lifted one up over the cover boundary, that. I'd want to hear your surprise.
Huge hit over mid-wicket. In goes Ackerman and bowls. He rather prods forward at that one. Gets there, but only just pushes it out to Hendricks in the cover's end of the over to 80 for 2. 6 until tea. Madsen 94. Masood 152. Are they going to go through the session, Derbyshire, without losing a single wicket?
Certainly on course. Middlesex have finally been bowled out at Sophia Gardens for 336. They lead by 214. Nottinghamshire 30 in front, 260 for 3 up at Chester Street. Sussex, I'll give you that in a moment, because here is Hendricks beginning a new over. Oh, almost gets a nick there. He was fishing at that one outside the off stump. Again, that little extra bounce, and he's shaping as though he was trying to ramp that. I don't think he was. He's sort of suggesting to Wayne Madsen, I might ramp one of these. Just calm down, son. Calm down.
It took off, didn't it?
Did.
Flew through.
Sussex 46 for 2, trailing Worcestershire by 445. That's what I was about to say before Buren Hendricks bowled that last delivery. Now he's coming in again. And Masood just pushes it very nicely out into the offside. Will Davis does the fielding out in the cover region, and Masood moves to 153, 281 for 2. It's always nice when your team is that you're covering is doing well. You get far more interaction. Got all sorts of people getting in touch, which is great.
Yeah, good stuff.
The last couple of seasons they've all been hiding behind sofas and generally disassociating themselves from the team. Madsen waits and drives this one up towards mid-off, sets off for a single, and it's his cry of no you could hear in the effects microphone. Shah Masood had absolutely no intention of running there. I can't say I blame him. The chocolate was a bit messy, incidentally.
But edible?
Oh, it'll be edible. Of course it'll be edible.
Lap it up.
It'll get eaten at some point. It might not be today now, though. I have another bar in the hotel room. Of chocolate, not of anything else. There's Hendricks bowls to Madsen, who almost falls into the offside playing that into leg. Quite straight. Went straight into the grateful hands of mid-on. Here is Colin Ackerman.
Must be wondering what he can do, how he can make something happen. That was a very plaintive bang bang here, eh, boys?
Yeah. Hendricks is hit again. That was driven at the top for a quick single. It's going to be a shot at the stumps that hits, and he's out. When Madsen's gone, he put the dive in. It was a good throw from Ed Barnes, of all people, and Wayne Madsen can't quite believe it. He is gone. Derbyshire at 281 for 3.
And we both have updates to do, so perfect piece of timing in that respect, but not by Wayne Madsen, who probably cannot believe what he has done. Effectively ran himself out. It was a really good piece of work by Barnes, picking up and throwing. But really, in those circumstances, the batsman taking a risk he did not need to take. So really, you wonder kind of why take it. But he did take it. Wayne Madsen goes run out by Ed Barnes from mid-off. Here comes the update. Hello, well the applause you can hear is for Wayne Madsen, who's leaving the field having just been run out for 94. Really good piece of work from Ed Barnes, the Leicestershire bowler, who picked up at mid-off and hit the stumps as Madsen flung himself into his crease. It was a surprising one. He didn't really need to take the risk. Madsen, 100 was there, it seemed, for the taking. It's been very much Derbyshire's afternoon. They've gone on from their lunchtime score of 147 for 2 to 281 now for 3. Shan Masood, he's 153 not out, the Pakistan international opener, and looking good for at least 200. You would have thought there are now just 5 overs until tea. Derbyshire lead by 68 runs on first innings, but perhaps that unexpected wicket will boost the Foxes and they can pick up another before the interval. Derbyshire 281 for 3. That really was out of the blue, really. He has taken on, he's taken 1 or 2 risks, Madsen, but by and large he and Masood have run pretty well, and Masood did respond. Madsen was running to the danger end, so it was his risk, his call, his risk. Barnes picked up, hurled, hit the stumps, and umpire Bainton, finger going up as the stumps were disturbed. So Hendricks, to finish his over, is in to Masood, who's guiding it out into the offside. A tumbling stop by Davis means that there are no runs to be had. Matty McKinnon has come out at 5, actually. I thought he was due to come out at 6, but he has come out ahead of layers deploy. Why that might be, perhaps Fletch will enlighten us on his return. So what was the partnership then? 281 less 60. Don't know whether it breaks the record, 221, but I've only got the Leicestershire record totals. I'd be surprised. These counties have been playing each other for a long time. So Callum Parkinson replaces Colin Ackerman at the Bennett end with 5 overs to go until tea. New batsman to bowler, McKiernan. Can Leicestershire go? In the immortal phrase, bang, bang. Parkinson is in. McKiernan is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Blocking it out to Azad, who's in there at not quite silly mid-off, but very short mid-off. Parkinson is in. McKiernan is forward, reaching for it a little bit, pushing it off middle, out towards Evans, coming in from mid-wicket. Ice cream van arrives on Milligan Road. The ice cream parlour is open in the ground as Parkinson is ready to go, but just runs through the crease, doesn't deliver the ball. Whether it was an extra gust of wind, although the wind, if anything, has just dropped slightly or lessened a little. Parkinson is in, flicked down to fine leg for 4. Greatest of deliveries from Callum. Nice one from McKiernan to get off the mark, with which to get off the mark. Playing his first innings of the season, Matty McKiernan. Match of the season, therefore first innings. Sanazad's coming running towards us down on the boundary, which suggests he wants a helmet. Yep, helmet is what he wants from Leicestershire 12th man Nat Bowley, who comes running out with it. .285 for 3 with that. The lead up over 70 now, 72. Leicester have picked up a bowling bonus point at least. Their second bonus point of the game. He's gone in at leg slip. Azad as Parkinson goes in. Bowls to, oh, bounces, turns. Did it take the edge? No. Lots of hands on heads out there, but umpire Pratt says no. McKiernan peers back down the pitch, but there was bounce and turn there for Parkinson. And he was convinced it had taken the edge. One or two other Leicestershire players concurred, but umpire Pratt said no. Parkinson is in and bowling, worked off middle, out towards mid-wicket. No run. McKiernan picked up a wicket bowling from that end in Leicestershire's first innings, bowled Louis Kimber with a delivery that just bounced and turned. Parkinson is in, gives it some air, but just slightly over pitches, and leaning onto it he can work it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. An interesting over from Callum Parkinson, during which he was clipped away for 4, but he found one super delivery. Leicestershire thought had seen the back of Matty McKiernan. It didn't. 285 for 3 remains the score. 4 overs left now until tea. It is tea time notionally, but Ackerman is going to bowl from the pavilion end, and with Parkinson bowling from the Bennett end, should only be about 10 minutes away if they don't take too long setting the field. Azad's put on the pads underneath his whites, as well as the helmet. So they are going to look to crowd Masood perhaps a little bit as tea approaches. McKeon and Fletcher head of deployment.
No idea why. Yes, I've just said in there. I don't really know why, unless it's because
just
deploy
in the
didn't
loo or something.
or didn't fancy coming in for 4 hours before tea, or I don't know. McKinnon was certainly brought in to replace Lewis recently. We're told he'd bat 6, but he's batting 5. Very strange. Ackerman bowls around the wicket to Shan Masood, who pushes this out into the leg side. They thought they'd got McKinnon, didn't they? They looked really reasonably convinced, although 1 or 2 joined in quite late, which is always a bad sign. You don't paint the right picture to the umpire if you join in as late as some of the fielders did. This next delivery's off the bottom of the bat. McKinnon has to get his skates and he's got to get up to Shan Masood's speed here. Masood moves to 154, 287 for 3, 155 it says.
Again, Derbyshire will not have been dismayed by the bounce and turn that Parkinson got when he beat McKinnon there. McKinnon having taken a wicket with similar delivery, albeit a leg spinner from that end against Leicestershire in their first innings when he bowled Kimber. Yes. But that one really did whip, but there was bounce for Parkinson.
Masood's gone back down to 154 where he should have been in the first place, I think. 286 for 3. McKinnon defends this next delivery. It's his first appearance in the championship for the season, Matty McKinnon.
These conditions as well should harden the pitch up if it needed any hardening.
Indeed. He goes back into his crease this time, turns it into the leg side. There's a comfortable single out. McKinnon moves on to 5.
So Derbyshire's selection for the game of McKinnon, of the leg spinner, as well as obviously Thompson as well, looking a good one at the moment.
Well, there are great pains, and clearly it is, to point out that it was an attacking option to have an extra bowler. This one has gone through, straight through Shan Masood, been taken behind the stumps by Swindles. I have no idea how it's missed everything.
No.
It ought really to have either taken the inside edge or the edge of the off stump.
It wasn't over the top, it was just
next
to one
it.
side.
Yeah, it's hit neither. It was a nice take by Swindles, to be fair to him. All of a sudden, it's a minefield out there with Derbyshire leading by 74.
He didn't turn, he just sort of...
Yeah, just went on.
Yeah.
He's in again, Ackerman, goes back into his crease. That's a good stop. Really, really good stop. Is that George Rhodes? No, it's Mulder. It's Mulder. I keep seeing the 4s. There's too many numbers that end in 4. There's a 24, 34 and 44. That's my excuse. And I'm sticking to it. End of the over. 287 for 3. Masood on 154. McKinnon on 5. But yes, I don't know why. I can't give you an answer clearly as to why Leicestershire deploy didn't come out when he was supposed to be. I mean, it could have been as simple as, well, they never looked like getting out, and he'd nipped off the back for a snooze or something.
Parkinson from the Bennett end is in. McKinnon is popping it up. There isn't a short leg. Whether it came off bat and pad or just pad, we will never know. But there isn't a short leg, and nor will there be one for the next delivery. Mulder came in from backward square to field. Azad is at leg slip. Parkinson tosses it up and is driven hard down into the ground. It bounces past him and then up into the tummy of Buren Hendricks, who's at a deep-ish mid-off. Parkinson is in and bowls. Again, McKinnon is driving. Again, he looks a little nervous, Hendricks, as it comes bouncing over the outfield towards him. Gets everything behind it. Stops it cleanly. Parkinson bowls. McKinnon is driving again, but this time along the ground all the way to Rhodes, who's at shortish extra cover.
We smell like we're on the beach now.
So, yeah, I've had to put a little bit of sun cream on
Beautiful.
my arms because it's coming through the side windows now. Parkinson is in. Quicker, flatter delivery that's clipped away. Probably 4-4. Barnes has a long chase. He isn't going to catch it. It is beginning to slow a little bit, but not sufficiently quickly for Barnes to chase it down. 4 runs for McKiernan, who moves on to 9 off just 13 balls.
So we found the slowest part of the outfield. It's this 4 foot here.
It does
just
tend
to our
be
left.
Yeah.
It's the only slow bit of the entire outfield. It's 4 feet before you get to the boundary.
If there is ever any pooling on the ground, it does tend to be down there in that corner, so perhaps it's just a wee bit softer down there. Parkinson is ready to go, but the wind has blown the bails off. Pratt steps forward, replaces said bail. Parkinson in again, bowls. Forward goes McKiernan, defending out down the pitch on the onside, out to mid-wicket. No run end of the over, but McKiernan clearly, I mean, would you say he was a quicker scorer than Duploy by instinct?
No, not really. Not really.
Pushed him up the order to get on with it a bit. I don't know, but
going as a pre-tee pinch hitter. Yeah, it's a strange one.
Early.
I think 6 is too high for him. With the greatest of respect, he can bat. I don't think there's any question. He batted really nicely up at Aigburth a couple of years ago in the what was the Bob Willis Trophy. In a losing cause, sadly, but Ackerman begins a new over from the pavilion end. It's just turned nicely into the leg side by Shan Masood for a couple of runs. We moved to 156 to 93. 4-3. Lignum vitae is the denser wood that heavy bales are made of.
Thank you.
My thanks to Mr. Google for tweeting that in. In comes Ackerman again, and this one is driven out into the offside. There's a bit of a chase on here for Parkinson, who's done brilliantly to stick out a right hand as he put in the dive and stop it. The ball had originally gone past Louis Kimber.
Van Gogh.
Very good suggestion. I've just had a very good suggestion as to why McKiernan came in. I never thought of it. Thank you, Stephen. This one is driven by Shan Masood. Right hand, left hand, because Liz deploys left-handed. And they want to go right hand, left hand combination. That's a very good, Stephen. It's nice to see you staying alert back at base.
Too intelligent for us, really.
Yeah.
We couldn't have got there.
That one's defended by Masood back to Ackerman. As good a reason as any. It's actually a cricketing reason rather than he was in the toilet and missed his opportunity. That one just pushed through a little bit quicker by Ackerman, and keeps a little bit low, just a touch low, and it's pushed out to the leg side by Masood. There's no Mulder does the fielding. The square leg comes in now, as does the man on the cover boundary. They're happy to give him 4 here by the look of it, and he doesn't manage to accept the invitation because he drives it up to Callum Parkinson. So with 1 over to go until tea, Derbyshire 295 for 3. Masood has 158. McKiernan 9. They lead by 82. Really bad timing for the tea interval as well, with the 4 o'clock update slap bang in the middle of it.
And this 1 over before tea will take Leicestershire to the new ball, so you would assume they'd take it after tea, but Parkinson is getting something with this old one all of a sudden. Let's see what McKiernan can make of this final over before the interval. Parkinson is in, McKiernan is forward, tall young man, so a big stride. He can get to the pitch of the ball just about. Back down the pitch it goes. So we'll be about 12 minutes late for tea, which by championship standards is pretty good. Parkinson is in, gives it a few revs. You could see him floating down, but again leaning forward and pushed out to Evans this time at mid-wicket. Ice cream van, as you could probably hear, down Milligan Road.
I wonder what it was.
Parkinson is in. McKiernan is forward again. Each time he's pretty much got to the pitch of the ball. Rhodes the fielder this time. But, short extra. Parkinson bowls forward again. McKinnon turning his wrists on it, pushing to mid-wicket where Evans fields. 2 to go. I wouldn't spend too much time on the ball, Sam, given it's about to be replaced.
Yeah. Still working hard at it. 79 overs and 4 balls in.
And it is the spinner who's bowling. Parkinson is in. Back goes McKinnon, whipping off the straight, and 1 or 2 hands started to go into the air. Had he missed it, he would have been plumb. He didn't, clipped it away towards square leg, but Bjorn Mulder made the stop. Last ball of another session that has belonged most firmly to the visitors. Parkinson is in. McKinnon defends, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea on day 2 of this championship fixture, which is now being pretty much comprehensively controlled by the visitors, Derbyshire. They are 295 for 3 in their first innings. Shan Masood, the eternal, the permanent, is still there. He's 158 not out of 221 balls. He did lose 1 partner during the session. Wayne Madsen not running himself out, but taking an unnecessary risk on 94, was run out by Eddie Barnes' throw from mid-off. Matty McKinnon is with him. He's 9 not out, all of which means that Derbyshire now lead by 82 runs.
148 added in that session.
Yeah.
Which is quite decent.
The loss of 1
yeah.
to go with 111 for 1 in the first session. That is Derbyshire's day so far. We'll be back with you. You'll probably hear me do an update in about 10 minutes, but we'll be back with you essentially and committed 100% in around about 18 minutes' time.
Leicestershire, 91 all out, Sussex 64.
Players off the field for tea at the moment, and Leicestershire, when they return after the interval, facing something of a mountain. 295 for 3, Derbyshire at tea. They've dominated the day essentially so far, and in the afternoon session it was dominated essentially by Shan Masood, who's played outstandingly since coming into the county championship. A wonderful signing on the part of Derbyshire. He made a double century last week against Sussex, and he's got every chance of doing so again here against Leicestershire. He's 158 not out of 221 balls. He did lose one partner during the afternoon session. It was Wayne Madsen, who looked set for another century of his own when he was run out on 94. Eddie Barnes' throw from mid-off hitting the stumps. McKinnon is with him. He is 9 not out, all of which means that the Derbyshire lead is now 82, and they still have 7 first innings wickets in hand. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, third and final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Excuse me, BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester bringing you ball by ball commentary. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, which is about to resume with Derbyshire in a splendid position. They are 295 for 3 in their first innings. They lead Leicestershire already by 82 runs with those 7 first innings wickets intact. One of those wickets, that of Shan Masood, who is 158 not out. What a signing he has been by Mickey Arthur and Derbyshire. Can he make it consecutive double centuries for his new county? He's 158 not out of 221 balls. Matty McKiernan is with him at the moment, making his first appearance of the season. He is 9 not out of 20 balls, the leg spinning all-rounder. A new ball is available to Leicestershire, and I suspect they will take it immediately. It looks a pretty shiny ball in the hands of Bjorn Hendricks, who's going to open the bowling in this session for the Foxes from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Masood. Always a nice thing for an opening batsman to be facing a second new ball. You've got through 80 overs. You've done a pretty good job for your side, and I think we can safely say that Masood has done that for Derbyshire. Can he see off that second new ball? Looks like there's going to be just the one slip for the tall left-hander who looks around him. Counts. Looks as though they're counting the players. They're not, of course, counting the fielders. Just accounting for all the positions, so to speak. I think Leicestershire have sneaked an extra one on. Long leg and third man in position as Hendricks is in over the wicket. Bowls to Masood, who works him away off his hip, as I think he did to the very first ball of his innings against the new ball. And he picks up one, moves on to 159.
Excuse my heavy breathing, I've just brushed back from the toilet. A long way.
Yes, that's why it's because it's a distance upstairs. Not it's not the fact of being at the loo.
No, goodness me, no.
Lovely down there, isn't it? Now,
Beautiful.
Really is.
It's nice up here.
And very pleasant, especially pleasant if you're a Derbyshire supporter. Hendricks is going to go around the wicket with two slips to McKinnon, the right-handed batter. He is in and bowls and bangs it in a little bit short. Not a bouncer, but sort of well above the waist. But McKinnon solidly in line, plays it well. Drops the ball out into the offside, off the back foot. Will Davies is waving away. Does he want a helmet, or are they going to put in a short leg? He's sort of waving his cap at the dressing room. There are sort of helmets below us on the boundary, so it possibly wasn't that. Hendricks is in and bowling. Fuller waiting for it in the creases. McKinnon plays it firmly out towards Kimber at mid-on. Don't know what that signal was from Davies. Perhaps to have a drink down at. I don't know, he's going to open the bowling, or he's going to get first bite with the second new ball, it would appear, judging by his warm-ups. Hendricks looks fit. Do you know what I mean? He looks strong.
Yeah.
It's not a laboured run-up as he goes in and bowls down the leg side. Good work by Swindles in that he got something on it, because it bounced again before it got to him. He dived across to his left, didn't get his gloves on it, but it hit him in the chest. Judging by he's rubbing away there, just about the heart.
It was a bit of a wild delivery, wasn't it, from Hendricks on that occasion?
Yeah, didn't have control of that one. Azad and Ackerman. First and second slip. As Hendricks, striving for a bit of rhythm, bounds in and bowls outside off stump, pushed across McKinnon. Might just have been a little bit of a way movement, but not really. I'd quite like to see him stay over the wicket for a few deliveries at the right-hander, just to see if he can get one to bounce and leave him, perhaps. Or
Well, just to push one across him. He's not an out-and-out batsman, Matty McKinnon. He's in the side predominantly for his leg spin.
probably rather enjoying this opportunity as in goes Hendricks. Bowls to him. He lifts the bat rather flamboyantly over the line of the ball as it bounces through to Swindles. End of the first over with the second new ball. Just a single added by Masood off the first ball. The lead then is 83 for Derbyshire.
Parky's forgotten his cap.
Is that what it
His
was?
cap taken to him. He had a sun hat on, but it's too windy for a sun hat, I think.
Blow off.
It will blow off. So he's gone back to the cap. It is going to be Will Davies, as Richard suggested, who's going to open the bowling for the evening session over at the Bennett end.
Thank you to Brunty for a quite splendid piece
Oh,
of cake.
absolutely.
Delicious it was.
A bit of a sugar rush going on here.
Yeah, lifted our energies. You can probably hear in our
Come out of the sweat. That's the daily calorific intake of a very large human being in that one small slice of cake. Splendid. Thank you, Bunty. Won't let that put anybody else off bringing cake up though. 296 for 3. Lead 83. Davis loses his run. Give him the big build-up.
A few people saying that they should have put Masood in their fantasy championship team.
I should have picked him as Derbyshire's leading run scorer in a little thing we've got going at the club, but I didn't. My man ran himself out earlier. Davis is in and bowls to Masood, who just pushes it out into the offside. They're going through for the quick single, and it's there. McKinnon gets in comfortably in the end. The ball wasn't even released by the fielder. Here went Madsen 293 for the season, average is 73. Shan Masood 552, averaging 184, near enough. Still to come, next in. Well, there's deploy we think, but Anuj Dal's averaging 114. Only been out the once. Deploy averaging 28.5. Matty McKinnon batting for the first time in the championship this season. Does have a first-class half-century to his name. That may well have been at Egbert. He waits now, and Davis bowls to him. He turns it into the leg side. Straight to the man. Fielding at mid-wicket. Sam Evans. And there's no run. Very good question posed by my footballing sidekick at Burton Albion, Tony Bentley. We're into the final session of the 10th day of Derbyshire's season. Factually correct so far, as this next delivery is driven by McKinnon, but again straight to Evans. What percentage of the minutes of those 10 days has Masood been on the field of play? It must be very high. It will be enormous, because he's been well every minute so far in this match. Every minute bar. What did he? How long was he? I can't remember when he was out. He would have only had a very brief spell off the field in the previous match against Sussex. Davis is in, and this one is whipped away by McKinnon. Nice looking shot. I think he's going to get 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. He is. That was a really nice looking shot from Matty McKinnon to move into double figures. Just whipped it away off his legs. He moves to 13, and the 300's up for Derbyshire. 301 for 3. That's another bonus point for Derbyshire. They lead by 84. Still got another 30 overs, the thick end of 30 overs for bonus points, which is a lot, really, considering they're already up to 300. Are they up to 300? They must be. It hasn't moved yet, has it?
There you go.
There we go.
Ticks over.
6th bonus point of the match for Derbyshire. Next delivery is just turned into the leg side, and again it's Evans who does the fielding. Yes, I think I'm in love with Shan Masood. He's the whole new outlook on watching Derbyshire play cricket. Bizarre. If he's going to get back-to-back doubles, they'll never have a better opportunity, you wouldn't have thought.
Is he with Derbyshire for the entire season?
Whole season, all formats. Yeah. Unless this one is driven away out into the offside by Matty McKinnon this time. It's the tall man, Louis Kimber, giving chase, and he hauls it in before it reaches the boundary. They come back for 2. Gets back to his feet. There's the man who helped him out there.
He's laughing because Rhodes followed him to the boundary and then sort of ducked, flung himself down to the ground so that Kimber could throw it over him. Kimber didn't throw it over him, he just hurdled him. He just sort of stepped over him like a racehorse sort of taking a hurdle at Cheltenham. And then he threw it in.
303 for 5, McKinnon on to 15, lead 90.
Hendricks over the wicket to Masood on 160. Bowls, and he's hurried, Masood, but it's a no ball. It bounces out into the offside off the pads. It was rapid. that delivery, but he overstepped, and so 2 runs for the no ball plus the leg by. Should be 306. Yes, it is.
Well, now they mark that in a scorecard. Tricky that, wasn't it? The no ball and the leg by.
Manual scoreboard. There he goes. Lucian Pip. Hadn't seen the no ball signal. Hendricks goes around the wicket to McKiernan. Bowls a little bit short, back foot. It was straight though, so he could stay on the back foot and play it solidly in defence out towards Kimber, who's at mid-on. Leicestershire already know they're going to have to bat much better second time around. A lot of cricket to be played in the game though. Looks like Derbyshire are going to have a lead of well over 150, put it that way, maybe 200, 250, who knows. Hendricks is in again. McKiernan on the back foot, back down the pitch to Hendricks, who throws it to Kimber to do a spot of polishing. I learned a bit about these new Duke balls this season, which is that when they put the lacquer on, they put the lacquer over the seam, which is one of the reasons that it changes behaviour sort of markedly after 15 or so overs. In goes Hendricks and bowls, pushed out into the leg side by McKiernan. It's a long chase round for Parkinson. It's going to be gets there before it crosses the ropes in front of the Uptonsteel stand, but too comfortably taken by McKiernan. But it takes that sort of extra little bit of time for the lacquer not just to come off the leather, but also to come off the seam, and the seam to become slightly more used to the bowler in that respect, more pronounced if you like, in an effort to make it last a little bit longer. Doesn't necessarily appear to do much good for the ball though in terms of its longevity. Hendricks is in outside off stump, little hop across his stumps there by McKiernan as he lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
But once the seam pops up, it then soon wears away apparently.
Exactly,
and it becomes just spherical again, which is how they used to ornament to the bowlers really. So they've got to make the most of the new ball. Which
kind of suggests that they ought to use a different sort of, whatever they use, a sort of string for the seam.
Yeah.
A stronger one. In goes Hendricks, almost gets through McKiernan. That was quick and he was very late on it. Did he come off the sort of bottom edge and bounce down?
I'm sure there was a noise, wasn't there? I wasn't sure if the noise was the bat hitting the ground, but it sounded too much like bat on ball for that, so I think he must have done.
Played it down and it went through on the bounce to Swindles, but it could easily have gone onto the stumps. It didn't. Pigeons flying over, I think. A big swift for pigeons, more like swifts actually. Time of year is it?
Summer's
May,
here.
so it probably isn't far off. They're getting here, is it? They've arrived at in Spain, the swifts, the golondrinas they call them. In goes Hendricks, bowls, and again he's hurried but plays it well, McKiernan. He gets on top of the bounce and steers it down to third man for a single. He keeps the strike, moves on to 18, 309 for 3. The lead creeping towards 3 figures. It's 96 now.
Still 29 overs to go on the batting. It's not showing any signs of slowing down necessarily. 3 3/4 the scoring rate. So that's a fair old chunk of runs coming there. Still on for the 200 lead. And if Shan Masood carries on batting like he has been, he may well get to 200 if he's still there by the close of play as he did against Sussex. McKiernan faces this first delivery of a new over from Will Davis and squirts it out into the offside. There is no run. So the breeze hasn't dropped at all at any stage really all day. It's continued to blow across from left to right as we look out from the top of the pavilion. I'll tell you which direction that was if I had the first idea. As Davis is in again and McKinnon pushes out once more into the offside. I'm guessing
We're looking pretty
it's
much
going from
south.
east to west. Yes.
So yeah, it's roughly east to west.
It's because you said before the city was to the north and that's behind us. All the clues are there.
The fact that the sun is setting over there
Ah, yes.
tends to set in the
yeah,
west
that's true, isn't it?
in this hemisphere.
I never realised that. Yeah. Yeah. We're in the land of the
Are
setting.
you in the Cubs or Scouts?
No,
or no,
no.
Bit too
We're in the
paramilitary. for you.
land of the setting sun. As this next delivery is turned into the lakeside, away from where the sun is setting by Matty McKinnon.
Do they have the Cubs? Did they have Cubs in Bolton in those times? Or were
Well, I
they
don't know because I didn't live there, but
okay.
they had Cubs when I was growing up. If that's
Yeah.
what you're insinuating, I'm only 59.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's what-
159. I don't think they had.
But you weren't inclined to.
I think I was in the Cubs for a brief spell, but it wasn't really my thing. All that dibbing and dobbing. McKinnon whips this one away into the lakeside. It's a little aerial to begin with, and then it's picked up by Mulder just down below us, and he hurls it back in. McKinnon picks up another single, move to 19, 310. 4-3. A lead of 100 would be nice for the sports news at just gone 4:30. From a Derbyshire perspective, clearly. Not necessarily from anybody else's. There are 2 balls left in this over from Will Davis. And he's going to be bowling to Shan Masuda's on 160 not out. Just the one slip. Masood drives uppishly, but it's to the left of the man at backward point, and it's going to race away to the boundary. Is it? It's slowing up, and it's slowed up completely. Mulder catches it. They come back 4-3. They almost ran 4. In fact, they probably could have done. The throw wasn't massively accurate, but you don't really want to be taking risks with that. But it was in the air as it went to the left. It was Mulder, wasn't it? A backward point. Not a chance because it was too far to the left of him, and Masood moves on to 163, and the lead is exactly 100. Excellent.
Just little moments where he sort of lived a little dangerously when driven a little uppishly, but essentially it's been chanceless, hasn't it? I mean, well, it literally has been chanceless.
I don't think anything has gone close enough to hand, has it, to be classed a chance now. McKinnon waits, Davis bowls. It's a short delivery, takes it on, misses it completely. And he actually does a full 360 because he's back in his batting stance by the time the ball hits the gloves of Harry Swindles. It's the end of the over. 313 for 3. Shan Masood has 163, Matty McKinnon 19, and the lead, the Derbyshire lead, is exactly 100 runs. That means they've scored 277 runs today.
Sports update time coming up. To the sports bulletins. Both stations run at 4:30. Hendricks continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Masood, who is forward, and another no ball. He was overstepped again as he defends that one into the leg side. He's actually batting in shadow, Shan Masood, at the moment. The shadow cast by the lights of the floodlights, the sort of square of lights at the top of the mast. Directly, he's right in the middle of the shadow at the moment. But the pitch in front of him is pretty much in complete sunshine, so he is unaffected as Hendricks goes in, bowls to him, clips him off his hip. It's wide of long leg, so work to do out there for Evans as Ever runs round, gets to the ball, but it means that Masood can turn for a second, and does. 165 to him. The lead over 100 now, 104. Brunty lamenting the absence of Mohammed Abbas and Marcus Harris from the side. Indeed, in goes Hendricks, bowls, driven, but without great power by Masood, steered out into the offside. Kimber threw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, missed. The Barnes backed up safely. Hendricks charges up the slope and bowls straight, and Masood defends on Masood. The Sen defends on the off stump, out into the offside. Tells McKinnon to stay where he is. McKinnon was always going to do exactly that. New ball is only 4.5 overs old. Just the one slip though for Masood as Hendricks goes in, bowls to him, he clips to mid-wicket. Good work as ever by Davis, who gets down at wide mid-on, dives and makes the stop, picks himself up somewhat gingerly. Having saved 3, for sure it would have run away for 4. Masood has to settle for the single, moves on to 166. Back around the wicket to the right-handed McKinnon. In and bowls, a bouncer, but it did bang in very short. McKinnon just calmly ducked underneath it. It went over his back, his arched back. No, tough first day, even tougher second day for Leicestershire, because Derbyshire, in their reply to Leicestershire's first innings score of 213, are now 318 for 3, which means that they lead by 105 runs with 7 first innings wickets intact. The men largely responsible, Shan and Masood, who made a fine double century against Sussex last week. Well, there's every prospect of him doing something similar against Leicestershire, because he's 166 not out of 230 balls. Wayne Madsen looks set for what is basically his customary century against the Foxes, when somehow on 94 he took on a throw from Eddie Barnes at mid-off, an unnecessary risk, and he paid the penalty because Barnes' throw hit the stumps and Madsen was run out for 94 after putting on 221 with Masood, their second double century partnership in a matter of a week. Masood has now been joined by Matty McKinnon, who is 19 not out. Leicestershire have taken the second new ball. It's still going to all parts of the sun-drenched Grace Road, and every prospect that by the end of the day Derbyshire's lead will be 200 or more. At the moment now they're 320 for 3. He missed one delivery that was worked down too long leg by Masood for a couple. Davis continues from the Bennett end. Bowls, hit in the air but through very straight mid-off for 4. Very, very straight. Davis instinctively stuck out his right hand. He was several feet away from the ball and there was no chance for mid-off. Ackerman to get a... He's fairly straight there at mid-off, but it was hit so straight the umpire sort of instinctively moved to his left, and ditto McKinnon to his right, and the ball went between the two of them, the non-striking batsman and the umpire, and it raced away to the Bennett end for 4. Beautiful hit. Say, he doesn't mind if the ball's in the air for a few feet, Masood, because he finds the gaps. Davis is in again to him, bouncer that is pulled in the air all the way for 6. I think that went the distance, it did. And well, Davis might be angry and feeling cross, but That's a gift to Masood, and it was gratefully accepted. Smacked away for 6. So 4 and then 6. Both shots of huge authority from Shan Masood, who is accelerating post-tee. He's now on 178 of 233 balls. Davis is in, short outside off stump, chopped away by Masood. It should be 2, it will be 2, as Evans has to run to his right to pick up the ball, gets his throw away. Masood, as I say, picks up a couple, so 12 off 3 balls for Shan Masood. And the new ball, as is sometimes the way, travelling more quickly to the boundary than the old one. But the bowling probably isn't helping. 1 for 74 for Davis from 17.4 overs. Field comes in. Why? Davis is in and bowling, and Masood is clipping sort of off the back foot, working the ball out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't quite time it as well as sort of like Parkinson gets across to field. Now the offside field, as I say, has come in, so, and the leg side field is pretty much now all on the boundary with the exception of Parkinson. No, not Parkinson at mid-wicket. Hendricks is at mid-on. Whether he's just being told to bowl straight, essentially. Davis is in down the leg side. Masood tries to help it on its way. It swings on past the bat and is taken by Swindles, falling away to his right. End of the over, 332 for 3. 86 overs have been bowled in the innings. The run rate now is almost 4 for the innings as a whole. Foxes just are not stemming this sort of flow of runs. Masood onto 180. Ben Mike is on the field. Who is walking off? I don't know at the moment. Looking around. No, the bowlers are all still out there. Hendricks around the wicket to the right-handed McKinnon. Bouncer that hits him on the shoulder, I think, and runs off down towards third man. So leg by is signalled. Hendricks, was it the helmet? Umpire is signalling to the physio to come on just to check, so it might just have got up, he might just have ducked into it. Thought it was the top of the shoulder, it might just have been the bottom part of the helmet. McKinnon is perfectly fine. He's leaning on his bat, chatting away to Masood, but the protocols must, of course, be adhered to, and are being. Out comes the Derbyshire 12th man with a drink, waiting for the Derbyshire physio to join him. Here comes said physio. Both McKinnon and Masood having a drink, but I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fine to continue. Just sort of ducked into that. He was taking evasive action, hence the reason that the leg bye has been signalled. He hasn't been sent back. 333 for 3. The lead 120. A delay, though, inevitably ensues.
Decent 6, that one. End up on the roof of the meet, did it?
Some authority. Davis just isn't quick enough to bowl that sort of stuff. Least of all to an international opener on 170 odd at the time.
He took 14 off the first 4 balls of the over, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, done and dusted. Thanks for coming. It has been an astonishing innings again from Shan Masood. His previous high score when he arrived in this country was 199. He's already bettered that, 239 last week.
He's going to, well, it's presumably, I wonder if it's in the back of his mind. Well, it's a long way. Why not?
274 is Derbyshire. Well, 274 is Derbyshire's highest score in first-class cricket. They're one of only 2 counties who haven't got a triple. The other one being Durham. Rather bizarrely.
Every prospect of, I mean, if he stays in, well, it was 26 overs to go today. He could be not far off that. He really could. By the close today, let alone tomorrow.
Yes.
But the lead is likely to be over 200, possibly well over 200 by the close of play today. Shadow now, he's out, he's emerging from the shadows now. It was directly over him a couple of overs ago. It's a curious effect.
Oh, Bjorn Hendricks, false start. 20th over. The South African welcome to the County Championship. And bowls, it's pushed out into the offside by Masood, who picks up another single. 181 to him now. 330, got off triple Nelson. 334 for 3. I don't think he's suspicious. Superstitious. He might be suspicious, who knows.
I wouldn't be too superstitious if it was 333 for 3. I wouldn't be too worried.
No, you might be right.
111 for 9, fair enough, or whatever. 222. 333.
Hendricks is in again. That's another short delivery, and this time he ducks comfortably underneath it, does Matty McKinnon. It's only the second pair when Madsen and he's found out that Griff's coming to the end of his stats, I think, so he's starting to churn a few out now. Kirsten and Wright in 1980 also shared in successive double-century partnerships. So it's only the second time it's happened, and we think that Peter Kirsten will be the only player who could possibly have got successive double centuries, but I'm sure Griff's working feverishly on that over on the far side of the ground as well, as Hendricks is in, and that one's turned into the leg side nicely by Matty McKinnon. They've run one and they will stick to, oh no, they'll come back for a second, and McKinnon moves on to 21. Who is that down there? Is that Parkinson down there? He just didn't release the ball, so they just thought, well, we'll have another one while he's out there.
He's throwing against the wind, and he's got a decent arm, but it's not a strong arm.
Yeah. So they got back for a second. McKinnon moves to 21. Masood 181. Derbyshire 336 for 3. The lead 1-2-3. Hendricks in again, and that one's a short ball. He deals well with that one, does McKinnon. Gets high and then leaps in the air just to make sure he's on top of the ball and pushes it down into the leg side. He's done well there.
It was a good short ball, right in the armpit, wasn't it? Nasty one.
And then we've got a picture of a ball here.
Seamless.
It is, but
yeah,
yes,
that's plenty of seam.
Not too bad, but that's the ball whilst Masood and Wayne Madsen were batting. In comes Hendricks again. That was clipped into the leg side nicely. In fact, it hasn't gone to the boundary because it has been fielded by Parkinson down there in the deep. He gets the throw away, and they have to content themselves with a single. McKinnon moves to 22, 337 for 3. And he pinched the strike as well. What's he doing? Matty McKinnon. He's enjoying himself, that's what he's doing. 25 overs to go today. The lead 1-2-4. So we'll be way in excess of 200 should Derbyshire still be batting. I mean, they haven't got enough to declare at this stage, but there'll be a point at which they start to cut loose, you would have thought. I don't know. Just a feeling.
I mean, at this rate, they could be 300 ahead by lunchtime tomorrow,
Yeah,
and then pull out then if they're not bowled out. And Davis is in. McKinnon is driving, thick outside edge along the ground, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. I'm pretty sure he wasn't looking to hit the ball down there, but everything is going the way of the visitors right now, and he moves on to 26. Davis. Handful of dust against his former county. Did pick up the one wicket that has fallen to the bowlers today. Guessed. Around 20 past 12 this morning, or this afternoon. Leg before wicket, he is in and bowls, and that is straight. And McKinnon solid in defence. Back down the pitch it goes to Davis.
David Christian Rose, who has tweeted me, you haven't missed the question, we don't know the answer yet, but we are working, well, I'm not working on it, David Griffin is working on it. The double century question. I'm sure it's happened somewhere in the world though.
Davis bowls, worked away by McKinnon, nicely, wristily, off his legs, down to square leg for 4. And he is taking inspiration, I suspect, from batting with Shan Masood. And thoroughly enjoying himself out there. He's moved on to 30 from 51 balls. That was a classy shot away through square leg.
I'll be speaking to Matty McKinnon at this rate. He was a very intelligent young man, so that wouldn't be a problem at all. Sam Connor's good last night.
Davis in again to McKinnon, who again is working a delivery off his legs down into the leg side. It's behind square this time, so Mulder can come running around from wide long leg and field. And, just a single taken. I can imagine Mulder going home tonight, really, and his fiancée saying, "So how did it go?" Receiving a sombre look in reply, as Woodhouse said, the sort of look that Napoleon gave when he returned to Paris, and somebody said, "Oh, you're back from Moscow then, are you?" In goes Davis, and bowls and bunted away through mid-off very firmly by Shan Masood, but this time not quite straight enough, and Parkinson, who's out there, can make the stop moving across to his left. It's going to be a long season, my dear.
Just check the dates on those return flights, would you?
They'll have better days, for sure. In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind, but that would have been the most disappointing way for Masood's innings to end, and it doesn't end. It was a very half-hearted appeal. It might just have brushed the pad on its way down the leg side through to Harry Swindles. And Will Davis's half-hearted appeal is, not surprisingly, answered in the negative. End of the over, 346 for 3. Derbyshire's lead 133.
Would have been the second time he'd been out that way though. So it's not entirely impossible for it to happen. So there's been a strangle, there's been a stumped, and there's been a caught behind off a reverse sweep. There's 3 modes of dismissal so far this season. As somebody downstairs pointed out to me, he's got himself out 3 times. None of the opposition have actually got him out yet, which is a little disingenuous, but I know what he meant.
The only time that was close, that was that leg before shout from Barnes when he was on 50. It probably was ask him that. Do you get a little tickle onto the pads?
That's a good shout, actually. There's a question I can ask. See what he says. Here is Buren Hendricks, his 21st over. He's in and bowls a short delivery to Matty McKinnon, who ducks underneath it very comfortably.
Sharp again.
Yes, it was good pace. It was taken above his head by Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
He looks strong and fit, Hendricks. Might not come September.
Be a shadow of his former self, won't he?
You'll see. Well, you'll measure when he comes to the county ground on September the 26th. Let's see.
Yes. It's 4 degrees and they're starting at 10:30 in the morning. Hendricks around the wicket, bowls. That strikes the pad. Now then, what's the umpire going to say here? He's not going to say anything. Martin McKiernan survives the shout. The ball thudded into the pad. Certainly not height.
Must maybe going down. That's the only thing that...
From around the wicket.
He was trying to work it away into the leg side. He's been a hard man to persuade, umpire Bainton.
Yes, he rejected the appeal. So McKiernan waits and Hendricks bowls to when he clips this into the leg side. Really nice tumbling stop there in the leg side by George Rhodes at mid wicket. There's no run. So lead of 133 as we... I was going to say what time we approach, but my computer switched itself off. It's quite irritating the way it does that. Get towards 5 to 5. 23.5 overs left.
Some of them will be spin, I suspect, by the end.
Hendricks is in again, and this one is pulled away by Martin McKiernan into the ground quite quickly, and he's only going to get a single for it. It's fielded out there on the mid-wicket boundary by, I'm guessing, Louis Kimber, and it is the big man out there in the far distance. Well, the tall man certainly. He's very slender, which always makes people look taller. I'm enormously tall, but I don't look that tall because I'm quite wide. Three, 4, 7 for 3. McKiernan on to 32. Shah Massoud back on strike. Hendricks is in over the wicket, and that one is pulled into the ground. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot. It is going to slow up a touch, and it's being chased down. I should stop now. Will, stop. Will Davis chasing it, but it was always going to win the race. It just about had the energy to get over the rope. And Shah Massoud picks up another boundary. He moves up to 185. It's his 22nd boundary. He's got a 6 as well. Derbyshire 351 for 3. A lead of 138. It was a nice shot though. It was banged in short, and he got it to ground really quickly.
I suspect Hendricks has been told that, don't be afraid to bang it in, be aggressive, see if we can take a wicket that way, because this is a kind of very different sort of spell to any I've seen him bowl or in either of the previous 2 games or earlier in this innings.
What will he do with this one? Oh, the wicket he bowls, that's a fuller length, but it's chopped away down towards third man. Good stop by Parkinson, who tumbles as he stops it. The batsmen get back for a couple. 353 for 3 at the end of the over. Shan Massoud has moved on to 187, unlucky for an Australian. And McKiernan has 32.
Another batting bonus point, of course, in that over. So 7 now. Not batting bonus points, of course, but bonus points overall for Derbyshire, just the couple for Leicestershire.
That's how many bonus points they got last week as well. 7. They picked up 15 points from the draw.
They've still got 21 overs.
Yeah, plenty in that.
To get the
to get beyond 400.
Last batting bonus point.
They go up 5 and over, they'll get the 450, and we can all go on.
Hendricks is walking off now. He's not injured, I don't think, or judging by his demeanour, maybe just changing his boots. He's done for now. And Eddie Barnes is going to come on, replace Will Davis from the Bennett end. A little unfortunate talking to some of the Leicestershire supporters this morning. They thought he was probably just about the pick of the bowlers. Overs, none for 51 for the Yorkshireman. Will he get a change of fortune from the Bennett end? Down the slope he comes and bowls to McKiernan. A horrible full toss, which McKiernan tries to whip away into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Barnes escapes with a single leg bite. Well, he escapes scot-free, essentially, in terms of his average. It runs out towards backward square, who's got a long way to come in to get to the ball, so the single is taken. 354 for 3.
Simon points out that Masood's 6 was his first of the season. He'd hit 65 fours in the previous innings up until that point.
Barnes is going to go around the wicket to Masood, who is driving gloriously for 4. Was over pitched, but he just leant into it, and nothing was surer that that was going to race away to the wide extra cover, sort of long off boundary for just to the left of extra cover, who didn't move essentially, and all mid-off could do was turn and jog after the ball. Glorious shot that was. Not if you're the bowler, of course it isn't, but I think even, I suspect deep within, you think aesthetically, well, yeah, that was quite good.
As good as it gets.
Lovely, lovely shot. So Barnes, proving every bit as expensive as Davis at the moment, is in and bowls. Masood is punching it firmly out towards mid-on. It bounces off the hands of Ackerman up there, but not very far, so it is just the single for Shan Masood, who is on 192. Approaching Fletcher commentary's side. Tight. Oh, it's coming to the top of the hour.
I know, it's a nightmare this. Could be a nightmare, couldn't it?
It could be.
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah. We're all nervous now. Yeah. I don't know what we do. Well, I can commentate in there down our line.
Barnes over the wicket to McKiernan, who is solid in defence, pushing it back past Barnes, who puts out his right hand, can't stop the ball, but Davis moves across to his left at mid-on to field. What was that encouragement to Barnesy? I didn't quite catch that from Harry Swindles, but it sounded quite specific.
Yeah. The run rate is now 4 and over.
Mulder's doing some, not exactly reluctant stretches, but not particularly enthusiastic stretches at long leg. Barnes is in, clipped past mid-wicket by McKiernan, who hesitated a moment just in case the fielder was going to get there. Might have got half a hand to it, but it's mid-on who completes the fielding, running away to his right. And he did get a hand to it, judging by the way Callum Parkinson is just shaking his right hand there. Davis ran away.
Fair play to Matty McKiernan. I think he's batted really well here.
He has. He hasn't let the momentum fall or stall. Taking some of the pressure off Masood in as much as there is any on him at all, by just keeping up that
Masood doesn't have to do all the scoring, does he?
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It would have been too easy for him to just sort of push it around a little bit. Barnes is in to Masood, who's clipping away to mid-wicket for 4. As easy and careful and gentle and perfect as you like. In swinger, just lent into it.
It would be perfect if he got to 200 in the news update, because I would go for it. I'm going to go for it because I'm going, but...
Well, he's not going to be on strike. He's on 196 off 244 balls. Perhaps Matty McKiernan will play out the over and do the right thing by Dave Fletcher and BBC Radio Derby. Leanne Mulder, in the meantime, is going to be the man bowling to McKiernan from the pavilion end. 22 overs remain in the day. Masood's 196 has come off 244 balls. Doesn't look remotely tired. 2 glorious shots in that over from Barnes. Yes, Barnes over pitched, but they still have to be put away, and they were, with 2 exquisite pieces of timing and shot making. Mulder then managed to get a little bit of extra juice from the old ball and pitch is in to McKiernan, who's pulling through mid-wicket for 4. Just short enough. And the runs continue to flow. The flow accelerating. Derbyshire have done this beautifully, really. 2 and over at the start of the day is now 4.1 per over for the innings. 370 for 3. McKiernan 39 off 60. The lead now 157. Still with, I say, 22 overs less that one ball to bowl today. Every prospect of that lead at this rate being something like 250 by the close. Vivian Mulder turns. Runs in and bowls. Again, it's in the air. It's pulled in the air. Can Kimber get underneath it? He's running around to backward square. He's dropped it. He got there. He got 2 hands to it. He was following the ball a little bit towards the electronic scoreboard as we look out across the Uptonsteel county ground, but he did well to get there. Got 2 hands to it. The ball popped out. So McKiernan on 39 is dropped. By Kimber off the unfortunate Mulder, who has seen 2 catches go down off his bowling now, both of which he might have expected to be taken. Mulder is in again to McKiernan outside off stump, swinging further away, allowed to go through by Matty McKiernan. It's a short ball, it was pulled, it was skied up into the air, it was up in the air a long old time. Kimber got there, he could not hang on, and it sort of popped up as well, brutally. It didn't just spill out, it popped up out of his 2 hands. Poor old Louis Kimber. A tough old introduction into the first team this season for Louis. In goes Mulder and bowls. McKiernan defends on the off stump, dropping it out towards point. The latest is that they are not helping themselves, Leicestershire, by dropping catches. Matty McKiernan on 39 has just been dropped by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Vian Mulder. The second catch that's been dropped off Mulder's bowling. Madsen, when he was on just 14, was dropped down the leg side by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles. Went on to score 94. Shan Masood, though, is still there. He's played 2 glorious shots in the last over off Eddie Barnes to go on to 196 of 244 balls, on target for a second consecutive double 100. 372 for 3 now, Derbyshire. They lead by 159 runs already. One defended by McKiernan, again off stump. So the last ball of the over. I've completed my update, as you've heard. Fletch may not have completed his. So, he has. So he's coming across next door, back into the commentary box just in time. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump. The very obliging Matty McKiernan lets it go through outside off stump. So McKiernan did the right thing by BBC Radio Derby. He played out the over, albeit that he was dropped during it. He's still there. He's 41 not out. Shan Masood is on 196. He's going to be facing. That
was a proper steepler though, wasn't it? Poor old Louis Kimber.
He got there.
Yeah.
And having got
sort of got there and went round it almost.
And it popped up as well, didn't it? Brutally.
Yeah.
Looks as though Barnes is coming straight off. And it looks as though Parkinson's coming on. An interesting move. Thoughtful move, perhaps, by Ackerman.
Shan Masood.
I think I better let you commentate.
That's very kind.
I'll go and sit in the sun for a bit.
Yeah. As he defends the ball back to the left arm spinner for an over. So McKiernan dropped on 39. He's on 41. Masood's on 196. And Derbyshire lead by 159. If a certain Danish brewing company did cricket matches, this would be it from a Derbyshire perspective.
The question in the mind of the Derbyshire followers. I think we will be able to enforce victory this time. We've got ourselves into
Yes,
another
no
completely
question about
dominant
it.
position.
Yeah. Parkinson's in, balls to Masudu, pushes this one out into the onside. I'm not sure the pitch is as flat as the one at Derby, and it'd be interesting to find out from Masudu at the close of play if it is a tougher pitch to score on. I'd be surprised if he said anything other than yes, it's turning into a minefield. He waits now, and this one is off an edge out into the offside. They're going to get 1, and that's all they'll get. So he moves to 197, not out. 373 for 3. Even just from a psychology point of view, he's got to say publicly that it's a tough pitch, this.
Definitely things starting to happen.
Yeah.
Cracks are opening.
Keeping low,
Puffs
bouncing.
of dust. Nightmare.
You can see it's 2 colours. Unbelievable.
I suspect it has flattened a little bit
I think it
in
has.
these perfect drying
Yeah.
conditions, wind and hot sunshine.
Do a bit of drizzle first thing in the morning, just to freshen it up a touch. Martin McKinnon, you can hear him smashing his bat on the floor as he waits, and he's gone back into his crease and cut that to the man at backward point on the bounce. Just tumbles over there, does Rian Mulder.
Suggesting while you were next door that the lead by the close would be about 250.
Wow. I mean, it's a healthy lead already at 160, but it's not 331, which is what it was last week. McKinnon waits and turns this one into the leg side. He thinks about a single, but Shamasu doesn't want to be run out on 197, so he sends him back. Wisely, I would suggest. Oh, poor old Park, he's lost his run again. It is windy out there. He's got to walk back to his mark and then turn and come in again as McKinnon waits. Left arm spinner to leg spinner. McKinnon drives him out towards a long off for 4. In between, there are 2 fielders out there on the offside, and he placed it perfectly, if indeed he meant to place it. I'm sure he'll say he did. And it was a very nice shot indeed. And McKinnon is moving towards getting close to his highest score. He's got a half century. I think it's 50. I'm going to say 58. He's on to 45. Excuse me, I'm not 100% certain on that one.
52.
52.
Derbyshire v Lancashire at Aigburth in 2020.
That's right. He batted really nicely in that match. He's on 45 at the moment. That's his only half century, I believe, in first class cricket. And it's the end of the over. 377 for 3. McKinnon 45. Masood 197.
This is just his 5th first class match and his 8th first class innings. And that highest score of 52 is indeed his only first class half century.
I think I've seen them all. There aren't that many to have seen, obviously, but I've seen them all. So it's going to be Rian Mulder to continue. He's going to be bowling to Shan Masood, who's on 197. The lead is getting larger and larger. 164. Wasn't get much larger since the last ball of the previous over, of course. Here is Mulder then, from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Masood, who defends this one up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ackerman. I'm afraid you have to put up with me building it up before every delivery, just so that we can play it on the BBC Radio Derby.
Quite funny during the that last wicket stand against Worcestershire, because Dave Bradley, with obviously just 1 wicket needed, was commentating for 26 and a half.
Did he do the whole lot?
It's pretty much until the last ball when we saved it.
You do it in case they save it. Here's Mulder. Past the umpire now, bowls to Masood. Is he trapped leg before wicket? Oh, I tell you what, there was a twitch of the left arm there from Neil Bainton. That must have been close. It didn't bounce much, and it ricocheted off the pad.
Hit him outside the line.
Hit him outside the line, so it was never going to be out. What a great decision by Neil Bainton.
Might have gone on to hit the stumps, but it hit him outside the line.
Wow. Big appeal.
Yeah.
Big appeal.
Mulder cannot believe his lack of fortune.
He's being consoled.
2
there.
drops and some good leg before shouts.
I think it's Hendricks
Still
who's consoling
wicketless.
him, isn't it?
Yeah. They don't give outs in this country.
Yeah, Derbyshire have always been their favourites. In comes Mulder, bowls to Masudu. Clips this one nicely into the leg side. Now then, are they going to get enough runs here for him to get to his 200? They're not, because Hendricks completes the fielding. And he moves on to 199, which equals his previous highest score, which was his highest score when he landed in this country about 3 weeks ago. Since then he's moved on. 239 last week, 199 this. I hope David Griffin's ready.
Ackerman bring the field in, yes he does.
High and outside off, says Ed Dawes. Chill. It's not easy to chill, Ed. 379 for 3. Mulder in and bowls to Masood, who drives out into the offside, into the ground, and straight to the man at extra cover. Still waiting for David Griffin to... he will tweet quite quickly, I fancy, even though he's down below us.
He's ready to go, ready to press send.
Yeah, if he's found out, which I'd be surprised if he hadn't.
I can see a few photographers, including John Mallett. There's going to be a bit of money in this, Johners, if you get this.
Griff at the far end. In comes Mulder again and bowls to Masood. He clips it into the leg side, off an inside edge. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing shot, but he won't care because it's another double century for Shan Masood. Second in successive championship matches, second in successive innings, in fact. 251 balls. He's hit 24 fours and a 6. And he's just a delight to watch. Shan Masood, the Pakistan opener, 200 not out.
A certain amount of irony in the way he went to that 200 with
Shocker.
That. Probably the worst shot, not the worst shot he's played. He's had one or two little wafts, but he's played so many glorious shots in the innings that to go to your 200 with a thick inside edge, well, such the vagaries of cricket, but what an innings it has been. It's been a real pleasure to watch from every point of view.
But no extravagant celebration.
Mulder is in and forward goes McKinnon. Not an anticlimax at all as he defends that one on the front foot back down the wicket, and that is the end of the perspiring Mulder's over. He can't believe he was convinced he had Masood leg before wicket in that over, but it did look to me to hit him outside the line. He'd got well forward and across as well, although it was coming back in. And it was a reasonable shout, that's all it was. 380 for 3, Derbyshire's lead 167. Shan Masood 200 not out again.
Again, it's remarkable. Back-to-back double centuries.
He's gone down to have a chat to Colin Ackerman. Don't know what that might be about. Ackerman at slip, just looking at him, didn't move. Long on and long off go back. Parkinson is in from the Bennett end. It's clipped by Masood along the ground all the way to Azad at sort of short, straight mid-wicket, more or less level with the non-striking batsman, almost level with long on, frankly. Exactly in a line. Parkinson is in, over pitches, full on leg stump, waits for it, Masood, and clips it along the ground out to deep square and jogs one. Starts again. So what's he need? 239 was his.
239 was his highest
previous
score now. Yeah.
So that's the.
I think 274 is Derbyshire's highest score.
The next
One more
target.
out, yeah.
But he certainly doesn't look like he's going to go throw it away. Parkinson around the wicket to McKinnon, who is forward, angled back, guiding it down towards backward point. There's no run. Rian Mulder down there. Parkinson is in, bowls, McKinnon forward, back down the pitch it goes to... Well, he has fair hair, Callum Parkinson, like his twin Matt, but it is shorn so short at the moment that not much of it is visible. But it is a sort of faintly blonde reflection in the sun as he goes in and bowls. McKinnon again, a big stride forward, a bit of pad as well. Swindle started to raise his right hand in polite inquiry. Ackerman applauds at slip, good line. Dragged him forward, but unfortunately for Parkinson, No real turn or bounce on that occasion. He is running in, but not for the first time. That is all he does. He doesn't go through with his action. Big gust of wind, perhaps. Bails didn't come off. Parkinson tries again, and again he can't get to the point of delivery.
Got the yips.
It's not. The wind isn't gusting too strong. Parkinson tries again. He does let go the ball this time on the back foot. It's worked out towards mid-wicket. A good diving stop by George Rhodes, and the polite Shan Masood picks up the ball and hands it back to the fielder, it having been deflected in his direction. End of the over. 381 for 3. 18 remain to be bowled today. The run rate now 4.1. If that is maintained, then the lead, as we have been pointing out, will be actually over 250.
Remarkable. The run rate just keeps climbing. Seems a long time since Harry Swindles said 84 for 4, or whatever he said earlier on today. This new over from Mulder begins with Masood pushing it out into the offside. And there is no run. David Griffin's still out taking pictures, so at the moment, no tweets. He's got a myriad of jobs to do, of course, so he has to take the picture of the moment, which he's already taken for the double century. He doesn't want to be stuck upstairs if he suddenly goes berserk and gets his high score of 239. I know he's got his eye on that 274 and potentially 300 as this next delivery is driven by Masood up to mid-on, where it's fielder just down below us by Buren Hendricks, and there's no run.
There really doesn't seem to be too much wrong with the pitches this April.
No, nothing wrong with the pitches at all.
But it's their fault.
Oh yes.
And England aren't very good.
Yeah. Not the fact that the test players never play cricket in between tests, as this next delivery is guided very pleasantly out towards the point boundary for a single by Masood. He moves to 202 and Derbyshire to 382 for 3.
He and Mulder having what looked like a fairly amicable exchange. Can't imagine Masood ever being involved in anything other than that.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't seem like an angry kind of person. When I've spoken to him 3 times now.
There's not much a bowler can say, is it, when you do?
No. Not an awful lot. McKiernan waits. Mulder just clips that one into the leg side. There is a man out there on the mid-wicket boundary. So McKiernan moves to 46, 383 for 3. The lead 170 now. Glamorgan 69 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing Middlesex by 145. Then looks like they might get a day off down in Cardiff, and that's the team that beat Nottinghamshire last week. I mean, that's bizarre. Really, 69 for 4, bizarre. The team languishing in the wilderness of the second division are doing okay as Mulder bowls. It's pushed out into the offside by Shan Masood for another single. He moves to 203. Notts 325 for 3, leading Durham by 95. And in the other game in this division, Sussex 123 for 2 now, trailing Worcestershire by 367. Plenty of runs around though, everywhere. Essex were bowled out for 168, but everywhere else, plenty of runs. I think that's Don Topley's team. It changes every day. Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Matty McKiernan, allowed to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 384 for 3. Masood has 203. McKiernan has 46, and this partnership's currently worth over 100 now, 103 off 122 yes. balls. I missed it completely. Missed the century stand completely.
Partnership of 221. I suppose it rather pales into insignificance, but McKiernan has done a really good job for his side.
So the century stand was 130. Did you read that out? 113 balls.
Run a ball more or less, just under. Not just maintaining momentum, but increasing it. Parkinson over the wicket to the left-hander Masood, who drives pleasantly, as ever, through mid-off, down to long off. Barnes steps to his left at extra cover, but no chance of getting across. Davis underarms the ball back from long off to him. Masood on to 204. Parkinson gestures at Davis to come in. How far? Halfway? Long off stays out, long on comes halfway round the wicket to McKiernan, who drives hard down into the ground. Parkinson grabs it in his right hand and then sort of gestures aggressively because the ball was in his right hand. He can't throw it right-handed, but the ball was in his right hand, and he just sort of, go on, to step out of your ground, and McKiernan instinctively hopped back into his ground. Parkinson is in, McKiernan is forward. Back down the pitch it goes. Masood gesturing at Ackerman. He's asking permission for something, I think, to get a drink or something at the interval, at the close, at the end of the over, as McKiernan goes forward to Parkinson from around the wicket, pushes it out to Azad, because Ackerman raised his hand in acquiescence. Parkinson bowls, back goes McKiernan, forces it out towards Davis at that mid-on position. It gets there too quickly from his point of view, McKiernan's that is, because there's no chance of a single. Parkinson is in, McKiernan is forward. Out it goes to Azad. That is the end of the over. On come both 12th men with drinks. Ben, Mike and Lewis Rees. Mike carrying rather more. There being rather more Leicestershire players out there. 385 for 3. 16 overs remain. So we are going to be about 6:30 potentially. Although Parkinson will probably keep bowling. He's bowled 19 overs, none for 62. So he has now got 1 wicket for over 200 runs this season. The only English spinner to take 50 wickets in the county championship last season. It's been a difficult start to the season for him. It's only his second game, only the third innings in which he's bowled, so early days, but chastening ones. 385 for 3.
Somebody's asked me, when was the last time I saw such a composed opener for Derbyshire? Well, I've never seen one, because I've only been doing it since 2016. Here it is. Mulder from the pavilion end bowls 2, and he pushes it out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single, and they get there. It was McKiernan who was running to the potentially danger end, but the ball was never released by the fielder. Masood moves to 205. Roger Balstridge, well batted, Shan Masood, consecutive double centuries at whatever level is an amazing effort. You're not wrong. And Richard Gerber's just got a picture of a goat batting. Truly incredible, back-to-back double centuries. The likes of which I certainly haven't witnessed, but as I say, I've only been doing this since 2016, so missed Kirsten and Wright, and those next one pushed out into the offside by Matty McKinn. Peter Kirsten, who probably would have broken, I'm told, the 300-run barrier, but he was playing in the days when you had to close your innings at 110 overs or whatever it was. So he couldn't bat long enough, really, as a number 3 or 4 batsman potentially, to get to 300.
Much to be said for those days.
Yes, well, you'd only have another 14 overs to go, wouldn't you? Here's Mulder bowls, and that's pushed back to him by McKiernan. Mulder lingers at the end of his follow through after he picks the ball up and gives McKiernan a stare. I think more a stare of frustration potentially, but Who knows? I wouldn't have the first idea what's going through the Leicestershire players' heads, because I've never played in a match where anybody's got a double century, because I've never been out in the field that long. It must be fairly demoralising, I would have thought. So the next delivery is guided by McKinnon down to third man, deliberately. He picks up another single, he moves to 47 now. So inching towards his highest score. It'll be his first half century in the championship. That was the Bob Willis Trophy match, the game at Aigburth, so it wasn't technically a county championship match. It was in the COVID season, or the first of the COVID seasons. Well, we didn't start playing cricket till August. Mulder bowls, and that's just eased into the leg side by Masood. They've run one. They're thinking about the second, but they decline it. Quite right too. Masood moves to 206, 388 for 3. The lead 175 now. I'm trying to remember who he was batting with at Aigburth and can't. They put on a few. Might have been Harvey Hussain. Apologies, Harvey, if you're listening and it was you. I just can't quite remember. I'm fairly sure Harvey got a few in that one. McKinnon waits and pushes this one out into the offside. Another single is taken. McKinnon moves to 48 now. Was at the end of the over, 389 for 3. Shah Masood has 206, the lead 176.
20 overs for Bjorn Mulder.
It's the gold standard 20 over mark.
None for 75 for him, but 2 catches dropped off his bowling. Hasn't been lucky. Parkinson has bowled 19. He's got none for 62. He's going to be bowling to Matty McKinnon on 48. Do you want to see him do his 50? Or?
No, enough for my...
Parkinson is in. McKinnon is clipping firmly along the ground. Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, but picked out the man at mid-wicket. He was Ed Barnes, so no run for McKinnon.
That's nothing against McKinnon either, by the way. When we start doing 50s, it's the thin end of the wedge.
Parkinson bowls. McKinnon is turning to backward square. Again, there's a fielder where he's placed the ball, Sam Evans. Parkinson tosses it up, driven nicely, but straight to Azad. It burst through his hands at that short-ish extra cover position, but only goes a foot or so behind him, so again no run for McKinnon, who's banging heck out of the crease. Parkinson is in. McKinnon is steering it, not getting to the pitch of the ball that time, out into the offside. Bjorn Hendricks moves to his left to field. Good over so far from Parkinson. Can he finish it off well? 2 balls to go. In and bowls, a little bit short. Back into his crease goes McKinnon, but hard down into the ground he plays the ball, which bounces out slowly towards mid-on, where Barnes steps across and fields. Parkinson is in, driven hard down into the ground. It bounces past Azad, who stuck out his right hand, got a hand to it, but it went through along the ground towards long off, where Rhodes picks up and McKinnon takes 1, moves on to 49, keeps a strike in so doing, so every chance of that second first-class 50, but the first in the championship in the next over. Just takes off his gloves and rolls the grip on the bat handle a little bit further down. The 2 batsmen touch gloves, McKinnon and Masood. McKinnon puts his gloves back on. Mulder is going to continue over the wicket to the right-hander with a slip. Runs away from us and bowls. Back foot defensive force by McKinnon. Got a good tumbling stop to his left by Barnes at backward point. Means he stays on 49. Swindles runs out and congratulates Ed Barnes, whose fielding resulted in the one wicket to fall since this morning. Direct throw to run out Wayne Madsen for 94. 390 for 3. BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby, bringing you ball by ball commentary. Mulder is in. McKinnon is looking to work into the leg side, thumps into the pads, but was going on down the leg side, so no appeal from Mulder. The start of an appeal from Swindles, choked off. In. Bowls full driven, but again McKinnon can't pierce the field. He got plenty of that one. Hit it firmly out into the offside, but Will Davis this time is the fielder at extra cover. And a fair few opportunities now, Matty McKinnon, to go to this 50. In. Bowls. McKinnon nurdles it down to third man for 4, and that is the run. He needed a shout of pleasure and approval from the Derbyshire balcony below us. McKinnon's 50 has come off 95 balls, his first in the county championship. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, they're beginning to redefine the word toil. Actually, 391 for 3 at Derbyshire. Just the one wicket that has fallen to the bowlers today, and that seemed like a long time ago now. This morning when Brooke Guest was LBW to Will Davis for 23. Derbyshire was 60 for 2 at that stage, chasing Leicestershire's first innings score of 213. They've moved on to 392 for 3. The man largely responsible, Shan Masood, who's just made his double century, his second consecutive double century, made 239 not out against Sussex last week. Well, he's 207 not out now, the Pakistan international opener off 261 balls. There was a 94 for Wayne Madsen before he was run out by Eddie Barnes, hitting the stumps direct with a throw from mid-off. Otherwise, a couple of chances have gone down. Matty McKinnon, who has just gone to his 50, was dropped by Louis Kimber off the bowling of the unfortunate Vian Mulder on 39, and Madsen was on just 14 when he was dropped down the leg side by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling again of the unfortunate Mulder. He'll be wondering what he's let himself in for, having signed for Leicestershire for the rest of the season, but there will, I'm sure, be better days to come. Derbyshire 392 for 3 with 13 overs remaining in the day. Callum Parkinson to continue from the Bennett end. 21st over for the left armour. He is in over the wicket. Masood is driving beautifully wide of extra cover. It's a long chase and he's not going to get there, Sam Evans. It's just perfect placement from Masood. Just leant out, stroked it away. Perfect timing, perfect placement. Picks up 4, moves on to 211. Can he get to, should get to 2, and should easily actually get past 239 before the close, because there are still 12 overs and 5 balls left. At the current rate of scoring, he'll do it comfortably. Ackerman has run out to talk to Parkinson. If you're going to bowl out there, I'll strengthen the offside. Might have been the gist of it. I don't think so. It's no changes to the field, but how are Leicestershire looking to contain? Well, he's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. So trying to get him to work the ball on the leg side, goes in and bowls straight and meets a straight bat, pushed back down the wicket by Masood to Parkinson. Shirt ruffled by the wind as Parkinson goes in, tosses it up, is driven most pleasantly for 4 again. And Parkinson puts his chin to his hand or his hand to his chin and wonders what he can do, because he tossed it up on off stump and he just stepped forward and drove it inside extra cover, just wide, just perfect placement again. And it crosses the rope in front of the new sort of permanent / temporary marquee alongside the Turner Indoor Centre at the far end of the ground as we look out from the top of the pavilion. Masood just picking off the bowling at the moment. Parkinson back over the wicket, bowls. Masood is pushing it back past him. Parkinson scrambles to his right, can't get there and lies there on his back, almost in despair for a few minutes as Masood just jogs past him. Completes a single, moves on to 216. 400 up for Derbyshire. Another and final batting bonus point. 8 bonus points, the maximum, have been achieved. But the points I'll be interested in are the 16 for the win. A potential 24 points for Derbyshire in the game as Parkinson bowls back around the wicket to McKinnon. Normal service relatively with respect to McKinnon is resumed. He pushes to Barnes at mid-wicket and there is no run. He's played very well, Martin McKinnon, is 50 for his 50, but everybody sort of rather pales into not insignificance as Parkinson goes in and McKinnon defends, but into the shadows really when compared to Shan Masood, who's played quite beautifully again for another, at the moment, unbeaten double century. 216 of 266 balls, and you can count the number of false shots probably on one hand. May have been a little bit fortunate on 50 with a very good leg before shout from Eddie Barnes. Might just have been an edge onto the pad that saved him. There've been a couple of absolute aberrations by his standards, sort of wafting at a wide one or two, but no chances as such. Running can be a bit suspect early on. Perhaps that's the only hope for bowlers throughout the country. Eddie Barnes is coming back on from the pavilion end. 12 overs remain to be bowled today. What time is it? 22:06. So Barnes and Hendricks have arms around each other's shoulders. Hendricks tries to advise the young Yorkshireman. Not much you can say. Barnes around the wicket, bowls to Masood, who tucks him away through mid-wicket. It's a long chase for Davis. His knees are pumping as he runs out towards deep mid-wicket. Throws hard, he's got a good arm, but Masood knew that he was going to make his ground comfortably and did. Moves on to 219, 404 for 3. Derbyshire, the lead, almost 200 now, 191.
Tyson Fury's weighed in 18 stone 8. If he can get down to 18 stone 8, I think I can.
Is that a low weight for him?
I think so, yeah. I think that's a terrific effort. Well, he's enormous. Normally, he's naturally a very large man.
Over the wicket goes Barnes and bowls, whipped away through square leg, backward square leg for 4 by McKinnon. Nice shot. There are 2 men out there. There's a long leg and deep mid-wicket, but it's a shortish, relatively, boundary out there, and it is lightning, as we've been saying. The only place where the outfield is roughly normal in terms of speed is down here in front of us at the corner of the ground that sometimes gathers a little bit of water, and it does slow from time to time there. Everywhere else it just seems to gather pace, the ball. McKinnon on to 54, 408 for 3.
Joe's just asked me a question. It's a brilliant observation, and I really should have spotted it. He's now scored in his first innings, Shan Masood, more runs than the whole of the opposition scored in their first innings. in successive matches.
Good stat. Barnes bowls and McKinnon works it out to deep mid wicket. It's not picked up cleanly first time by Kimber out there, who's having a miserable old time of it in the shadows, and as a consequence McKinnon can turn and just jog a second. That was a slightly shoddy piece of fielding, it's got to be said, by Louis Kimber, who's in the shadows of the trees between the Uptonsteel ground stand and the nets over there.
This is his high score now in first-class cricket.
Barnes is in and bowls, goes through McKinnon with a most strange shot. It was outside off stump. The ball didn't do too much, possibly stayed a little bit low, but McKinnon sort of jumped into the air and gestured with one hand on the bat at the ball. I don't know how to describe that shot.
It was horrible, wasn't it? It was absolutely horrible. Yeah, he sort of jumped, both feet in the air. He was bent at the waist.
Well, it wasn't a shot, was it?
No,
it was
not really. Not really.
One-handed jab at the ball,
Very,
both
very
feet
peculiar.
off the ground, and got away with it. Barnes is in and bowling. It bounces a little bit up towards the thigh pad of McKinnon. He was crouching slightly, and it bounces out into the offside. It's the incongruity of the shot was rather highlighted and emphasised, if you like, by the sheer elegance with which Masood has played throughout his innings, to be quite honest. Everything looks slightly rough-edged at the other end in the circumstances. Poor Wayne Madsen, who is a slightly eccentric batsman anyway, but not something that you'd normally comment on, as Barnes is in and bowls, and McKinnon again is jumping into the air as he plays that one out towards mid-wicket. But he looked extremely odd and crab-like, but purely in comparison to Masood, who has played perfectly for 2 weeks in a row almost.
Yeah.
410 for 3.
Yeah. Remarkable. I wonder if he worries that this could, I mean, clearly it can't continue.
If it does, well, a few records are going to tumble.
Well, he's passed 600 runs and it's only the third game and he's only batted 4 times.
What's the famous one? 1,000 before the end of May?
May, yeah.
What about 1,000 before the end of April?
Well, David Griffin did talk about that the other week, and he was laughing and joking about it, but it is...
Well, who have you got next week?
Glamorgan next week.
At the Incora?
Yeah. Then the week off, Parkinson begins a new over from the Bennett end to Masood, who defends it straight back to him. So that's going to scupper him, really, because next week is the first 3 days of next week's match are in April. So he's going to have to score 400 runs, so that's not going to happen. He
hasn't finished here yet.
Well, Parkinson bowls. Oh, he is now. He's been bowled. That one's got through Shan Masood, and he's gone for 219. He turns. He can't quite believe it. But I think that one has turned through the gate, and the first person to shake his hand is Callum Parkinson, and the rest of the Leicestershire players follow suit. Shan Masood, 219. He's been bowled by Callum Parkinson. Derbyshire, 410 for 4.
There was a moment of silence, of surprise, wasn't there? It did turn back. It did turn back through the gate. And no one more surprised than Masood. But just a moment of silence. And let's hear the applause, because, goodness me, it's thoroughly deserved.
And once again, he doesn't remove his helmet the entire way off the field and into the changing rooms. He does not remove his batting helmet. And here is Leas deploy about an hour and a half later than we expected to see him. And another magnificent innings from Shan Masood. 26 fours, a 6, 219 from 268 deliveries. 410 for 4, the lead 197.
But once again, Alex Thompson and Matty McKinnon at the other end watching
licking
that
their lips.
will not be displeased.
I thought it must have. I mean, he's got his back to us. It just looked like it had to have turned and gone through the gate.
It did exactly that, and onto off stump. I thought maybe it had come off the inside edge, but it turned, and well, it's an ideal cricket wicket, really, isn't it? In that respect,
Yeah.
and it's what Andy Ward, I suspect, will have been asked for from the Leicestershire. You know, they've got Parkinson in the side, they've got Ackerman. They want the pitch to start to turn as the game goes on. They were batting first.
I think there's the problem, is that when they batted first, which they would have wanted to have done because it won't turn till later, and they failed with the bat, really. Didn't get enough runs.
Enough, probably.
And now they're going to be up against it if it is turning second time round.
So, as I say, Derbyshire, having picked 2 spinners, looked to have called it right. But the form of Shan Masood has helped.
Yes, I'll say. Blimey. It is astonishing. So let's have a look. Masood in 4 innings, 611 runs. He's averaging 203 as Parkinson bowls to Leicestershire, the new batsman, also left-handed.
He's averaging 203 then. Now,
well, that's what it says, but I'm not sure if that includes that as a not out. It shouldn't do, but I'm going to keep refreshing it.
Just
no, there we go. He's averaging 152.75. Hopeless. This next one is turned into the leg side and almost caught at leg slip.
Dropped, surely
Do
dropped.
you think? I thought it was just to his right, but you'll have to check for me. Richard will check that. The man in at leg slip is Hassan Azad. I thought it just went to his right. His head nearly came off his shoulders. Leicestershire. As Parkinson loses his run up in the wind. Or
he got there.
Did he get there? So Deploy's been dropped.
Pretty sure.
On naught.
Whether it just was on the half volley.
That was my impression. The next one is turned into the leg side. There's still no run for Deploy.
Check that afterwards. Callum Parkinson probably will be the man selected to speak to.
Yeah.
Too many options.
I've got too many options, but it's going to be good to speak to Shan again. It'd be nice to find out about the pitch, about how he rates this one compared to last week's double century. And if you're going to compare innings, comparing 2 double centuries is not a bad thing to have to do, is it really?
No.
He's very self-effacing as well, but I'm sure he'll talk about the pitch. 4:10 for 4 at the end of the over. There are 8 overs left until bonus points finish.
Yeah, Leicestershire could just about, if that had gone to hand, maybe think about a second bowling bonus point. You've got your max.
What?
So a 24-point game on the cards for Derbyshire if they can force the win. Oh yeah, you've got your.
That's it, isn't it?
That's it for you for Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Leicestershire have
maximum
just got a
bonus. Wow, when was the last time Derbyshire got maximum bonus points?
Barnes is in and bowls to McKinnon, who is going through a phase of jumping in the air every time he plays a shot at the moment. I'm not quite sure what is going on with the man from Lee. There's a special, is it Lathers or something like that?
Lathers.
Lathers, there you go.
Yeah, from Lee.
Lathers. Art going to...
Second best cricketer to come out of Lee, I think.
Barnes is in and bowls again. He's on the back foot, working it down towards third man on this occasion, McKinnon, and there was a momentary hesitation. Deploy responded in the end. They were just making sure it was going wide of Davis, a backward point as he ran across. He couldn't quite get there. McKinnon on to 57.
Stephen Mullaney, the other. Currently playing cricket that I definitely know is from Lee.
Some good rugby league players have come from Lee.
Yes.
That is for sure.
Yes.
Barnes on his toes runs in and bowls. Deploy is careful, stepping forward and across as he blocks that one back up to Bjorn Hendricks, who's at mid-on. Still 9.4 overs remaining. The lead now 198, but possible that the scoring rate will drop slightly. Masood was just finding the gaps off Parkinson as well, but the way he brought that one back. Barnes in, bowls off stump, defended by Duploy out into the offside. Kimber is the fielder. No run. None for 73 for Eddie Barnes. Parkinson, who was averaging over 200 before that wicket. I guess he's got it down to 100 and something. He'll pick up one more. But it's that's a good wicket for Callum, and hard earned. Barnes is in. Just shapes back in towards Duploy's off stump from just outside. He has to be careful. Blocks it out into the offside. Good delivery from Barnes. Come on, Barney. That sounded like Mulder at mid-off. Barnes is in and bowls outside off some good bounce and carry and pace. Left by Duploy, but taken up to his right by Swindles behind the stumps as it gathered a bit of pace off the pitch. End of the over, 411 for 4. Good over from Barnes. Not successful in terms of wicket taking. Sweater being brought out for Duploy, who's sporting a sort of bandana underneath his helmet.
Derbyshire coloured pale blue bandana. Always wears it. Confirmation from David Griffin. Shammasood is the only Derbyshire player to get 200 runs in successive innings, and he's only the third to score multiple double hundreds in a season. And we're only in April. The other two were Peter Kirsten and Chris Rogers. I knew Kirsten would be there because I knew he'd scored plenty of runs, obviously. But Parkinson begins a new over, bowls to Matty McKinnon, who just clips that up to Ed Barnes at mid-on. Was in the air for a while. So he's had his sweater removed, Leicestershire, I assume, rather than he hasn't added one, has he?
Yes, he did. He brought him out a sleeveless sweater.
Really? That's a bit chilly. That's a nice shot from Matty McKinnon, driven out towards long off. They've run one. Deploy wants a second, but the ball is released quickly from down there in front of the big scoreboard.
I think he went out without one and
bit chilly.
Suddenly realised that the breeze out there
doesn't look like he's wearing one to me.
Normally when you start running up and down, you get warmer. You get warm. So not quite sure what happened, but no, he definitely pulled one on.
That's how these things work. He's on strike now, turns this one into the leg side. He's barely got a run this season. Leicestershire 57, in fact, in 3 innings. Well, and a high score of 28.
An inch of not getting one in this innings.
It's a bit of a concern in red ball cricket. Next delivery turned into the leg side by Deploy, who can play on a Hungarian passport. I've no idea how it works, but that's why he was here. If anybody can work out how that works. Right, it answers on the postcard. Oh, he edges just short, just to the left rather of Ackerman at slip. And the ball is going to roll all the way down to the boundary. In fact, the 12th man might have put off the fielder Evans there, although Evans didn't look like he was about to put the slide in. But the 12th man was standing very close to the boundary rope. The ball does go for 4, deploys off the mark. Derbyshire to 416 for 4, and the lead is above 200. It's 203.
Could have been chaos had he put in the slide. There's so much gear down there.
Yes.
There would have been bags and pads and gloves and medicine balls and
a bowling machine.
A bowling machine flying everywhere. First aid kits.
Yeah. That one's left alone by Deploy outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 416 for 4. Lead 203, deploy 4. Matty McKinnon on 58 not out. New career high for him. He's also top of the bowling averages because he's got 1 wicket at 14. What a season McKinnon's having.
Might get 1 or 2 more overs tomorrow.
Spin it,
yeah. He'll be watching carefully now. Not just because he's facing the bowling, but at the behaviour of the ball on the pitch. It is still nice and new, this ball, 24 overs old. So should be plenty for Ackerman to grip onto in terms of the extant seam. I can't hear you, too windy, shouts somebody. Don't know whether that was in response to
splendid. What?
A taunt from the crowd. Expect not. Will Davis is sort of 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. Hendricks halfway back at mid-off. Ackerman is in. McKinnon works it out towards Davis. Waits for a second. He thought Rhodes might be able to step across the field. He couldn't. So McKinnon picks up a single, moves on to 59. This could be interesting if Ackerman can turn it out of the rough to Duploy. He goes around the wicket and bowls. He won't turn it out of the rough there. It's a little bit short and flat and fast, and Duploy stays on the back foot, clips it out to mid-wicket. Doesn't look like a man brimming with confidence at the moment. Needs to, from his point of view, and Derbyshire's going forward, just to get through to the close and then see if he can gain a little bit more tomorrow, just for time at the crease, really. Strengthen the leg side, Leicestershire, as Ackerman is in and bowls. Deploys forward solidly enough. Back down the pitch it goes to a man with a Dutch passport, talking about Hungarian passports as well. Ackerman is in, back goes Duploy. Towards mid-wicket goes the ball. Picked up by Vian Mulder.
Nearly.
Ackerman in. Gives it a bit more air that time. He stayed in the crease as well. Slightly risky, but it didn't turn. Bounce was okay. Dropped it out into the offside towards backward point. Parkinson picks up. 1 ball left in the Ackerman over. None for 22 for the Leicestershire captain, who is in. Bowls. Duploy goes back, works it out to square leg. There is a deepish square leg, so a comfortable single taken. Fletch is heading next door for the final, potentially, update, or certainly the final news update of the day. Ditto, there'll be one coming for BBC Radio Leicester. And once again, McKinnon has his gloves off and rolling the grip down. He's not happy with it. He's got it rolled down now. Parkinson's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's got 2 slips as well. And he goes and bowls. Deploy leaves and not taken cleanly by Swindles. Bounces off his gloves towards Azad at second slip. Bounce quite high again. Wind continues to gust strongly as Parkinson bowls. Fuller towards middle this time, and Deploy turns his wrists on it but pushes it gently along the ground out towards Rhodes at mid-on. Parkinson is in, deploy a little bit flat-footed as he plays that one out into the offside. No great bounce or turn for Parkinson on that occasion. Barnes is the fielder at extra cover. Parkinson, it gives it a little bit more air. Driving is Duplo, just over pitched there, Parkinson, and he's got it away through the covers. Evans relays the ball. Good work by Barnes to follow him, pick it up and throw. But there was always going to be 3 for Deploy, who moves on to 8. Once again, McKinnon has his gloves off and rolling the grip down the bat handle. So there's the delay while he puts his gloves back on. Leicestershire 12-man Ben Mike comes out to take over from somebody at the end of the over as Parkinson round the wicket to McKinnon, who is driving out into the offside. Is it going to go for 4? No, a good tumbling stop out there on the boundary by Kimber, saves a couple. McKinnon picks up 2, moves on to 61. 4-2-3 for 4, the lead 210, 6 overs to go. Parkinson in, bowls forward, goes McKinnon, the ball pops out into the offside towards point along the ground. No run, end of the over. Mike comes running on. And running off, carrying the helmet, is Vian Mulder. So his work perhaps is done for the day. Leaves the helmet amongst all the Leicestershire kit. Heads into the pavilion. Ackerman will continue from the pavilion end. Bowls, appeal for leg before. There are 5 overs and 5 balls, and probably the end can't come soon enough as far as Leicestershire are concerned. It's been a chastening day in the field for the Foxes, and Derbyshire are very much in control of the game. They lead by 210 runs, and they've only lost 3 wickets today. They're on 423 for 4, a total built around a magnificent double century from Shan Masood. His second in as many innings before just a few moments ago. He was actually bowled by Callum Parkinson, the left arm spinner, turning a ball back through the gate as the left-handed Pakistan opener drove at the ball. He was out for 219, made the score 410 for 4. Matty McKinnon is still there. He is 61, not out. He's been joined by Leos Deploy, who hits Ackerman through the covers there for 4 to move on to 12. 427 for 4 means Derbyshire's lead is now 214. It's likely to be around about 240 by the close of play. Nice shot from Deploy, the best he's played in an attacking sense. Moves into double figures with that cutaway through the offside. Ackerman is in to him again. He goes back and works the ball off his legs down towards deep backward square. Thinks about a second, but Evans quickly to the ball, overthrew the stumps rather, but Swindle's leaping salmon-like into the air, got a gauntlet to it and took the catch. Deploy on to 13, 428 for 4. Lead 215. What days these are for Derbyshire cricket.
Heady days, heady days.
In goes Ackerman, bowls, back in on the back foot, turns it but to 2 square leg, and there's no run.
David Griffin suggesting it's difficult to compare players from different eras, but in terms of shot selection, placement and style, that Shan Masood reminded him of a double century saw here for Derbyshire 1991 by Azruddin.
In goes Ackerman, bowls, and again McKinnon with that curious little jump into the air before defending it off the back foot, back down the pitch it goes, but style, very much a word you would associate with Shan Masood.
The only other double century scored by a Derbyshire batsman here at Grace Road was a 239 not out from Kim Barnett in 1988. It's the 24th equal highest score for the county, remarkably. All sorts of stats flying around. Griff was in overdrive last week. It'll be just as bad today, I think, when he gets home. Parkinson begins a new over from the Bennett and bowls to deploy, pushed out into the onside. The run rate still at 4 and over, remarkably, because it seems to have slowed down alarmingly since Masood's departure. But McKinnon's 61, deploy 13 not out, a little streaky, but he's still there. The lead 215. Deploy defends this next delivery from Parkinson out into the offside. Brooke Guest has had his feet up all day. He was dismissed early this morning for 23.
Did a good job for his side, didn't he? Saw off the
yes, he did.
New ball. So that first hour this morning.
The next delivery is pushed out into the offside by deploy.
He won't really get any recognition for it, but this is where the likes of Mickey Arthur sort of know their stuff, don't they? They know what a good job he did, really, absorbing balls.
Deploy waits and drives out into the offside, places it very nicely into a little gap. They're going to come back for a second as well. They might have to get a move on here, Leicestershire deploy. He was just for a moment he looked slightly alarmed in his running style, but he got there for the second run. Moves to 15, 430 for 4. 2 slips in place now for Parkinson, who's in to deploy, turning it into the leg side. And there is no run. I've left my team sheet in there, that's annoying. Never mind. I'll be alright.
Something forgot. I don't know whether they got on. I'll think about it. I wonder how many he'd want to be ahead before declaring. It's a safe declaration, whatever, isn't it, with another innings to come, but...
Well, last they had a lead of 331 and didn't win. That's all I'm saying. Here is Parkinson bowling to deploy.
Does that suggest he'll want 350 plus?
No, I would hope not.
I would hope not. But
I mean, they may not get to that point either. You never know that they might come out tomorrow and the cricketing parlance go bang, bang.
But they've nothing to lose by going hard now.
No, I think that's what they should do in the morning. I think it's right if these two are there tomorrow morning. That would be good. There's still Dahl and Thompson to come. They can both bat.
Really crack on.
Yeah.
Get that another 100 runs and get them quickly. Be bowling before lunch maybe. Ackerman is in. Back goes McKinnon. Works it off his legs out towards deep square and takes one.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think get there as quickly as you can to whatever you think, and then put the pressure on, because you've got that insurance policy of the 4th innings, of course. But you don't want to chase too many in the 4th innings on a pitch that's doing a bit.
Ackerman round the wicket to deploy. Full. Steps out and plays it firmly, but straight to Kimber, who's deepish in the covers, but he is there saving one. Ackerman in. Bowls. Bit more air on that one. It is hit on the pad, but it's going on down the leg side. Deploy. Wasn't hit in front, so no appeal. Stayed a bit low and sort of went on with the arm. Ackerman is in. Deploy back, playing firmly out to mid-wicket. Momentary hesitation as McKinnon retreated into his ground, thinking Mike was going to get there. He just got a hand to it and slowed it en route to Hendricks at mid-on. Hendricks has got his arms tucked under his armpits as though it's freezing out there.
Bit nippy.
Well, T-shirts out. It might be in the wind. In goes Ackerman and bowls. McKinnon forward on middle and off. Back down the pitch it goes. Ackerman in. Bowls flat and on the stumps. McKinnon again defends carefully. End of the over. 3 remain. McKinnon 62, 4-3-2 for 4. Inevitably, I suppose, the run rate has just fallen back fractionally. It is still, however, pretty much at 4. 109, 4-3-2, 9-18, 27, just under 4. The lead is 219 now.
How many runs? There were 36 for 1. Were they not at the start of the day's
They
play?
were, so almost.
So they're 4 runs away from
400 runs in the day.
400 runs in a day.
Wow.
Which is not bad going, is it?
No, it really isn't.
In county championship cricket. That's why they have a lead of 219, because they were 177 behind at the start of the day. And now they've got a lead much, much bigger than the deficit they started with. Parkinson bowls a quicker delivery potentially there to Deploy, who keeps it out. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps.
Ian Mulder, who's been off for a couple of overs, wanders back out. Not radiating enthusiasm.
Come on for the last 2 overs by the look of it, as Parkinson is in again, turning to the leg side by Deploy. There is no run. McKinnon, 62. Well batted Matty McKinnon. It's been a terrific effort from him. Century stand with Shan Masood.
Sort of thinking about the sums and how quickly Derbyshire can get there.
Next delivery. That is a quick ball. It's gone all the way for 4 byes.
Yeah.
It's going to roll away towards the pavilion and keep rolling and cross the rope. 4 byes. He really fired that one in. And it missed everything.
Not much Swindells could do about that one,
No,
that's for sure.
Absolutely not. It probably didn't miss the leg stump by much, but by enough.
But if it's sort of the 350 area, then you've got to think that Leicester are unlikely to get sort of 450, and you know, they need 500 to put Derbyshire under any sort of pressure, really.
It's pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. They have now scored 400 runs in the day's play. 436 for 4 with those 4 byes.
It would, it would only leave them the last hour, if that, to bowl. It's going to take them a long, to get 500 if they were to get it would take 4.5, 5 sessions.
Oh, absolutely. This one is defended by Deploy back towards and into the hands of Callum Parkinson.
So you would have thought the declaration, he'll want to have surely half an hour at Leicestershire before lunch tomorrow, something like that.
Well, the feeling amongst the hierarchy at Derbyshire is that 250 runs is generally enough of a lead.
Yeah.
To declare, which it is really, isn't
maybe
it?
an hour before, maybe just an hour tomorrow then.
So they could bat for an hour and go berserk and get up to the thick end of 300. If not slightly more. That would be plenty.
Would make sense. Ackerman is in, and forward is McKinnon. A big stride. Look, giving very much the impression, these two now, that the close of play is on their mind.
The question therefore is, do I bring my clothes from the hotel tomorrow?
It's not on the way, is it? In goes Ackerman, back goes McKinnon, defending out to mid-wicket.
But
well, it kind of is on the way.
I could go that way.
You could go back that way.
Yeah. If there were a group of us staying, I'd stay the night and celebrate, but...
Ackerman in. McKinnon leans forward and defends.
That won't be happening. I'll have a think in the morning.
Ackerman bowls flatter, quicker delivery. Forward goes McKinnon. The pitches are still essentially a good one. There's only the odd ball that has turned. It might be day 4 before it really starts to turn with any sort of regularity, which is how it should be. Forward goes McKinnon on one knee, his right knee actually on the ground as he defended that one out into the offside. 1 ball left of Ackerman's final over of the day. 9 overs, none for 30 are likely to be his figures. Goes in and bowls. McKinnon defends again. In fact, 9 overs, none for 31. will be his figures as that one squeezes out down towards third man, and the ever-willing Evans goes in pursuit. 1 over to go for 3, 7 for 4. So we have had 400 runs in the day, 401 to be precise.
Yes, interesting. 401 runs today. Yesterday there were 249.
And 11 wickets. Today,
Yes.
401 runs and 3 wickets.
It's feeling a bit like the last match when we had 16 wickets on day 2, and not many on any of the other days.
Sanazad is running off. Is he looking for a helmet? Helmet. He says, where is the helmet? And we're going to have a delay with an over to go to get a helmet. And again, Matty McKinnon is taking the opportunity to roll down. He's not been happy with the grip on his bat throughout his innings. He must have rolled it down, or attempted to roll it down, 5, 6, 7 times.
He needs to take that to the shops, doesn't he?
Get a new grip. Yeah. Get it sorted out.
Get a grip.
Tomorrow.
Get a grip, Matty. Get a grip. Final 6 deliveries of the day then. Derbyshire leading by 224. Remarkable. 437 for 4. A double century from Shan Masood. And Parkinson was on his way in, and the hat has blown off.
The umpire.
Oh, was it the umpire? Oh, dear. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Umpire Bainton.
Umpire Bainton.
Jam it on over those ears.
His hat's fallen off. He's going to hold it. Here is Parkinson in and bowls to McKinnon, who defends. I think we're going to see 6 of those. That's the first of them. Shan Masood already lined up to do the interview. Excellent work from Stephen back at base. Yet again.
He's had a chance to have a
bit of a
shower and a rest.
Yeah.
Whereas our boys will be
bit of a massage.
Flat out.
Parkinson's in, and that one is driven very pleasantly by McKinnon, but straight to a fielder, so there's no run. And he comes again, Parkinson. 4 balls to go. McKinnon pushes it up to mid-off. No, he doesn't. He pushes it to mid-on. I knew it was one of them. I knew it was mid somewhere. Here he comes again. And what's he going to do this time? He's going to do exactly the same thing. Yet again. I'll bluster my way through the Shan Masood interview, which will get played tomorrow morning. If you want to hear it on BBC Radio Derby at 10:30. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Matty McKinnon. There is no run, so we reach the final ball of the day's play. It'll be bowled by Callum Parkinson to Matty McKinnon, who pushes it back to the bowler. McKinnon will finish on 63. Deploy has 16. Derbyshire 437 for 4. That's at 401 runs in the day's play, and they lead by 224, which is just 5 more runs than Shan Masood scored in his innings. He was dismissed for 219. A ball that went through the gate from Callum Parkinson. 94 to Wayne Madsen. Earlier on today there was 23 from Brooke Guest. But it's been, I think it might just have been Derbyshire's day. Do you think? Yeah, probably. Looking by the smile on your face. So McKinnon with a career best 63, and Liz Deploy with 16 will start tomorrow. Derbyshire will begin the day on 437 for 4, 224 runs in front.
Thank you for your company as the applause greets Messrs McKinnon and Duploy, and a weary Leicestershire side leave the pitch. We'll be back with you, BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray bright and early tomorrow, 5 to 11, and we will see what sort of target not necessarily target. What sort of lead Derbyshire decide that they need before declaring, if indeed they do declare? Perhaps Leicestershire will pick up 6 quick wickets, who knows? We'll find out tomorrow morning, but in the meantime, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, from Dave Fletcher and myself, Richard Ray, it's a very good evening. Good evening.